contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
Where did you come from,
You
you
know,
little rotters?
when he goes to press the button, I'm like, Gary, press the cloud noise. Do it by accident.
Yeah. No, just ask Gary to press the applause button, then you'll get the horn. There you are.
There you go.
It all happened. Hey, how you doing? Sorry I couldn't get through, but if you leave your name and your number, then I'll get back to you. Oh,
I got that white man lip going on.
yeah.
Mm.
Hey, how you doing?
I paid way too much for these. This bag shortage thing is getting fucking ridiculous, dude.
How much you pay for your My Lights?
$100 for these two.
Hey.
So I got to put really expensive books in them. That's the deal.
Okay.
What do we got? We got two today.
Oh,
Mauler. Yeah.
But first things first, my co-host, my hostess with the mostest comics in the world, probably. Gary, how you doing? Gary Beekler.
I am doing very good. Whoa, what is that? Oh, okay, never mind. My other computer was functioning. I'm great. Life with ADD is just a wonderful thing. It really is. My first wife loved it so much.
What?
She was so patient with it. Exactly. Thankfully, the second one's much better. So yeah, life is good. Life is good. I'm happy to be here with you and the long man.
Long man. Coming and join us. Yeah, but it's your idea today to do an Avengers special. We wanted to talk about like MCU stuff and sort of like the rise and fall of the Loki. And I thought, who else could contribute contribute to stories like that than the long man himself, Mauler. How you doing?
Oh, I'm so good. Hello, how you doing? I actually woke up like half an hour ago. I was telling you about how I was dying because it's too hot, and we just got a couple days left, I think, before we go back to vaguely normal weather, which I am very excited for. Because I can't fucking work when I'm melting.
I need a thunderstorm. I've actually made a video that I'm going to put out after the stream.
Oh,
all done.
But yeah, I'd love just give us a good old drown my Britain. Do it. Yeah, I would prefer that right now.
Yeah, can we get back to complaining about the cold instead of the heat?
That's the thing, man. I'm pretty sure we all like, drowsy, drizzly, ready. But ultimately, I think we all kind of like, you know what, though. I do like it a little bit.
No, I like it. I like it nice and mild.
Yeah,
that's how I like it. I like a little bit of
Britain.
A little bit
feels
of
like
cover, a little bit of breeze.
A country that's like, hey, do you want to try out a bit of Spanish weather today? And you're like, no, I'm all right. And Britain's like, well, I'll just give you a week of it. See what you think. And you're like, no,
82 degrees.
Well,
that's because you're in a weird part of the world.
This is nice. This is like very comfortable and nice for what we've got.
Are Have you got like aircon in your house though and stuff? And
oh yeah, I've got a
yeah,
fan.
exactly. That's why it's nice.
I have to remind people that every fucking time, because people in the Discord who are like, "Oh my god, you're hot at 30 degrees. That's not really that hot." And I'm like, Britain doesn't have air conditioners.
Doesn't have yeah. I'm in an Adobe house, like so it's Adobe brick, so it keeps cool air in. It's brilliant. The design actually not great for like if there was an earthquake, but you know, chances are it's not going to be a big one. Yeah, but it's nice. It keeps all the cool air in. I've got my little fan, so I'm perfectly comfortable.
You probably got more chance of a figure quake, a figure lunch.
Oh, if it just like goes just a little bit, this whole fucking thing's coming down. This is
never invite me into your office.
Are you capable in a China shop? A China shop. Yeah.
My friends, they persistently take the piss out of me for being I could break steel. I could. That's how much of a klutz I am. I could literally break steel if I came into the steel mill.
Do you ever break any steel chairs, but because you like rock back on the two legs in like high school and stuff?
We had wooden chairs in high school. In high school, but no, there was a chair or two has gone by. We used to lean back on the chair on the two against the wall.
Okay.
And if the legs went that happened a couple of times.
Do you guys ever see Shallow Hal? Do you remember that movie?
Yeah.
When she's so fat she breaks the chair, and then he's like, "What the fuck are your chairs made of? This is dangerous. Like, you gotta be strong." And just like, yeah, okay. But yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. We're going for an Avengers talk. One of the movies in the MCU that I ended up having to defend a lot because I don't know if you guys were around for it, but there was a time where everyone was like, "That's the lame one. It's really flat. It's color coded, kind of lame." And well, you know, yes, it got things started, but not much really happens. Compare it to any of the other movies in the MCU past Phase 1. It's so bombastic and crazy and awesome. Avengers, you know, it did what it did, but you know, we've moved on, sort of thing. Like, there's plenty of people who be like, Endgame slaughters Avengers in terms of just quality. It's like, I think, no.
No, it might have slaughtered a few computer programmers' fingers.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
But, you know, sometimes bigger isn't necessarily better, and Avengers is the raw Avengers. It's when they're all coming together and nobody knows each other and everyone's sussing each other out and personalities collide and before friendships can be made. And, you know, this is how it is. It's like when Jeremy and I were ding-donging on Friday Night Tights about the Dave, his beloved...
his beloved Dave.
Baloney.
You know, it's like that. It's like personalities colliding that hadn't had time to mesh with each other, and now Jeremy and I are great friends now, and he's a great guy, and I got nothing but love for him.
I think a good example of that it would be obviously Iron Man and Thor. Thor's like, I may be done with my whole obsession with like being the personal protector, well, actually being king, but now I have taken Earth as my responsibility. So who the hell is this guy in a metal suit bopping me around, taking my Loki from me? Meanwhile, Tony Stark is like, I've taken it on to defend Earth myself. Who the fuck is this guy with a hammer bopping around, taking my Loki? Like, it's a really cool clash.
Not even human,
Which, by the way, I feel like we got a pretty good example of that in Infinity War as well, when Strange and Tony clash, because they're both big brains. Which
big brains, big alphas.
Yeah, and I enjoy watching that clash. I hate it when they fuck up and they're like, oh, also Shuri is smarter than both of them. You're like,
and Banner,
smarter than them, a lot of them.
Yeah, they're all Peabody brains compared to the Shuri.
It makes fans when somebody new comes in and just goes, I'm so much better, be it a fucking little girl or a little kid. It's always something like that. And they always end up being the most annoying character that everybody hates. Wesley. Shuri's the Wesley.
But the thing is, the other characters have had the opportunity to develop and grow as characters. We've had a lot of opportunity to see
That's why we like
how
them.
they've developed. And then Shuri walks in and goes, "I'm better than all of you." Oh, you're doing the tell before we've had any of the show.
Oh, which is
Or
all
Yeah.
which is all Marvel is now, especially watching Loki. And it's not a thing to say like there's a lot of sitting down and talking. No, there's at least 2 or 3 major spells of sitting down and talking in every episode. Might be 2, sometimes 3, but there's always 2.
It's funny you say that as well, because I always feel like they fucking shoehorn them action scenes in, though, regardless. It's like the time is running out, but there's 2 characters sitting next to each other who are friends. It's like, we gotta have a fight.
Have we had a fight yet? No. Okay. Let's go get it done.
But no, the Avengers is like an origin issue. It's right. That's all it is. It's no, it's not the biggest battle. It's their first battle. And it gets the band together and it introduces all of these things that they've done away with. But it was done in like, that's the reason it was like a massive hit. It was a massive hit. Everybody universally loved it when it came out. Joss Whedon is a great example of maybe you should keep your fucking mouth shut and not be such an asshole, and you probably still be working. Yeah. You know, like he got in his own way, dude. The dude is a good writer. He knows his superheroes more than anybody. He was instrumental in the first 2 phases in the beginnings of Marvel, and he done fucked up by being an asshole and going on the Twitter and the social media and alienating half of his audience. You know, you could certainly keep that shit to yourself and maybe enjoy your career, but I guess not. Now he didn't have a career, and he got ate by his own. Which
cool. Well, yeah, you have to wonder if it were anyone other than Ray Fisher, if everything would be different right now. For Joss Whedon specifically, because if he hadn't complained, it wouldn't have set off Charisma Carpenter, and then that wouldn't have set off all the other stories coming out. So if it was somewhere else who said booyah and the film got made and then they all moved on, I wonder.
But I do think Ray Fisher is a bitch.
Well, I mean,
by what he's been saying, this guy is a thin-skinned, egotistical little bitch who got shouted out. And I've got no doubt that Joss Whedon probably told him to say the fucking line and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know? Or something along those kind of lines. I don't think Joss Whedon did anything racial at all. That doesn't seem to be his MO. Being a
that would really surprise me.
Yeah, it does seem to be his MO.
If Joss Whedon was like a secret racist.
Absolutely would not put as anything racial down to that guy whatsoever. So I think Ray Fisher was, whether it be coerced or whatever, into trying to make it something because of what was currently happening at that time. But I definitely think he's a little bitch.
And what fed into it was the Marvel and DC rivalry, which goes back before most of these Snyder Cut guys were born and even understand what's going on. And it's DC feeling like the redheaded stepchild to Marvel when they were there first. And this is just shit I've seen my entire life. And it's weird to see it blow up online and get galvanized by like Ray Fisher and fucking Joss Whedon and the Avengers and the DC fans and the Snyder Cut fans. Cause that's all it is Marvel versus DC. And it's splintered. Weird. It's weird.
And some people already mentioned, it's like, oh, the Gal Gadot stuff was that before or after Ray when she first mentioned it?
Before.
Because like, I totally believe that happened. I believe that she came up to Joss and said, I think Wonder Woman should do X, Y, and Z. And Joss was like, no, go away.
Well, and then they got out of hand. Wasn't it? Patty Jenkins was kind of with her during the process.
That's the thing. I think Joss has just been doing it for so long. He was probably just like, I know better than you. And it's like, well, like that's the problem, right? It's like when do you pull that card as a showrunner or a director? It's like when you supposed to. The thing is, you want to try and from what I've heard, like Zack Snyder, for example, apparently he's like golden. Like everyone really likes working with him, and you get apparently Ryan Johnson is fun to work with as well. Like it's a complete. It's all up in the air for like whether or not a director is going to be really friendly and incorporative of every idea that all the actors have. But then there's going to be some who are like these trailblazing auteurs who are like, nobody will do anything they want to do. They will do what I want them to do because I have the vision, sort of thing. But I think in this day and age, you're going to have to smooth that out even more and more and more because there's more and more and more actors that are willing to tell on you, basically.
I have sympathy for obviously what Charisma Carpenter went through.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff like that. There's just something about dragging it up 15, 20 years later that kind of makes me think, if you've gone 20 years without having to come out and say anything, then maybe you're over it, you know? Maybe it was a period of time, and all you're doing now is literally just trying to get a guy kicked out, fired.
Oh yeah, you could. That was the only thing coming out of it was I want him to not have a job. It's like,
yeah,
damn,
it's
okay.
not. They're not going to get, Buffy work or
no.
It's not going to get Charisma Carpenter any roles. And you could say, well, it highlights a bully in Hollywood. Oh, look, come on, you throw a stone anywhere in Hollywood, you're going to hit an absolute twat.
Well, yeah, I was going to say
director.
if we did an audit of everyone, not just directors, what everyone has said to people in the past 30 years of their life, how much red is in all of our ledgers,
dripping
red. If you collect all of the most harsh things I've ever said, I feel like you could make a pretty good compilation of like, this person's a piece of shit. I'd just be like, oh yeah, I did say those things, but I was pissed. I don't know. It's, everyone and that's the thing. If I saw the context for these, I could believe I end up coming away being like, wow, Joss, fucking monster. Or I could go, yeah, he's a dick. Yeah, he's an asshole.
We can all be assholes, and especially in context. When you put stuff in context. Now, I probably think Joss is, maybe just a bit of a dick in general.
Mm-hmm.
An egotist, yada yada yada. I don't really see Jeff Johns as an egotist much, but there again, we don't exactly see too much because he's very much background when it comes to these sort of things. But it just feels like tattletaling. Like if he'd done something like, let's say he inappropriately, touched the females. Absolutely. I can, to me, there's more of a thing there. There's more of a fear there. And there's more of an actual, not tangent, touchable.
I think tangible is the word you're looking for.
Tangible, I was right. Yeah, there's more of a tangible link there. But when it's like he shouts at us and screams at us and manipulates us, I'm kind of thinking, isn't that quite a lot of direct? James Cameron, isn't he renowned for being an absolute fucking asshole?
Well, so that's the thing. I just think Joss ended up in the wrong places at the wrong time compared to a lot of directors that are going to be getting away scot-free with a lot of the stuff that they've done. But the interesting thing to me is, I don't know if you guys, obviously I stayed up with it because I'm a big fan of Buffy and Angel, but Anthony Stewart Head was asked about all this.
Yeah.
And he said he's not only did he not see any of it, he's super sad because he felt like he was a bit of a father figure to those on set and that this is something that he should have sorted out. But he didn't see any of it. He didn't note any of it. This is Giles we're talking about. He was in the whole fucking show. Then the handler for Echo from Dollhouse, the actor who plays Martian Manhunter in the Snyder Cut,
sure.
So he was asked the same thing, and he had the same response. Like, yeah, I've had a good relationship with Joss. I didn't notice any of this stuff. It's like I didn't see any of this.
Now, yeah, well, that was interesting because he was being asked in regard to Ray Fisher, and he basically told Ray Fisher to suck it up, Buttercup. Which I thought was great, because I think Ray Fisher is definitely being a drama queen here that's trying to milk something far beyond. And when you're exaggerating or coming across as trying to exaggerate, then it says to me that you ain't got too much there. Maybe you hurt your feelings. Maybe when you're on stage as Ray Fisher, you can talk to the director more then and work out a little bit more about your character and how your character can act and behave, because you're doing it 3 times a day and two nights on Saturday, you know what I mean? Whereas this is like, we need to get a take that we want, print it, get it out there. And he's like, I'm Ray Fisher, young theatrical actor making his way.
I demand to be taken seriously.
Yes, I do not wish to say as the booyaka. Fucking shut up, bitch. Get on there and give me a fucking booyah. I could not.
From what I saw, so people like Sarah Michelle Gellar and Eliza Dushku, a couple other people, like, everyone get your truths out there. It's important, and I'm pretty sure, I think they said some stuff like to affirm that Joss is kind of, but Allison Hannigan, Alexis Stanisoff, Amy Acker, several actors that have worked with him for like 7 years straight, not said a thing.
No.
And you know why? Because they're caught between two impossible worlds. One, they don't want to backstab their friend because they clearly like him, but they also don't want to interrupt anything that's happening for all the other actresses getting their complaints out. So
and also, they're still working quite nicely.
Yeah. And so the reason I bring this all up is because if someone made some kind of horrible collage about any of the three of us, and then I was like, well, yeah, I mean, we've also said and done a lot of nice things. I guess that doesn't count for anything. And I just, if someone was to, like, imagine one of the only one I know of is Scarlett Johansson recently came out and said that Joss Whedon's a great writer and a great person to, like, write scripts and stuff. And I was just like, holy shit, woman, careful. Like, you gotta, and then I realized to myself, like, that's kind of sad, right? Like, nobody can actually say anything that he's done that's good because that would fuck up the current perception.
The thing about Joss is when, I know it's difficult to say when, but even his latest show, which he was ousted from, was well received before, obviously, before all of these sort of allegations came out. And I gotta be frank, if the allegations are basically he's a shouty and he hurt my fifis, I ain't got really a lot of sympathy for you at all. You're in the acting game. This is the life that you chose. This is an industry full of prima donnas and fragile egos and insecurities. And people have got to make money, and people are being given ridiculous budget, or used to be at least, given ridiculous budgets to turn around and hit insane targets, which are now being placed upon them. There's a lot of pressure going on, and if you can't take, Jesus Christ, I've probably been shouted at and spoken to like a dick more in office life than half of these people probably have as an actor. Yeah, and you've had to suck it up, in the office. If your floor manager's fucked off with you because you've done that, or you made a little mistake, and you get fucking belittled to shit in front of everyone, and you
need this shit job that you pay.
Yeah, I need that money.
Barely fucking pays your bills, so some fucking crackhead boss is screaming at you like in your car while you're eating lunch at an auto shop, which happened to me. Because I used this fucking phone once to call my credit card company because somebody had ripped off my credit card. So I called to close it, and he's like, "You used my phone." Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, "Whoa!" And
dude, I got fired from a job. I got fired. The only time I've ever been fired in my life, because when I was going through my whole cancer business, I handed in a sick note late. And that's the loophole that they used to sack me, because obviously I was off work, being tested and yada yada yada, and that was the loophole that they used, and they sacked me on the grounds of gross misconduct. And the handbook said that if you do something like, if you get to hand in a sick note, because I didn't have any other infractions on my, against me. It's actually it's a minor misconduct, and I should receive a written first warning for it. So I would like to thank that company for the nice payday I got from them.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah.
But that's that's a fucking minnow fucking company of bullshit.
Did you get compensation?
Have you been
Fucking
sacked
badass.
from work unfairly? Do you want some compensation? Call us now on 333. Fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. So and that's just a fucking sit on your ass on a chair in front of a computer job, and you're treated like absolute trash, and you're getting pittance,
dude. Technicolor,
but you need the job.
Fuck yeah, Technicolor acted like we were curing cancer while making babies and birthing them at the same time and giving them cancer and then curing their cancer. It was the most important work in the history of mankind, what we were doing at Technicolor. And if we fuck something up, I have never seen so many adults crying in one place over metadata. And that's all it was metadata. It was like fucking ones and zeros and pushing out in the early digital days of film, like 2011, when it was like 480p was awesome if you got 480p. That's what we were doing. People were getting yelled at. People were crying. Grown-ass men bigger than me were crying, smoking cigarettes with their hands shaking. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this place.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Hey, just some guy. Do you want in? Do you want to come in?
Yeah.
If you want to come in, just put in the chat. You want to come in, and I'll send you a link.
Just one nightmare story, because anyone who watches EFA will know I've complained about the toy store job I had once upon a time. It was the worst job I've ever had in my life. Maybe decided to make a lot of changes, but I was heading to work one day on the train, and someone jumped in front of it, which meant everything stops for a good while they sort all that out, and then you can get to work. So I was obviously late for work for about 20 minutes. Came in, and the manager just staring me down like, you pathetic piece of shit. You were supposed to start like 20 minutes ago. And I went, yeah, so what? And he's like, I don't want to hear excuses. I'm tired of them. Tired of excuses. Lots of employees. And I was like, no. The train literally, and he's like, whatever it was, you should have phoned ahead. And I was like, there is no signal on the train. And he was like, on the train. Yeah. You couldn't get here even though you were on the train. The right train, the late train. I was like, somebody committed suicide on the train. No signal to call on the train. And he was just like, so that's 2 strikes. Okay, you get 1 more. And I was just like, 2 strikes? Where was the first one? But yeah, it was that was the easiest job to quit, I tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So just imagine, what would Ray Fisher got paid for Justice League? So I think their opening fee for a first film is something like $325,000. So he probably would have got paid somewhere around there, between there and 500,000, I would say.
Yeah. Maybe a million, because he did do another film prior to that got him the job, right? He was in some, I can't remember what it was, some drama. Yeah,
but Gal Gadot only got 300 and something thousand for first Wonder Woman, because that's how they operate. Then she got like a huge amount for 84.
Yeah, she got the big payday for the shitty one, or arguably.
you got to kind of like ride out the first one, and then if you can get the second one, if you get that sequel, then it's payday. So let's just be conservative. Let's just be conservative and say you got between $300,000 and $500,000, and you're being a prima donna because you're in pajamas most of the time anyway. Nice comfortable pajamas.
Yep. And you're Joss Whedon, and you directed the Avengers, which made a lot of fucking money, and you did the impossible. You got a super team movie together that made a lot of money, that holds up today. I mean, a lot of people are going to parody like what went on, because that's the standard now, and it's what us comic book fans have been waiting all our fucking lives for. But man, did we pay a dear price. We paid a dear price for it. The loss of our comic book industry, and now the loss of even the movies.
Yeah,
but that wasn't our fault, in as much as it wasn't the customer's fault. That was the people in the comic book industry's fault.
Well, they'll make it. They've been trying to make it our fault for years. By the way, all of their casting, by the way, them not casting black leads is our fault. Them not.
Remember, they say Rise of Skywalker was our fault for hating TLJ.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you figure that out? Like, they're like, fine, there you go. They got what they wanted. Palpatine is back. It's like, you have no idea what we want, apparently.
Black Widow, the clock is ticking. Gonna be our fault. Wait, Disney's working the spin right now. They were able to spin the second weekend because of piracy and VOD. What's it going to be next weekend when it falls even farther? Because it was a bad movie.
Man, they're trying to ride this piracy business. It's not going to get you very far, I'm afraid.
Oh my God. I love it when they bring it up because I'm like, oh, you just lost. You just lost. Piracy is, let me give you spoilers. It's a loser argument. You are never going to win the piracy argument because people have it justified in their head that piracy is perfectly okay. And you are not a man or woman of the people if you are against piracy. Is it stealing? Yes. Is it wrong? Yes. But there's a lot of people who can't afford your shit, and there is a great argument to be made that it actually leads to sales. I was convinced of that by somebody at Marvel. Somebody at Marvel turned my whole fucking thought process on piracy when they said, no, we figured this stuff in and it actually leads to sales. And they explained it why. And I'm like, oh shit, you're right.
Do you guys know about Gabe Newell's quote about piracy? Guy from Steam. So he said, so remember, he's part of a company that's hyper successful. So he said, the easiest way to stop piracy is not by putting anti-piracy technology to work. It's by giving people a service that's better than what they get from the pirates.
Yep.
It's so fucking true. Like, Steam killed the efforts of piracy because Steam was so easy to use.
Yep.
Everything's there. Yeah, very intuitive. Somebody asked me on, I know we're slightly sidetracking here, but somebody asked me on Sunday, on Subnautica Sunday, they said, "Hey, are you gonna get the Steam handheld?" I was kind of like, yeah, Steam should probably stick to software, to not even software, just to platform. Maybe they should concentrate on maybe trying to make Half-Life 3. Aren't I so fucking edgy? And I hadn't really looked into the handheld, and then my mate texted me late that evening and was just like, "Are you gonna order one of the Steam handhelds?" I was like, yeah. And he's like, check it out. Seriously, check it out. He said, I've pre-ordered one. So I actually went and checked them out, and I was just like, holy fuck, this handheld looks amazing. I mean, it's just Steam at your fingertips and mobile, and this could be great. Traveling around and whatnot. So yeah, you give a service. Why would I want to pirate something when I can just get the real deal? And have it all,
and it's made easy. And what you're doing is you're having the typical customer not pirate, and the people who are going to pirate because they don't have money are going to pirate, and then maybe someday they'll have money, and then they'll buy that shit, and that's the whole hopes of it. And what Mauler was talking about was, like in the Napster days, everybody was pirating. But that was new technology. We were trying to figure it out, and if the music industry had embraced it, and things would be a lot different today. You're seeing, Hollywood make a huge mistake. They're fragmenting everything. Everybody's going their own way, which is going to lead to effing pirating. People are like, I don't want to get 90 streaming services. I would rather have a la carte. If you made things available, like Amazon Prime is my go-to because I could just get something for $3.99 there.
Dude, having it so that they give you the better delivery service and you get Prime Video, it's just like, and if they're like, well, maybe get Netflix too, and you're like, okay, and then maybe get Disney Plus too, and you're like, oh, okay, and then HBO Max, you're like, no, I can't, I'm not paying for this, man, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I've only got Netflix now because of my mum. That's it. Basically, I pay for it and she watches it.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially it. I barely tune into Netflix. It's all Amazon for me now.
Yeah, their Netflix business model is going to do them in very soon. By the way, that whole dropping everything at once is just dumb. Killed Jupiter's Legacy like that. It's like, why would you put it out all at once and you cancel it a week later? Fucking dumb.
That was nuts, by the way. I found out about Jupiter's Legacy like after it was canceled. I was like, oh, okay. Bye.
It was suspiciously cancelled as well. It was so suspiciously cancelled the way that they did it. It was as if to say we want to get this cancelled quick before there's any turnaround, or back on it. And then they're now talking about, well, we're going to do another season, but it's going to be about villains. I'm just like, who fucking cares, you know?
Yeah, like that is so. That's like a crackhead is in charge there or something. I don't understand it. And nobody's going to bother with that either. And you spent a ton of money on Mark Millar. Like, do your shit right. If you want to build something, you got to be patient. That's where Hollywood will just always fail. Everybody wants a cinematic universe, but they have no patience to build it.
No.
And Marvel had to build it through patience out of necessity.
It almost sucks because the one set of people we want to be careful and to be deliberate are like Marvel right now, because they're the ones with the most power, the most keys, the most money. But they can just do whatever they want now because they're at the top. They're just fucking around. Meanwhile, all the rest of them. So if there are people out there who are trying to start a good old universe that we actually like, it's like, good luck. Like, to get the eyes on you is going to be really fucking hard at this point.
Gary, can you drop just some guy the link on Twitter?
I can't.
I don't know how to get, now that I'm banned.
I can't.
The band, I don't know how to contact him anymore. I'll have to get some details from you as well, dude. Yeah, but what they do have, Mauler, coming is all the stuff that they had pre-Coof. And so we've got all the intersectional feminist shit coming. All of it in waves. Waves.
Yay.
Oh, I can't wait. Oh my God, I can't wait. By the way, Loki it's confirmed. It's the most MCU thing in the MCU. Absolutely confirmed. More than Black Widow, more than Captain Marvel, because of the male character that they basically apologize for from the very first second he's on the screen till the very end, which was very abrupt, and it almost feels like there was another scene there and they cut it out so they can have season 2. And then the director for season 1 said, "Oh, I'm not part of this, and I'm surprised by the whole thing." And yeah, it was weird. The whole thing was weird. But you know what? It's what we're fighting against, because they served up like a giant steaming pile of shit, and people are like,
oh yeah, I've seen so many people say how crazy good it is. I'm just like, what is it about this you liked? What is it?
Tom Hiddleston is dreamy. He's dreamy.
I heard somebody say, people have got to cut this boring shit out. It's not boring. And I'm just like,
oh yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah. I saw one on Twitter who said like, I don't mind talking in my superhero film. I love good dialogue. I'm all, me too. Didn't hear any.
It's not good dialogue.
Just some guy, ladies and gentlemen.
Just some guy. Are there any princes or princesses in your life?
Princesses?
Princes or princesses?
Princes or princesses?
No, I hate monarchs, so I usually kill them with fire.
Wrong answer. A bit of both. That's what you're supposed to say.
A bit of both, like you, I guess. I assume, I guess.
Oh no!
Did you? Is this from Loki?
Yes, it is.
See, I didn't punish myself by watching that, so I've been watching Babylon 5. I'm almost done.
Oh, good. Now you're
you and on the Babylon discussion then.
Yeah, we'll have to, because I just started season 4. It's so fucking good. It's fucking good.
I've literally just finished Person of Interest now. I finished it this morning. Season 5, the end.
Wait.
And I thought, oh my God, I think I just watched a documentary.
That's a great thing about that show, among many. It's like, oh look, they're trying to tell a story. That's it. Just trying to tell a story.
And
I got to the Neil Gaiman episode yesterday, and it was so weird because it was out of place, and then the next episode pretends that episode didn't happen. So I'm like, wait, what just happened here? I'm lost. So I had to check just to make sure I didn't accidentally skip an episode, because it didn't make any continuity sense whatsoever.
I'm on season 3, episode 17, so I'm now going back. I'm now going to be going back and carrying on with that.
Wait a minute, Neil Gaiman did a Babylon 5 episode?
Yeah, it's like in the middle of season 5.
Oh,
yeah,
5. Okay, gotcha.
It's like in the middle of there, but it has nothing to do with the story that's happening. It's just sort of plunked in the middle. So the next episode pretends that it didn't. So it's like, last night this thing happened. I'm like, but no, because you just had another thing happen in between. Like 2 days just passed. What the fuck are you talking about? And it made no sense. So I had to check just to make sure.
That's weird. People complained about season 5. I heard some saying it's the worst thing ever, and some people not say that. Well, I'll find out.
Well, so as far as I know, the story goes is that they were told. No, it's not story spoilers. Not I mean meta story. So from what I understand, there was 5 seasons planned, and then they got told that they were going to be crushed down to 4, and so 4 has an abrupt ending. But then 5 happened, and so it's like.
I think they got renewed in the middle of the season. So apparently they shot the series finale already, and then when they found out that they were going to be renewed, they just moved it to like the end of season 5. So I'm wondering if there's going to be like this weird continuity issue, because it's supposed to happen, at a different point, and they just have to fill in all this extra stuff. But it is a very weird switch, and it's almost like when they switched Sheridan in for the first one after they removed Sinclair. It's almost like that, where I'm like, I don't like this person. So it's still like adjusting to it, and you're missing certain characters. I'm like, I don't know. They even changed like some of the special effects. The planet looks different. It was brown, now it's gray. There's no explanation for that. They were doing some weird stuff with some of the people's makeup. I guess they got more money or less money, or they were spending it in a different way. But it's just weird things that were changed. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense that would happen. So I guess they just knew. They were like, we're just do it quickly. And then they kind of settled in. It looks like it's starting to go back to what it was. So I don't know if that was just a thing of them trying to readjust because they thought they were being shut down.
And that's Battlestar Galactica, it was abrupt as well. And that's why they had to kind of rush their 4th season, because they were probably in a similar situation. It was bizarre. The show was probably arguably one of the biggest shows in the country. It was on magazine covers and everything. And Ronald D. Moore, maybe he saw what happened to Babylon 5, said, no, we're just going to end it at 4, because they were floating a 5 out there. And he's like, no, I'll just end it my way.
Dude, I miss the times where storytellers decided their stories had endings. It was really cool those days.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, this is the thing with watching Person of Interest. It's a show that starts off quite procedural, but there's always this underlying tone going on, and then suddenly, like after a couple of seasons, or like part way through season 2, it's just like, okay, we're now taking this thread and we're really running with it. The way that they discuss things in the show always makes you feel like it was finite. And season 5 is like half a season, because it's literally just the conclusion to the main story. And it's just like, isn't it nice when you just had a story to tell instead of, can we milk this for X amount of seasons?
That's Nolan and Lisa Joy, right? Person of Interest.
Yeah, Jonathan Nolan. Yeah.
The people behind Westworld.
Yeah. Well, they were the first season though, right? They weren't the rest of it, right? They were only in the first season.
Executive producer and all that kind of jazz, Like Jar Jar Abrahams is an executive producer on Person of Interest as well.
I don't know. I'm talking about.
Probably was never on.
Talking about Westworld. After Westworld season 1, the whole fucking Harvey Weinstein thing happened, and they went back to the draw. And plus, somebody died, right? Somebody died, so they were able to go back and rewrite everything. And then there was a fire on the set, and during that time, they redid everything that they had planned.
Well, if you remember, they someone guessed the plot line to Westworld season 2 on Reddit. I think it was either season 2 or 3, and the writers literally came out and said when they saw that, they decided to change a lot of what happened because apparently it was too predictable. Which, holy shit! Changing your storyline because somebody guessed it.
Everybody's gonna guess your storyline now. Shit, somebody guessed fucking Lost after the first episode. After the first episode, somebody guessed it. So Yeah, and that maybe that's what George is doing. Every time somebody guesses right on Reddit, he rewrites fucking A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, oh,
dude,
damn it.
there's a good chance, like, combined with everything else, that he really did like have a similar set of events, and he was just like, oh god, like, will they hate this? What if I just don't release it? Like, they can't hate it if I don't release it.
What if I just die?
Well,
I blame Kang. It's all Kang.
Yeah,
He
Kang
came in and
fucked it up.
interfered with it.
we was Kangs.
Every single time he goes to write anything down, Kang fucking boops that timeline. Like,
he
nope.
does. He does. The most powerful thing. That is just what a rabbit hole they're going down with that. That is fucking stupid.
I was talking to Friggy yesterday, and I was like, imagine like Captain America 4. They're like, Falcon's gonna take on a cartel to save a bunch of blah blah. You're like, dude, the fucking multiverse just got opened up. Reality's tearing apart. I was like, yeah, but the cartel, you're gonna stop them.
They're selling those drugs.
And let me clarify: if there was competent people involved, I'd be fine. But there's Bisha K. Ali. We've got, I'm sure Vita Ayala will be coming writing some scripts pretty soon. And yeah, this is going to be a fucking mess. This is going to be a goddamn mess.
How pissy do you think the people who've been at Marvel for years, like Tom Brevoort, have to be that it took 4 twats to fuck up the X-Men in like 3 months? It took at least a year for them to fuck up the X-Men before with that Age of X-Men nonsense.
Yep.
It took Leah Williams and Vita Ayala and Tina Howard 3 months to undo everything Jonathan Hickman did. They had X-Men as a #1 book, which hadn't happened in like 10 years.
Yes.
And they just pissed it away.
Yep.
For a gala. We got to go to the gala, get your dress on. Come on. Have a 17-year-old boy just wrap a little loincloth around himself and then walk around barefoot. That's not questionable at all. Go ahead.
No, hey, X-Men was the best-selling comic book for decades. A couple, maybe 3 in total. We're talking about late 70s, 80s, 90s. It was the best-selling book. Only got beat early on by the Teen Titans when Marv Wolfman and Perez was doing it, but then pretty much it was perennial. I can't even say the word. It was always fucking #1. It was always in the top 10. There it was. And then Marvel suppressed it themselves with this Inhumans mutant fucking Fox rights bullshit. And so they deserve it. They fucking deserve it. And then they got X-Men back up. And now they're, but I mean,
now
like
having a gay old time in a
best selling now is like 100,000 copies, a couple 100,000 copies, and it's only because they have 27 to 30 covers that go along with it. I don't know if you guys have read. Well, I don't know, just some guy. If you've read Brian Hibbs, he's shutting down my old store that I sold.
Yeah,
to him.
I heard about that.
But go read the Tilting at Windmills at the Beat when you get a chance. He says something very interesting about the periodical. Now, he doesn't talk about the elephant in the room, which is creators attacking customers and people being shitheads on social media, but he does talk about how the floppy is no longer profitable nor worth anybody's time.
Yeah, I've been saying that for like 20 years.
Yep.
Back in like 2005, when I really started to get into manga, I was with this small press company, and we were trying to do a comic. And the thing that kind of pushed them to try to do is like, instead of everybody trying to put out an individual book, we should just do it like they do in Japan. Just everybody get your stories together and then put it in one anthology and sell it. And then after we have a couple of chapters out, we can put them out as individual books. I was trying to get around the issue of indie comics where it's one book comes out and then 2 years pass and then the second issue comes out. So it's like, if you have to have it done because everybody else is waiting for you, maybe you'll move a little bit faster. But even then, it's like you're competing with something where the trades are coming out. People are waiting for the trades. And because they're waiting for the trades, they'll forget the book is even coming out. It's really easy to do. If you have a 6-issue miniseries or you're waiting for a story arc, it'll just slip your mind. And then you have books that are being delayed. I think at the time, Marvel had filed for bankruptcy, so they were doing that thing where they were only doing 1 printings. And so it was like, that's why I couldn't get Wolverine Origins. I remember walking into Graham Cracker Comics on the day it came out, literally when the store opened, 10 a.m. a line out the fucking store into the alley. And by the time I got in there, they had no copies.
Yep.
None. They were all gone. Those days are over. It's like you go in there and it's like, here's 47 copies of X-Men that nobody's going to fucking buy.
In 68 different variants.
And listen, that long ago, I mean, 2013, even right up until where I sold the store, there was lines out the door on Wednesday. Like, it was nuts. It was like the good old days again. And then they fucked that right up. Which is incredible. But no, there were some good stories going on. And listen, the monthly floppy can work if you pay people enough and they can crank out enough work. I think there's still enough customers out there to support it, but it's just done. It's a done model. Diamond fucked it. And yeah, it should have been fixed 20 years ago.
It's the prices too. Because that was the other thing. On Wednesdays, I would go and I would spend $40 and I walk out of there with 10 to 15 books. Now I go there and I have $40. Maybe I'll get $5. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. And why they can't sell them cheaper? Peter Simeti does it, and he has a small press company. So you can't tell me that Marvel and DC couldn't do it. They just don't want to.
They just don't want to. They could absolutely do it, and it would have been better. But it was the comic shops that played a huge part in keeping that from happening too, because if you make them cheaper, you make them available at 7-Elevens and Walmarts and everywhere else, more people are reading comic books, and the comic stores were so short fucking sighted. They're like, that's competition for us. No, it isn't. It's fucking sales for you, dumbass. More people reading comics brings more people to comic shops.
Is that why they pulled them out the retail market? It was because of comic book shops demanding it?
Yeah, well, no, okay. I don't want to say there was a lot of comic shops that were behind it, but they would listen to people like Brian Hibbs, and Brian Hibbs was absolutely against it, and he was against it because he's paranoid of all competition, which, you know, again, to me is short-sighted. I started read comic books because I read them in a 7-Eleven, and then I wanted more. I'm like, I found a comic store. That's what everybody did, but they listened to the wrong people for the longest time, and comic shops have their responsibility. A lot of them didn't say anything when they should have. Now it's too late. But there's shops that are doing great right now, fucking absolutely great, because they don't sell new comic books.
I feel for you, Az. It's hot over here too.
I know. I'm just every 2 seconds like. But there's some really good points there. I mean, particularly on the price point as well. The floppy's out. It's just overpriced itself completely for what it offers and what it gives. I distinctly remember when I started collecting comics back in '92. I was paying 60 to 70 pence. They just did a price jump from 60p to 70p here in the UK on a floppy, and that was in my local newsagent where I first picked up my initial Batman and Detective comics. So that news agency, as you've just discussed, sent me inspired me to I need more, I need to go into the history of these books. I need more of this. I'm loving this. I need more. So that took me to travel 30 plus miles. Yeah, baby. To the nearest city that actually had a comic book shop. And so I was taking £30, of my money, and I was coming back with 50 books, back issues, because the back issues that were like 50p and stuff like that. So I'm getting back issues to the stuff that I'm reading, and I'm getting more and more context of what's going on. Then they made that big jump where they went from the pulp paper to the more glossy paper, and suddenly a comic went from 70 pence to I think it was £1.25.
That would have been around like the early 2000s, right? I reckon that was about 90. You're gonna say around about 95 to 97. Okay, because I started collecting around that time, and I remember them mostly being newsprint. I remember them mostly being newsprint, but I do know that they had the price increase here. It went from like $195 to $225, and then to $250, and that was around like the 2005 mark, somewhere around there. Basically, when manga started to pick up, They're like, we need to compete. And it didn't bother me. Like I didn't care because it wasn't that much more. But once it went up to like $3, I remember when Joe Mad did the Inhumans book, I went into Graham Crackers and I'm like, Joe Mad is my favorite comic book artist. I'm gonna buy whatever he does. So I have the book in my hand and I'm getting ready to go. And I look at the price, I'm like $6. I'll get it online. So it's like, that's it. I'm done. I just want the art. I'm not gonna read it. You know, it's just like, I'm not paying you $6 for that.
I mean, I'm reading them, but I'm paying nearly twice as much.
Yeah.
And it didn't take long for that 125 to become 150. That went real quick.
Yeah.
And then from 150 to 175. And then suddenly that 30 pounds, which I was taking into a comic book shop was not getting me. Consider I'm picking up the new books on a pull list. You know, I'm leaving with I ain't leaving with 50 books anymore. I'm suddenly leaving with, 20 maybe. And it was a big sort of dint in what it's what I can afford. I can only afford what I could afford. And that £30 budget was, I had rent to pay. I had food, food to pay. I had transportation and all those other things. So I could only put so much into the comics. And then by the time the mid 2000s were around, there were three nearly £3 a bloody comic. And it's just like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it got real nuts. When I dipped out the first time, that was after Civil War, because I hated Civil War, and every Marvel book turned into that. And I'm like, I'm done. The only one that didn't was the X-Men. So I'm like, I'll keep reading that, but everything else, I'm just done because I hated that concept. But when I dipped out and I came back, suddenly the books were $3.99. I'm like, when the hell did that happen? That's a lot of money for a book.
Right after,
and there were no ads in it either. That was the other thing that I noticed, is that they took out all the ads, which helped lower the price of the book.
Remember when DC did We Draw the Line at $2.99?
Oh, they drew the line at $2.50, then they drew the line at $2.99, and they held true as long as they could. But I never got a proper explanation of why they couldn't go back to pulp. I heard the printing wasn't as easy, and it was easier to do this and that. And the thing was, they printed on this heavier paper. They were able to get it from Canada and in Asia. Now they started getting books shipped from Asia. So I don't know.
It should be
It's called manga.
It should be cheaper if it's shipping from Asia. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I buy guitars, man. They're cheaper from Asia than from the U.S. It's insane. It's the same fucking guitar.
You carry a short box or just a long box full of books from the Bronze Age, and then carry a short or long box of modern books, and there's a difference of 30 pounds.
Yeah, there's a lot more ads in those older books.
It's 60 pounds. Well, the modern books have the heavier paper, so it's like, fuck that. I wouldn't even care. I had to pick up those fucking old. That's why my oldest son hates comic books, because all he remembers is working in my store and moving long boxes and alphabetizing. So he's like, fuck comic books. If I ever see a comic book again, I'll scream.
And then of course, when I kind of gave up during the 2000s and came back in the 2010s, suddenly you only got 20 pages of comic. And because it used to be, was it 22 or 24? And then suddenly it was down to 20 pages of actual comic.
Yeah, I think that was Marvel who was doing that. They decided to just drop the page count. Like, well, maybe have your artist draw less complex characters. We don't need to see every fucking seam line. It's a costume. They're basically naked anyway. We don't need to see the seam line. Stop it. Because that's why you're seeing it. I think that's the other issue is, what's his name? Who did the Ultimates? Brian Hitch. Brian Hitch. When he was working on that book, one of my friends, him and his wife, they had a baby. She was pregnant. The baby was born. The baby turned a year old. 3 fucking Ultimates issues came out. That's absolutely insane because he's so fucking slow.
So fucking slow. And slower than McFarlane. And, I use that book as an example a lot, that it never grew its audience. It was one of the biggest books out there, but then even it pushed the limit like way too far. So I'd still sell 100 copies, which is good, but it should have sold like 300 copies. It was that popular. People got tired of waiting though. They just got done. And then it kills future sales. They're like, well, we like Hitch. We like Mauler and Hitch together, but they can't be together because then I got to wait 6 months. So fuck this. And that's what continually hurt the industry, slow creators. And then, even Gail Simone, we'd see her being late with her books. And then we'd see her on Twitter every fucking day. And that's when the shit started. And that was back in 2008. That's when that shit really started. I fucking was brutalizing her on Twitter. I had to delete all those tweets. This was before they had bots stopping any of that shit, but I was calling her every name in the book. Because like her book was late and people liked it. And all of a sudden I'm like, this bitch is on here every fucking day. Bep, bep, chirping away. But yeah, comics suck now. Mauler doesn't read them, but we can talk about that.
Yes.
Well,
He's just stunning himself.
I'm getting information from you all. I'm like, I've not. I don't. This is the first time I've been on a call with just some guy. By the way, hello.
Hello. I think we were on Az's birthday stream together.
That was a nice time. Did you say? Did I hear that right? That you weren't a fan of the Civil War comic? Was that what you were saying?
Yeah, I don't like the idea that you have this cast of villains, and instead of using them, you're just going to make all your heroes fight each other. I just found that I found that to be really silly, and then I found the premise of why this happened to be the height of stupidity. So you have Magneto, you have Apocalypse, you have all these mutants who have literally blown up entire parts of continents. And that's not enough for you to get this fucking bill passed. But someone trying to save some kids, his powers accidentally go off and some kids get killed. That's where that happens. So when you murdered an entire fucking city of children, that was fine. But this one little place in the suburbs, that got fucked up. Now we're gonna imprison everyone. Like, oh, come on.
It was concentrated children.
Yeah, I just found it to be really, really silly. And then the other thing was that it took over every fucking book for I think it was like 4 months. So it's like every time you turned around, there was Civil War. I'm like, I'm in the middle of stories, man. Can we go back to what I was reading?
There
you know, it was ridiculous. It was worse than what they did with the Age of Apocalypse, and that took over like all of those.
Gary, who was that?
This is called She-Hulk.
What is that? I've never seen that thing before.
I
what
don't
is
recognize that at all.
She-Hulk. See, it looks
it's got these things on the chest region. I don't know what that is.
Teats. They're called teats.
Teats.
No, I've never heard of those.
I got a feeling I'm gonna like them.
It was in every motherfucking book. Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at that. That's insane. And that's not even, that doesn't even scratch the surface. That's like,
no, these are just variants.
Like an eighth of the books that are out there.
No, it fills a long box. The whole run fills a long. So did Dark Reign. And fucking Fear itself. Like I liked that shit. I did. I liked all the crossovers and stuff. But when Fear itself came out, I lost my mind. That's when I called Marvel. I'm like, you guys are fucking nuts. Like this thing is. Like it's 2 full long boxes of variants and everything. If one of my customers just bought one single issue of all, you're spending like $250. Like they don't have that. I don't know why she's. Sorry.
Hi, Gary.
My producer's calling me. I don't know why my producer's calling me while I'm live. I don't know.
Okay.
Or not, but I'll see if she can message.
We should probably going to say, when are we going live, Gary?
Hi, I'm live. Hi, I'm live. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hi.
X-Ray Girl says hi. It's okay.
Never mind. I will talk to you later.
Bye. I just want to put her on.
We smashed through some comic talk. Let's go through and smash through some supers while we're here. Give people a chance to refresh your drinks if you need to keep cool. Because that's what I'm going to do when I get back.
You pull them out of the fridge and they get hot in like 10 minutes. It's horrible.
I know. 10 minutes, like 5. The Ginger Ninja with a 200 yen. You're both always welcome at my place in Japan.
He's in Japan.
That's where you
Vegas, dude.
I'm going. I want to go to Japan.
I want to go to
there.
Japan too. I just can't eat there. There's too much fish.
We'll just go to McDonald's and have a really weird hamburger, probably.
Fish burger.
Ooh. They do weirder shit with that.
Yeah, I would leave the fish alone.
Yeah, they put weird things on their food that's like not from America or anything that's not like whatever's not from Japan. I'm sorry. They will do weird shit with it. When it's their stuff, it's normal. But when it's someone else's stuff, they're like, you know what? Let's just put sauerkraut in the middle of like a hot dog and then turn it into a corn dog and deep fry it and then sprinkle wasabi on it. Like,
yeah, put wasabi on everything.
And sauerkraut.
And then you bite into it, you're like,
can I just get like regular food? Just give me the dead cow with tomato sauce on it. That's all I want.
I want to go to an ethno state and go shop at the hot toy store every day.
Yay! Hi, Hong Kong. Hi. Okay. A girl as met on the internet for a £5 says, tell me you've seen the Babylon 5 season 3 finale. I have not. Love to hear your thoughts on the episode. P.S. Will you be doing any shows with Ricada Law soon? Well, I mean, I'm going to have to get some details off you, dude, obviously, because
I love it when they ask you if you're going to be on with somebody else when there's like, I don't know, Mauler and just some guy.
Yeah.
When are you going to be on with this other YouTuber?
Thanks for streaming with these people. When are you going to go with someone else? Probably. I think, actually, in all fairness, I think these super chats came through before the streaming was started. In all fairness, but yeah, Nick and I have managed to get back in touch now that I'm social media banned. So we'll sort something out soon.
Oh my God, is it so hard for everybody to figure out an email? You know what? It's HeelvsBabyface@gmail.com. A lot of the time, the YouTuber has the same email as their channel because they have to sign up for a Gmail to sign up for fucking YouTube. I don't know. Is it crazy? Is it hard for people? I'm the boomer. I shouldn't be telling you this stuff.
Gary's educating.
Oh, yes.
I'm informing.
Yeah, informative and educational. That's Gary.
Informational.
Odin's Face of Judgment with a £5. Still not seen a tuna and prawn pizza on Friday night. Tights from you as very disappointed. When it cools down.
A what?
A tuna and prawn pizza.
Oh, don't you ever bring that on the show.
I'm gonna bring it on the show.
Oh, dude, I will vomit.
I will eat it in front of your face.
I fucking hate seafood.
Black Widow's Transmaster with a £5. As guess we're living in a fascist state. Vaccine passports are now a thing in the UK. Try.
Papers, please.
Come for me. Wouldn't be surprised if they gave us no vax badges soon.
It'll be an armband.
It'll be a gold star to pin on you.
Like NV or something like that. And you'll be just right here.
Watching Person of Interest. Oh boy, there's an episode towards the end when the computer's literally running this America. It's running America, and they do a fake virus outbreak so that they can get people vaccinated, which basically just puts all their DNA on file, which means they can now sort through the DNA, categorize people, and sort their relevance out.
Whoa, that would be crazy.
Crazy.
You know what?
It's just a TV show, though.
The government's just looking out for us, people. Absolutely trust them. I'm sure everything's going to be fine.
Fine. Cody Duffin with a $5. Is there a proper side of the board, matte or gloss, that should be touching the comic, Matt? See you in 3 weeks.
Yeah, if you're doing a regular board, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to tell sometimes, but you want the matte side. If you have the money, definitely get the acid-free boards because you don't have to change them.
Terry Wilkins with a 10 Canadian. Hey, Az and Gary. Now that we see Superman and Lois is not woke, do you think they may use the Superman red/blue storyline from the comics for the boys? Love you so much.
For the boy,
I swear to God, if they do that, I will hate that show.
I will fucking hate the show. I am right there with you. Red Blue was fucking. You know what? It was DC going. You know, Spider-Man did a Clone Saga. Let's fucking do one worse.
Yeah, the red blue didn't really work. Was it Superman 1, 2, 3?
I wasn't reading it when they went red and blue. I stopped dead. I'm like, this is fucking dumb. I'm not touching this. It had just like started going down. If you guys remember at the time, after the death of Superman, like the early 90s, people were starting to get really sick of all of the excess going on in comics. Like people were getting kind of done with massive crossovers. The Clone Saga people look on it fondly now. They were not looking on it fondly at the time. They were fucking mad and they thought it was pointless and it was going nowhere. And kind of the same feeling about Superman. Now, you know what? They weren't feeling that way with Batman though. The whole Batman stuff was fine. I was good with it too. I thought it was really good. But at the time, I spent a lot of time in comic shops. That's all I had to do. So I just hung out in my comic shop all fucking day. And people were not loving it. I don't know how any people look at red and blue Superman fondly right now.
When Nightfall came out, Nightfall was bouncing literally just between Batman and Tech.
Yep.
To start with. So as a customer, it was great because you were getting the next part of the story quicker, essentially, because obviously they were coming out monthly. So you get Batman, then 2 weeks later you get Tech continuing the storyline, and then you get a couple of parts. They jump into Showcase to do a self-contained like Two-Face story with it, etc. But when they got to Night's End, then it was going from Batman to Tech to Legends to Robin to Catwoman. It was going all over the place. You were suddenly the regular 2 comics you were purchasing became so much more. And they wanted you to obviously get the other comics within the Bat family. But only certain amounts of people can do that, and budgets can be limiting. And when you're asking people to suddenly move from 2 comics to 6 different titles, it's a lot. It's a lot to ask. I don't think they quite appreciate that.
And that was when they weren't expensive,
and that's when they were cheaper. Yeah, that's when they were still 70 pence an issue.
So this is the first comic I bought after I was, of course, in prison, right? So Superman died while I was in prison. So I was having stuff sent to me. So this is the first comic I purchased when I got out. This is like that's why it's a terrible fucking comic book, but I love it. I fucking love it. For one, it's Frank Miller and Todd McFarlane, and you're like, how could that get fucked up? Read it. But it's beautiful. I mean, it's fun. It's got great art, and Batman fucking ends it by flinging his fucking batarang in Spawn's face. You could look at this is the first, and this was $3.95, and this was a prestige book, right? So comics were still light and normal and on pulp back then, and arguably still good.
Is that 64 pages?
No, this is like 48.
48.
48 pages. I doubt there's numbers on it, but I'm guessing 48. Yes. And
what was it? That was like 94.
94? Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was when I was going to Moondogs Comics here in Chicago, and I had no knowledge of when comic books came out. So I would just go on the weekend and never find anything because they had all been bought, and no one would tell me like when the books. I remember asking the guy like, when do they come out? And he's like, yeah, they just come in. So I had no idea what was going on. Yes.
Oh, what an asshole. What a fucking asshole.
And that was around 0 hour when that was happening. And I was trying to like get all the books. And I had no idea what was going on.
I will say in the early 90s, I don't think they were coming in on a set day. They were coming in on a Friday and I think a Tuesday or Wednesday. Correct me, because I didn't own a shop, but there was multiple distributors. So you used to be able to go down and to the distributor's warehouse and pick up your books and buy them and buy extra shit. It was fucking great.
Well, you had Comic Book Wednesdays, didn't you? I
got my shipment Tuesday night, and I had to stay up until like 5 a.m, putting everything away, and then do Wednesday with no sleep.
Yeah, in the UK we were Fridays because they had to ship from the States to the UK. So our new comic day in the UK was Friday, which was great because then I'd go across because I'd be working, but I'd then go across to the city 30 miles away on the Saturday and get my pull lists and hopefully some back issues.
Yeah, I would just go on the weekend to Ford City Mall, and there was a comic book shop in the connection under there. Ford City Mall used to be a military base, so the underground area is actually the old military base. So if ever there's like a tornado or something, that's where you would want to go because that stuff is like a bunker. So they had all these shops down there, and they had this comic book shop down there. So I would go down there and buy my comics. I got the Death of Superman stuff down there. Of course, everything major was sold out. So I would get what was left over, like what people didn't want. So the Death of Superman books, when they had the 4 Supermen come in, nobody wanted the covers where it was like it's the S shield, and then you open it up and it's the pinup. No one wanted those. So those are the versions that I have. And
everyone is a beautiful cyborg with the American flag ripped behind him, and the Eradicate. They had man, some of those covers are fucking epic.
Yeah, they
are. I had no idea what the hell was going on though, because I wasn't reading Superman, so I'm like, I don't know who any of these characters are. I don't know, like, why is Supergirl another kind of alien and not Kryptonian? Why is Lex Luthor young and like what the hell is going on? I had no idea, but I was just giving them my money. And then they closed the shops down. I think Moondogs like went out of business or something. And so all their shops got closed down. So I had nowhere to get comics for like 4 or 5 years. And then they started selling them at Walden Books in the mall. So I would go to the mall and buy them. And every time I would get into a book, they would stop carrying it. Every fucking time. Impulse, Young Justice.
How old are you guys?
Every time.
Old. We are fucking. I'm old.
Mauler's a whippersnake because he's young enough to be my son.
I'm long though.
You are long.
You're long, but not old. Yeah. Just the guy's not old.
What are you talking about? I'm almost 40. What are you? I'm old enough.
Almost 40 is not old yet. You're not old yet.
Almost.
I am the kid here, aren't I? Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm 21, of course.
Well, it's funny because the people I hang around with, I'm like, oh, I'm the old one out of you lot, you whippersnappers. Like, the frame.
And then those fogies come along.
Is there a podcast going on right now with 80-year-olds, just 4 80-year-olds, and then Gary can join it and be like the whippersnapper?
Yes.
I feel so young. This is great. Can I come back next
I remember when we
called me young man at the AM PM yesterday. I was like, it's been a long fucking time since somebody said that to me.
I remember picking up that Neil Adams and Denny O'Neil. And I'm like,
off the shelf. No, I'm not that. Well, I could have. Yes, I could have bought that off the rack when I was like 3. But
when I remember picking up Batman in the zebra costume, and those.
You know what? I read Simpsons comics when I was younger, so that counts as something, right? I picked up the Simpsons Futurama crossover. That was actually pretty good from what I remember. There you go. That's some cred.
Oh, you just cemented your legacy there, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Nikki D with a $5 says, is it safe to state that the real Loki died in IW? If so, I'm calling the current iteration cucky.
Okay, so allow me to answer that one. Yes, it's safe to say that because in my review, I told Aslan, I didn't tell him. I asked him, hey, if you got time, go watch the Avengers again. Just trust me, watch it, because I've watched it like 3 times in the last week. and it's the best Loki villain movie. Period. It's just the best one where he's just a villain, and you can Loki's always a little emo. I understand that, but they do the best job with him, Hulk, and arguably Black Widow. It's such a fucking great movie. It's so fucking tight. So watch it. And then you imagine Loki, is fighting Thor and doing all this shit. And 30 minutes later, body positivity time cop is knocking his ass out. Maybe 25 minutes later. Yeah, Loki.
Like I said, man, it not only would make more sense, but it would be cooler to have she hits the illusion and then he appears somewhere else. And he's just like, are you kidding? Or he's just confused. Like, what in the fuck did you just hit my illusion with? What even are you? And, they have to do something a lot more complex to catch him because he's fucking Loki. He's not.
So is that
guy
where he's from, though? He's supposed to be from the Avengers film?
Yes. So,
Yes.
Okay. So did you see Endgame, just some guy?
No, so I've only watched up to the first Avengers film because I have no interest in the MCU. So I'm following this based off of everybody else's information.
You're good. So in Endgame, there's a scene where they added a scene where they're taking in Loki after the events of Avengers, the 2012. And the other Avengers had to go back in time to get the Tesseract, blah, blah, blah. Well, the Tesseract gets dropped. Loki from Avengers 2012 picks up the Tesseract and disappears. So it creates a variant of himself. He ends up in the Mongolian Gobi Desert, where he immediately says, I am here with glory. And he doesn't speak the native language, which they absolutely contradict later in the series, that he's able to speak the native languages of wherever he goes because he's a fucking god and he's been around for thousands of years. But no, he can't speak the native language because they wanted to make him look dumb. And then these time cops show up, right, to get rid of the variant. And this, basically a lunch lady comes in dressed like a cop and knocks his fucking ass out in slow motion to where they show the mouth going blue, blue, blue in slow motion. It's a real funny scene. But this is the same guy who was fighting Thor 20 minutes ago, who Hulk smashed on the fucking ground and he survived, but he got his ass whooped by a human with no superpowers who was I call body positivity time cop because she's fat. She's a fat fucking time cop.
I like to call a diverse woman of size and color.
Black one? Is that she's the fat black one?
She's the flat black one.
Okay. So does he still have his powers when this is happening?
At that point, yeah.
Yeah. He's in the Gobi Desert. This is a guy that was shot multiple times at the beginning of Avengers and just shrugs off bullets like they're nothing.
Wow.
They added powers to him in Loki. He has really strong telekinesis now.
Yeah, he lifted a building by going.
And I was like, wait, he didn't have that before. I was like, when that would have been useful? Fucking Hulk. You just push him away.
Yeah.
He's got the power to cry.
No.
Oh, very good at that. Very good at that. He might be able to drown people. I'm not sure.
With those Loki tears. Yeah, you notice how in Loki, the cast is 5 people. It's female Loki, body positivity, time cop, girl boss. I won't bother remembering their names, and then subordinate Owen Wilson and fucking an inconsequential male Loki. That's the whole
baby Loki
of the time traveling romp that could have had infinite number of Lokis, infinite number of Tom Hiddlestons fighting each other, running through time. It should have been the ultimate in unreliable narrator. It should have been Inception, Memento meets fucking Marvel. I mean, it's Loki, and they made this linear show where people sit down and cry.
They did some nice trickery with the trailers when they made us think that there'd be an episode where he'd eventually corral other Lokis to become the boss Loki, and vote for Loki. You're like, oh, I wonder what's gonna happen with that. It's this random cameo guy
not
gets
even
killed.
Him. Not even him.
And it was the only time they used Tom Hiddleston as an alternate Loki.
Yes, because it was put in there as a dupe.
Yeah,
that's why. That's why they did the DB Cooper stuff. They did it as a dupe.
They filmed it during the whole Wufu thing, right? Because this is part of the reason there's nobody in the damn show is because they couldn't do it. They couldn't have people on set. Is that when they filmed it? Last year?
It was filmed before.
Before it?
I think they it up during, so that could explain a little bit of it, but
But wouldn't the easiest thing to do just be to have Tom Hiddleston play different versions of Loki if you were trying to keep a low budget because you just have to hire one guy?
But why do that when you can have a woman? But this isn't even Loki. This is Tom Hiddleston playing a female.
Yes,
because they are emotionally they are emotionally retarded. They keep crying at everything.
Retard.
So typical. They are retarded.
They are retarded. They
cry. No, they cry at everything. He assumes the role of a female, whereas the female Loki assumes the role of a male. They've just swapped.
You say this, but
characters around.
Ripley and Sarah Connor would tear apart this protagonist.
You're absolutely right. You know,
I got beaten up by 2 fucking train cops.
Yeah,
you need to leave him alone, as he needs his blankie.
I'm so happy that Mauler and just some guys are here together because they're very similar in their analysis of what they cover, right? So just some guy who's down here, somewhere over there, and your boy Zach talked about this a couple of years ago because I watch all your motherfucking videos. They talked about how in comic books the roles were shifted now. So we have the females playing the men and the men playing the women, essentially. And that's it's just bled into this show. So you haven't seen it, just some guy, but basically think of Doctor Who, but the female Loki is the doctor and Tom Hiddleston's Loki is the companion who's following the doctor around, asking questions, being annoying, being told to shut up, being told to sit down, apologizing for fucking things up. It is 2017 Marvel. That's what it is.
Wow.
He's a pet.
Well, I watched Az's videos about it. And there was this one episode where I guess it's like the second to last episode where they're getting ready to go into the end time or whatever. And they're walking towards the camera. And I'm just looking at it. And Az hadn't said anything yet. I'm just looking at him like, I bet he's going to stand behind her. and sure enough, he fucking stands he walks behind her, and I was like, watch him walk behind a woman. Like I could see that coming.
He was spooked, okay? And I wasn't joking about the fucking blankie thing. The frost giant got cold and gave himself a blankie.
Yes, he did. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, remember when? Well, back in the series.
Oh my god, you're right as well. Fuck.
There's a fucking a robot head gets cut off, right? The timekeepers, and Tom Hiddleston's character jumps like the fucking severed head. And yes, every opportunity. No, Mauler. Every single opportunity. I'm sure you've watched it too. To degrade the character, they do not pass it up. You're
talking about the scene where he ends up dying because he was busy professing his love
for himself.
Because that's something Loki does. Like, he's so big. I hate that.
2 days ago, he was destroying New York. He'd killed 80 people on his first day. Most of those will be military personnel with S.H.I.E.L.D. when he collapsed S.H.I.E.L.D. on top of itself or one of their bases. Goodness knows how many died in New York. I think it was ended up being a couple of thousand or 1,000 or something died from other movies that we watched. So he racked up a body count of around 1 to 1,500 people, let's say, over the course of his attack on Earth. 2 days later, he's fucking professing his love to a woman he's just met.
Well, as the direct comparison is when in episode 3, where he approaches the town that's in trouble and all these civilians are running around, and he goes, "They're going to let these people die." Who the fuck are you? Why do you care?
Yeah.
Remember when everybody was kneeling to you?
People, Loki.
You ripped a guy's eye out and you made everybody kneel to you 2 days ago?
Yes, he ripped his eye out and smiled as people ran in fear.
He's an insecure little boy and he just wants attention. That's why he did that.
So am I to understand that the female Loki, they're basically the same person, so he wants to fuck himself?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's not weird.
No,
that's not weird at all.
They kiss before the show ends.
They do.
Oh,
well, she kisses him because men can't instigate kisses on women anymore because that's grape. But a woman can sexually assault a man like Rose Tico did to.
You want to see what this hottie looks like? Let's see if I can pull up. I had a picture of her. just a second
You're going to
ago.
get the most Karenist of Karen images you can find.
She is basically a Karen. I mean,
Yeah.
it's basically Karen. It's a Loki Karen.
I love the way that every reveal in Marvel now is it's a woman. That's the reveal. Every show. It's a woman. Taskmaster. It's a
Well, that's like storytelling, right?
yeah. It's another woman.
Looks like they got the same camera angle that they hit Natalie Portman with in episode 3, where she looked like a fucking skeleton.
Yep.
Skeleton.
You don't remember
back to the TVA. I don't know what you're gonna do.
She looked like a fucking skeleton.
Can you have some sympathy, please? She died from unhappiness.
But this is the woman who, after knowing her for 30 minutes, he sits down and says, "You're amazing.
You are so amazing."
Amazing.
I got
You're
that up.
better Loki than me, basically.
In my video.
Are they going to replace Hiddleston with her?
She's turning my milk sour. Sorry.
Well, she is thousands of years older, so she came around before Hiddleston's Loki. Although she's still a variant, she is the key because she is the only female one. So she's the key to everything.
Of course.
She's the only female Loki. She self-taught herself magic at 6.
She taught him magic in a few seconds. she's amazing.
Well, she held his hand and he did stuff.
Yeah, she was like, it's within you, because you and me were the same, so you can do it too with Can Do.
Because he wasn't doing magic in the other 2 movies he was already
he wasn't
in.
doing any in this fucking show, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that for nothing. He was
God,
just sat
so
there fucking
embarrassing,
crying all fucking time.
And
I'm watching the Avengers and he's teleporting, he's using illusions, he's catching Hawkeye's fucking arrows, he's got bullets bouncing off him, he's kicking the shit out of Captain America, and this guy gets knocked out by 2 fucking porters on a train.
Were they women?
Might as well have been.
Oh, do you guys remember as well?
Probably identified as well.
We're going to end up repeating all this on Saturday. I hope you guys are ready for that. But, Wilson, when he comes back, I came back from the end of time, baby, and I have the stick now. And he's like, fuck you. He goes to use it, and he just gets immediately defeated and falls over. He's like, oh, no.
Oh. But she even says that what's even worse is she even says, you can't defeat me even with that. You can't. And then he goes, well, and then just he makes a lunge and she just kicks him. Yeah. And he's on the ground and goes, no, you're right. I am just a pathetic fucking male.
And there was
absolutely pathetic. Look at me on my back, wiggling my hand.
They alluded to there was something going on, this whole subplot that's going through the fucking show, which I don't give a fuck about. When she leaves in the final episode, I forgot she left and didn't come back. Until later, I'm like, oh,
which one?
Character walked right out of the show.
You talking about Romano?
I just call her Girl Boss. Girl Boss, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Girl Boss is going to go find the truth. She's still good, Mauler.
We worry about what they do to our actually liked characters, but they can't even keep track of their own. She says in that conversation, there is one person who controls free will. That is the people at the top, and it's good that they do that for the safety, whatever, bullshit. But then she says at the end, I'm going in search of free will.
Yes.
I was like, wait, but you just, what? Wait, what? That's the opposite of what you said you wanted to do.
But according to the whole show, if she was going in search of free will, that door would have taken her to Kang, where Loki and Sylvie were.
I'm assuming she's going to end up being a good guy in season 2, and she's going to team up.
I can't wait to watch somebody else's video about it. Because I sure as hell am out.
By the way,
you've taken so many hits for the team.
I have to. I'm punch drunk. I am fucking punch drunk on shit TV right now.
I just posted in our little chat. I feel like a photo that sums up Loki before and after, I guess, 2021 at this point. Because these 2 images, I put them right next to each other, they are separated by possibly a day. And one of them, to me, is Loki. The other one, not so much. But remember, I just want people to know, this is 24 hours separates these 2 images.
I bet no one who worked on this show bothered to watch the Avengers. They just wrote the damn episodes and they just know who the characters are. They didn't watch anything.
They were probably told how. Well, they did for Black Widow because they used the line, the whole line of when Loki is talking to Black Widow and talking about Ledger dripping red. Oh, it's in private chat. Okay, sorry.
Oh, I got it up there. All you got to do is share it.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. KKK, Ku Klux Klan. Oh my God. a day. There's a day between those two images. Maybe not. Maybe even less.
Maybe even less.
Maybe even less than a day between those two images of Loki.
The guy on the
He
left.
must be on this period.
The guy on the left is like, I'm gonna kill everyone and be the leader, and I'm gonna enjoy it. The guy on the right is like, oh man, it's hard being Loki.
I'm so sorry I have a penis.
Well, I said to Gary yesterday, I was speaking to Gary yesterday, I said, remember when Thanos saw himself get killed in the future?
Yeah.
And he said, destiny fulfilled. And he didn't blink an eyelid because according to him, it was destiny. That him getting the Infinity Gauntlet, snapping it, doesn't matter what happens to me, this is destiny. My fate is irrelevant. And then Loki sees himself get killed by Thanos and cries like a babby.
Yeah, well, it's just not. What we should have got is not only him saying it's a bunch of bullshit, this is all lies, but secondly, that all you've done is convince me that if anything, the world is trying to stop me from completing my plans.
Yeah,
and they're not going to be able to.
He'd be like, "Fuck this! I ain't going out like this." I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that I ain't fucking getting my neck snapped like that.
If you told 2012 Loki you're going to die defending Thor from world domination plans that you could have been a part of, he'd be like, "You're full of shit. There's no way I'm doing that."
Yeah, in Avengers, he's not even recognizing himself as Odin's son, which of course is at the end. He does call himself Odin's son.
He would be pissed off listening to himself do it at this point.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be that weak. I'm not going to be that weak character who was fucking amazing, who told Thanos he's never going to be a god to his face, what was fucking amazing.
Yeah,
and called himself Odin's son and was proud and looked in Thor's eyes when he said that, which was fucking amazing. He'd be like, "I ain't going to be that bitch." Dude, they got a fucking plan much worse for you. It's called Loki.
Yep.
And it's your own TV series.
But you're not the star.
And you'll be a bitch before the show's even begun.
Yep.
And
I will say one thing I like about the show is the look. I like that sort of 50s nostalgia look that they have for the TVA. That looks cool.
I feel like they specifically did that to get you to say that, and that's it. Like there's nothing else to it.
Abandon it. They abandon the aesthetic, the music, and everything that's charming in the first couple of episodes, including Owen Wilson. And you think you're going to watch a show with, at the very least, Owen Wilson and Tom Hiddleston playing off each other, and you don't. It diverges after the second episode, after they sit down and talk for the third time.
Episode, yeah,
and they figure out that she's hiding out in Doomsdays, and soon as she shows up, it becomes her show.
Yeah,
exclusively her show. It's a bait and switch. Probably the king of bait and switches as far as superhero shows go.
But we is it? I mean, the weird thing, I mean, I'm not trying to contradict you, but the thing is, every fucking one of us called it.
Oh yeah, no,
every fucking one of us, because it's so obvious now. You know, it'd be a shock if there was a straight white man having a fucking heterosexual relationship with a woman in a fucking film. Now that would be a shocker.
Well, they've done far, far worse in the comics, as you know, and just some guy, and you would know if you read the comics, but you haven't, Mauler, so you've saved a lot of time. But they've done all this shit already, and they're just doing it again. It's just reaching Hollywood because, thankfully, it's where trends go to die. We just got to sit through another year and a half of just abject garbage. And if we survive, this is why, as I pace myself and I don't review every fucking Batwoman episode.
I told you, I'm punch drunk, dude. I'm punch drunk. I'm in a spell now where I'm receiving treatment. I'm in a bariatric chamber every night at the moment.
Is that why you have to check out that Flash episode? Because no one needed you to do that. But you just like, I need something shitty to watch. I haven't seen any Batwomen. Let me go watch the Flash.
It's like a withdrawal, like a junkie.
Was
I
that
gotta watch some but I couldn't even make it through that episode. I couldn't even make it. When it got to the scene where the two kids are just sat there eating food, and Bart Allen's just making himself burp, and he's just going, and then he's just like, wait, I've got another one.
What is that? The one, the white
supremacist,
fucking Flash chasing him.
Yeah. That was I tried to watch that episode, and I made 40% of the way through, and I'm like, no, I'm done. I'm out. It was like watching diarrhea. It was just squirting out of somebody's ass, and it didn't make any sense, and it didn't form anything. It just dripped off the fucking back of the toilet. The writing, the act. Nobody could be bothered to act. Nobody gave a fuck about acting. Everyone's just fucking die. Okay, Iris, how you doing? I'm doing okay, thank you, Barry. Okay, we need to do it. Holy fucking shit. Nobody's interested anymore. The directing's all over the fucking place. The script was fucking trash. The special effects are from a PlayStation 2.
They did remind me of like little PC games you'd get from like school or something. We put them in the disc and it's just like, oh my God. But you forgive them because, it was made by one guy in an afternoon. But this stuff, you're like, damn. For a fact, by the way, that they gave some guy like an hour on a computer, and they were like, "You got to do it, and we'll pay you $50." And he hands it in, and they're like, "This is it." And you're like, "Yeah, that's yeah."
Did you think about putting any people? Do you think about putting any people in this city? No. I mean, but just some guy actually to kind of answer your question about why I watched it. I actually started to watch it because I thought there had to be an excuse for to be no people in Central City. So I thought it's got to be a plot point that the streets are empty and nobody's there at all. So I'm going to start watching it to find out, we're in a parallel universe and these whites Flash jizz are running after us and all the people have been eaten by Flash jizz or something. No, it was just like, couldn't be bothered to CGI any people in because too much work, Could even just put them standing there like.
So they filmed this during the lockdown, I'm assuming, and that's the reason why there were no people on the street is because they filmed it last year.
No, I mean the CGI's got no people on the street.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a lockdown.
That would be like expensive,
City.
Though,
Even just putting models sat on a bench or something. You just literally putting character models in, just nothing.
Just to be mean, Babylon 5 had CGI people in it. And those backgrounds weren't exactly the greatest backgrounds ever. And they were able to do it.
25 years ago.
Yeah.
And they're in space. So we'll give them the benefit of that. But oh god. This was like Flash series is just the lowest of low effort and nobody cares.
I thought the guy who plays the Flash, I thought he was pretty much tired of the show after like the second or third season.
I gave up after 2.5.
I watched one episode. I watched the pilot, and then I saw that they changed everyone to be black, and I quit. So, that was it. And then I saw what they did with Bart Allen, and like, no, that's not Bart Allen, so I'm not even going to give it my time. I know what Bart looks like.
Wally West as well. They did the whole... And that guy, by the way, in real life, the guy that played Wally West in The Flash, he wants to be known as Treekin.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then the kid from Shazam who played Freddy.
Yeah,
he's also a baby as well.
Oh no.
Yeah, and that came out right after that whole controversy over Luca and whether or not the film is gay. And he's like, "I'm bisexual." Like, dude, just timing. Just give it a month.
Yeah.
And so you can come out and be special because nobody cares about you. Just give it some time. Quit messing with this fucking director.
I'm a tree.
Tree.
Jeff,
Oh man.
back safely from space, everyone. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm glad
I'm
everything.
gonna chop the fucker down and burn him in my fight. Anyway, Truxenhausen with a $10 says, "Good news! Cobra Kai got an Emmy nod for best comedy. Do you believe that's the start of Hollywood not being woke anymore? P.S.
No.
Hawk got snubbed for best supporting actor. He's a fucking legend. Hawk's great.
Hawk was great. Fuck the Emmys. Fuck these awards. Once the awards go away, then I think then they might start waking up.
Yeah, I gotta recognize this one. Athenan with $100 super chat, man. Hail as Gary Mauler and an extra hail to just some guy. So happy to see you on the BBC. I've laughed. I've cried. I still have not seen Black Widow or Loki. Don't bother. And I don't think I'm missing anything. Remember our heroes. The new stuff is zeros. Dude, thank you. Athenan's just a fucking exceedingly generous person, man. Well, welcome to the machine, because that's all we're gonna get. That's all that's coming out. It's the Whammons. It's the Whammon show from here on in.
Whether or not you're a fan of what the MCU did up to this point, it's like you ain't getting that even anymore. None of that.
No.
Going down the toilet.
No, after watching the Avengers, which again I fucking love, and I mean, like 3 times in the last week. Especially, I mean, it's better now because there's just a bunch of shit. Everything has gone to shit, and it's not just generational. You know, like it sounded like "Get Off My Lawn." Our music was better. Blah blah blah. No, like this is shit. I am open to good new stuff, and we've gotten a couple of things here and there. Superman and Lois, nobody. You know, it's arguable. Like the Tomorrow War is popular because it just was kind of normal. I mean, it's not great, but it's popular because it was just kind of normal-ish, and it's surrounded by garbage. I don't think anybody gives that thing the time of day if it was 5 or 6 years ago. But now that we're in this just the worst era in the history of fucking Hollywood, when it should be its best, this should be when it's growing. It's got a bunch of money. It's going through a whole new paradigm shift of platform. And that's what's killing it. Every industry that has gone through the digital process has it's killed it. It's killed all its momentum. The only one that's going to make it is gaming.
I mean,
well, they don't try anything either. That's the problem, is that they're terrified to take a risk. Everybody wants to do like these franchises and shit.
They get appraisal as well. Like too many fucking audience. I am getting a bit old man on the lawn sort of thing, but just like so many audience members are still like just sucking that Disney. That just like such good content. The 3 shows being some of the greatest stuff. We're at the peak of the MCU. It's fantastic. I'm just like, guys, like seriously, we're never gonna be able to get anywhere if you keep saying that this is the good stuff.
Well, should have taken a break after Endgame.
Yep.
Like that's the point where you need a pause, because it ended on such a high. When you try to come back and keep the story going after that, it's just not gonna work. You need to give it 2 or 3 years.
3 years.
I mean, they used to do that with Star Wars. Like, you have to wait 2 or 3 years. That was driving me up a fucking wall.
Dude, pause
and they
the
weren't
money
even that
printing
great.
machine.
They were the prequels.
They ain't gonna pause the money printing machine. Come on.
No, but
they should keep rolling it.
They should have. That artistically, I know people laugh, but artistically,
I know.
That's what you should have done. You should have made you miss it, made you want it more, which gives it more exclusivity, which will mean more people will come and see your movie. But then you shit out fucking WandaVision, and it's a big makeup. It's stuck in Kevin Feige's head. There's article after article about Marvel's female problem. Marvel's got a female problem because Wonder Woman came out. When Wonder Woman came out, it got into Kevin Feige's head because one time DC beat him, and he's like, "Motherfucker."
Yeah, they fucked up. They were like, "Oh God, people like girls? Damn."
we just pretend that women are a thing. They are actually a thing. Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Oh, you know what? We wanted this the whole time.
Yep, Ike Perlmutter. It was Ike Perlmutter. By the way, Ike Perlmutter kept the MCU from being fucking woke. So everybody should thank Ike Perlmutter, that crazy eccentric wacko. I don't even know. The guy doesn't like having pictures taken of him. And he's a billionaire, but he owned a fucking toy. Yeah.
By the way, sorry, I was just gonna say for reference about, I'm not making this up. Like again, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Okay, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But Angry Joe gave Loki a 10 out of 10 as a show, and it's like the more people who give it 10 out of 10, it's just like, yeah, how the hell are you gonna? Why would they improve? They're like, you just told them what they did was perfect.
Yeah. I don't think Joe's angry anymore. Maybe he's not angry anymore. Maybe he's
chilled out.
Maybe he's chill Joe, and just everything is cool, and that's fine.
I like his video game takes for the most part. I don't always agree, but I like it. You know, his film and TV takes are all over the place to me. But we all have different tastes.
Well, that's the thing. I understand liking all three of those new shows. That's fine with me.
I kind of don't.
You know, people like Batwoman. I'm saying that. Well, the part that I don't get is the 10 out of 10. I'm just like, you don't even think it can be improved? You think it's perfect? Like, do you know what it takes to get a 10 out of 10 out of me? It's like, that is not easy.
10
I think that's just desperation for content.
Yeah.
Because I think that happens a lot of times where people get so used to being given nothing but shit that when they get something that's not complete shit, they're like, oh, it's the most awesome thing ever. No, it's still shit. It's just not as shitty as before. It doesn't smell as bad, but it's still bad. You know, I think that's what's happening.
Well, I think also, if you, I wouldn't want to accuse him of this, but praising the MCU is very lucrative for channels like Emergency Awesome and stuff. And if you go out there and just, repeat some Wikipedia and say, look up some Easter eggs, and people love that shit. People
say that about us. They're like, you do get that they actually don't care about the MCU. They're only saying they hate it for the money, like, because it's very lucrative to shit all over the MCU. So yeah, I know, right? It's way more lucrative, as far as I know, to be reaffirming positivity and like random people on the internet just being like, this show's so fucking good. When he cried, I was just such a fucking good show. You don't have to say anything. You just have to have emotions and expel them.
How many times did you hear in Falcon Winter Soldier, I can't believe Marvel went there, but they went there. And
they went there.
I heard like at least 10 people say that.
No, I couldn't believe they went there. I couldn't believe they went down the fucking massive racist route.
Yep.
Oh, you knew they were going to do that. You knew they were going to do that.
I know.
I was surprised Anthony Mackie went there, because in all of his interviews that I've seen with him, he seemed pretty based. So for him to like go into the whole woke bullshit, I'm like, dude, you seem kind of normal.
But then he drove a big truck of money up his driveway.
Well,
and said, do you want to be Captain America and our figurehead Stars and Stripes going forward? And he went, how racist do you want me to be? And they went, all the racist.
Like, we can joke, but I'm pretty sure that is what it's like. We make you Captain America now. Like, you've been second fiddle for a while. You can be the main dude. And it's like, all you have to do...
Captain America.
Well, no, of course he's not fucking Captain. There's no fucking... I'm calling him Falcon.
Right. Like, in his head, like when they call him on set, on the fucking call sheet, it says Falcon, and then they have to remember Captain America.
Especially if they have a cameo. If they have a cameo from Steve Rogers in anything, he will be called Captain America while he's like, Captain America.
They're calling Steve Rogers.
Well, that's the thing. So a lot of people don't even know Falcon's name. That's the problem. They've not...
Anthony Mackie.
No.
Here's the deal. For my generation, like, everybody knew fucking Falcon. Falcon had a toy. He had Amigo. Falcon had Amigo figure. He's always been around. Like, he's a legit fucking character that they took away and gave the black man, the white man's hand-me-downs. That's what they did. And I got to give credit to Englentine. I was watching one of his videos. He said giving him a slave name, which was he equated it to the slaves used to get their master's slave name, like Jackson and Johnson and stuff, and he equated it to that, which I'm like, whoa, that was kind of spot on though. That's exactly what it was. You're taking away the agency, whatever word they use for that very established character, which he was the second, third black character second black character in Marvel, I think, because Blade came in what 73. Falcon.
No, there was
Black Panther,
Luke Cage.
and I can't remember if Luke Cage came before Falcon or not. I thought Falcon came first.
Okay.
But yeah, there's Black Panther, there's Falcon, there's Luke Cage, and then there's Blade.
This was sent to me. This is from Marvel Entertainment themselves. A few days ago, just over a week ago, is Sylvie the superior Loki?
Well, I mean, yes, she's better than him in every way. So, unfortunately,
just even putting that question against your Tom Hiddleston 10-year Loki.
Well, see, so that's the thing. 2012 Loki would annihilate Sylvie. He would fucking kill her. It wouldn't even be hard.
Oh no, I can't go that dark. He would.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Are you forgetting last Friday? Like this quickly? All of a sudden, we're like, we're not going to go that dark. We're on your channel, huh? All right.
All right.
My channel now, Gary.
Because I seem to recall some pretty dark jokes being told. Would you like me to repeat them? We want to talk about
2012 Loki would grate the shit out of Sylvie. There you go.
Thank you. Don't hold back, you pussy.
Beat her and grate the shit out of her. And then he'd send her back to Asgard in tears.
You can blame that one on me, folks. I go.
But it's just this person's been in for 2 fucking seconds. They've not done anything. They've not proved themselves at anything. They've just been validated along the fucking way, had their back patted, had their fucking ego massaged, and Marvel go, are they the bestest like Loki ever?
Oh my God, Z's, yes, they are. She is so amazing. She's got teats and she taught herself magic.
No, she didn't have any teats, dude.
No, she does. Well, she's got little
raisinets.
That was exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say it.
Goobers, raisinets.
All the raisinets.
So sad.
I know.
And they're just sabotaging everything that they do. I'm kind of enjoying it though, because I want to see how fast it implodes with the MCU. Because it took some while, it took a while for it to happen in the comics. But I wonder how quickly it'll happen with the TV shows and the movies of how much the normies will get fed up with the bullshit.
Well, Falcon Winter Soldier, no one gave a fuck about that show. No one gave a fuck about that show.
But it was trending on Twitter. Twitter told me it was awesome.
That woman trends on Twitter.
because everybody likes it. Why are you being so racist? Yeah. Everybody likes it.
I'm a racist.
It was on Twitter. It was true because it was on Twitter. President Biden said so.
He said so. I imagine it'll start getting really bad after the Eternals, but the normies, all they need is one little shiny light to make them forget Luke Skywalker at the end of Mandalorian.
Oh my God.
So if Spider-Man comes out and it's a hit, they'll forget that this whole year was shit. It's already been shit. Like this is their worst year by far. And we've got worse to come. We got that amazing What If show, which is going to be what if we gender and race swap everybody. Oh, and then, oh, you should. Yeah. What's up, Daniel?
Yeah. No, you carry it.
Thank you.
It's just just 2 attempts. Last Friday night, Tights, you went hours without doing it. 2 attempts and you're on the fucking horn. Daniel with $100 super chat says the 5-year are amazing and responsible for maintaining my sanity. Consider this a medical bill payment. Want a wild flashback ride? Take a look at the 1979 Buck Rogers pilot opening.
Oh yeah,
it's just hot women in sexy catwalk poses for 3 minutes, making fuck eyes at the camera.
It is so fucking good.
Oh yeah.
It is a beautiful thing.
Do, 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 do.
Bow, 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 and there's all these women. I don't know what I'm watching, but I like it, and this is why it was very popular amongst the little boys back then.
Remember, we could all remember this because there was a time where marketing actually understood its product. Remember the marketing adage of sex sells.
Yes.
Yeah, all they've ever done is try to get around it so that it's still acceptable, but it's still, like the average fucking cheeseburger ad. It'll be like,
hey,
you look at it, you're like, wait a minute, that cheese, the way it's melting and moving around, something's happening here. Like,
junior ads where they just had supermodels.
Something was moving around in my fucking pants. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Those Carl's Jr. ads were like just hot women were eating those like disgustingly fucking huge burgers, and yeah, those days are long gone. Avengers, we had a barefoot Gwyneth Paltrow and a nice ass shot. Just a few minutes.
You were wiggling her behind, dude.
Black Widow in the opening, which
there was plenty of Scarlet Rump in this as well.
Oh yeah.
And there's plenty of muscular dudes for people to like the muscular dudes. They knew what was going on. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna go back to an old classic.
Mark Ruffalo's good.
Let's go to this dirty hall right here. Let's do this dirty hall. I want to take this opportunity to say hi to Mrs. Nerdrotic, who's driving down from San Francisco. I know she's listening to us. What's up, babe? Drive safe.
Man,
I'm just gonna go back to this dirty hall now. Just gonna play this dirty fucking slut.
Get my ass kicked for that one, dude.
Okay, we're not watching the Cannon and Ball show, by the way. Mainly because one of them's dead, but here we go. Oh, she's in the Amazon. She's middle of nowhere. Oh, take it, baby. Oh, you don't need it. Oh no, you don't need it. You don't need. Oh, you go. Oh, a t-shirt competition, baby. Put it in your mouth. Put it in your mouth. Oh, that's an advert. Right there.
That's one of those adverts where you're like, wait, what was the product again? A flake. What was she selling? I don't know. Oral sex? Was she selling oral sex?
I have no idea, but I want 10.
Was she selling?
Yeah, I just like the ad ends that it just goes insurance. Get it now. Like, what?
Insurance. Make sure you don't have an accident in the Amazon.
Printers.
LaserJet, HP LaserJet 310. What? What was the chocolate bar there for?
I was there.
Don't ask.
Don't ask.
Use that for later.
Yeah. Very inclusive as well.
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's sorry, we just had a filth break. Just a break for some filth. Angel Rin 89 with whoa. Man of War 665 Neighbor of the Beast with a $6.65 super chat. Just remember, my brothers, no FOMO equals no homo. No fear of missing out equals no homosexuals. This is why you collect 1 in 12s and not 1 in 6s, dude.
Yeah. Here.
It's not. You're not on the level yet to get that.
Here you go, Adams.
Your wife's not going to kill me.
He paid 100. So here I can make it muted.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know if this is going to get you.
I can cut a piece out if we get done.
Okay. So we've got Buck Rogers. He's flying off, and then does it get to the part where? Yeah. So here's.
They're not going to be interested in you.
Yeah. Sorry, Buck.
Just the men.
Bitty.
Bitty bitty buck.
Well, Tracy Torme spoke out recently. They're trying to shop sliders around again.
Oh.
And they said that they're trying to get in contact with as many members of the original cast as they can. See what the situation is with them. I hope if he's going to the original cast, he goes to Jerry as opposed to the guy that took over him for 6 episodes at the end. But he said, and this is a quote, "I promise you, he will never get woke."
Well, that's a promise he's about to fucking break. Because if you want the show to be produced in 2021, your ass is gonna have to be woke. So that shit, it's gonna be nothing but like transgender, quadriplegic black lesbians and babies, and it'll be written by Vida Ayala.
What universe have we gone to? No, you're back on your.
Oh my God, your boy Zach put up the best thumbnail the other day. From it shows you all the Vida Ayala and her friends. Did you guys see that picture?
I saw that.
After Erin Gray.
She's doing the whole Easy-E thing. Yes, he didn't actually die. He just became a woman who thinks that she's a they.
Oh, who? Sorry, who?
Easy-E. Easy-E.
Easy.
Okay, here, share this real quick. Hang on. Fuck, I'm retarded. I'm a retard. One moment, please. You can share these now.
This
is Marvel Comics, folks. There you go.
Yay.
Why does Vida Ayala look like a broke off Urkel?
Why are they flexing with their lunch lady arms? I don't understand it.
We fucked up the industry.
Yep.
Stacks of bologna trying to pretend that they've got muscle.
Oh man.
So the one on the far left, that's
diversity.
that's the Sana Amanat, who like didn't know shit about comics, but knew the Obama family and got a job in marketing, and then created Miss Marvel, and now puts Miss Marvel in everything, so she gets creator residuals on everything.
Hasn't this? I can't remember the name. The one in the fucking Doctor Who bath t-shirt. Haven't they just been cancelled?
Yeah, that's Leia Williams or
Leia Williams.
Discount Punky Brewster.
Punky fucking Brewster.
I told y'all I'm old. Shit.
Yeah,
all my references come from the fucking 80s. You've got Elf.
No, I just realized that Vida Ayala's got a Carol Danvers jacket on.
Oh,
well, you think it says Carol, but that's not the
Carl.
that.
Yes,
Carl.
Cunty Danvers.
Why would anybody like Captain Marvel?
No, it's ironic. It's she didn't know what she was putting on. She just needed something to cover up her boobs. That's all.
Yeah, that's your comic industry. I mean, forget Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, Gene Colan, fucking yeah.
You guys remember
who's the tall one in the back? I don't know who that is.
An editor. I forgot. Yeah. I forgot, and I want to forget.
This is you got fucking Vida Groucho fucking Oscar down at the bottom there. You got fucking Oscar the fucking Jesus. What the fuck is that thing? I have no idea. You got Sam.
Oh my god, this looks like that picture you remember from a few years ago when they took what was like Carl Manvers and She-Hulk all duded out. It's the same fucking picture, but for real.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it looks like. I just realized that. The only one missing is that other one. The one that has all the semen in the trash can. It's that one that's missing. But
yeah. Heather Antos.
The damsel who probably gets lots of people killed damseling.
Oh
yeah.
Zoe Quick.
I said gets people killed, not makes them kill themselves.
Makes them kill themselves. Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Oh,
It's just so difficult to remember who has a body count now and who doesn't. In these great circles of wonderful, diverse, inclusive people.
Well, that is one person who actually did manage to get herself canceled for doing that. Zoe Quinn basically got the guy killed, got him to kill himself, and then they were like, "All right, we're done with you. We're done." They canceled that book.
Remember that? Yeah, remember they announced a Batman book she was going to do.
Yeah, well, they gave that to Mariko Tamaki, so enjoy.
They've been giving everything to Mariko Tamaki for a while, pushing that fucking thing.
Stop the Asian hate.
Something's got to stick sometime, surely. They're an Eskimo. Oh no, Inuit. Sorry. They, them, lesbian. They're ticking so many boxes.
It's Etna mode. That's it.
Lesbicon. Are they like the other enemies of the Autobots?
Yeah.
Lesbicons.
The Lesbicons.
By your command.
It's a bunch of U-Hauls that turn into lesbians.
Just turns into a U-Haul. Oh my god, it's already got her luggage in the back as well. Fuck.
Someone should totally make that. Someone who's into modeling buy what's one of the Transformers that was a fucking van. It just turned that into a fucking U-Haul and you just say it's RC.
I would buy that Transformer.
Fucking A.
Now we've got Angel Rin 89 with a $20 super chat. First time catching this live. Won't stay long, but thanks. I'll say all four of you.
Yeah, you will.
That you do. Lifelong fan of comics and gaming. As a girl, it's really frustrating. Female characters used to be cool, but now they're just discount men. You're not wrong.
Yep.
You're not wrong.
If you want a good game, go and get Streets of Rage 4. They just did an update with the DLC, and I spent all night playing that, and it's fucking awesome.
Well, I mean, I love to use Lara Croft. I love to use Lara Croft because Lara Croft games were popular, not just because Lara had big tits, but yeah, she was sexy, absolutely. But her gamings were great. They were great action adventure games, platform games, puzzle games. There was something for everyone to fucking love. But you throw that at them when they talk about strong female gaming characters, and they reduce fucking Lara Croft down to a pair of fucking tits.
It's because they're listening to Anita Sarkeesian, the con artist.
Oh, the grifter.
What do you mean? She's a pure gamer. She knows this.
Yeah, with her brand new games that she just took the plastic off. You can still see the wrappings on some of them. I'm a gamer. Yeah, okay, get a GameFly account, bitch. Then you could do your fucking videos.
What's your favorite game? It's an Xbox.
She would ask, why can't Metroid crawl? She would ask that question.
No, she would say Metroid's called Metroid.
Don't you know that meme? Why can't Metroid crawl? Am I the only person who knows this one?
Yeah.
Oh my god! All right, history meme lesson for all of you. So they released. Any of you played Super Metroid?
Yes.
Oh, I almost out-boomed all of you. That would be great. I'd be like, I played an old game that none of you had. Okay, so Super Metroid. It got released on the Wii store, I think, at one point, or the Wii U store ages ago, and a lot of kids started playing it. Now, there's theories that newer generations are much more retarded when it comes to video games, and they need to be handheld through everything. Super Metroid's design, by the way, it's one of the best games that was ever made. It's like you're supposed to engage with it, pay attention to your environment, and you'll be rewarded with figuring things out. And a lot of people got confused because the way Metroid works is one of the first things you unlock is the ability to go into the little ball. When you unlock that, you can start getting into all kinds of crawl spaces and stuff. But before you unlock it, you'll find opportunities to go through those little holes, and you'll look at them and be like, I can't go through there. What the fuck? The game must be broken. If you know anything about Metroid, you're like, I come back here once I have the ball move. And a lot of kids are playing it, and they found this hole, and someone took a screenshot of that put it on the Wii store as like the community section, and asked, "Why can't Metroid crawl?"
Oh
I
my
think I
god!
showed that in like 2010 or something. I fucking couldn't stop laughing. Some little kid out there asked, "Why can't Metroid crawl?"
I got Metroid Curl. Excuse me?
What?
It's one of those things where you're just disappointed if it was like your son or something. You'd be like, "Can you?"
Disappointed in Kevin Sorbo kind of boy?
Disappointed.
Disappointed! Kevin, they're just stage directions. You're not meant to.
But yes, Sarkeesian would totally refer to the main characters by the franchise name. That is something I would enjoy listening to be honest.
My favorite female gay character is Metroid.
Why can't we see Halo's face?
I like MasterChef.
She did almost single-handedly ruin game developers. And they all just sort of fell in line with her nonsense.
No, they were complete complicit parties to it. They were going, come to our game studio, fuck it all up for us.
They definitely did that with Neil Druckmann, because he ruined the shit out of some stuff.
I think he slipped
with her.
He slipped to the Druckmann.
How would she even notice it was there?
Well, when I said I mean basically take her to his room. He sits in the chair and cries.
Oh, so he's Loki.
Yeah. And then she says, "I'm gonna go now," and
she's like, "Oh, my vagina's dry. Could you cry on it real quick?" Game of the year, my ass.
BioWare. They famously invited her along when it came to Anthem. Anthem, such a great game, so good they've given up on it. It's now completely defunct. No.
Has there been anything that she's worked on that wound up being popular?
No, because she's a fraud. So that's never gonna happen. I can't believe this, but we've already got a U-Haul transformer.
We do?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is incredible. I'm just gonna do a quick save on it. But this is ridiculous that it's been done already, and it's fucking great as well.
You guys are so amazing.
Yep, so like amazing.
Amazing.
Let's bring it up. I'm dripping. You're
dripping? Ooh.
Dripping.
Get one of these things right here. These are really good. These little fans. They're quiet.
I got one of those is in. Well, I got a bigger one of those, which is in my bedroom at the minute, at the end of my bed.
I've got one blowing right at me. I need more. I need 10.
A little remote that comes with it too. Really cool.
Well, I do have a page open on my computer at the moment on.
Is it porn?
Yeah, on big tits. Just pages of big tits, but that's not important right now. No. I've also got another tab open, which is
yay,
which is actually. Sorry, I fucked this up a little bit, folks. Which is actually portable AC units.
Oh. What does it get hot? Once a year there?
Yeah.
Once a years?
But, it kind of gets too hot.
Unacceptably hot.
When I went there, it was hot. In September, it was hot. And London was miserable. Like I wore shorts running around London.
What's that?
Oh, now we can really fuck up his channel.
Say anything at all. Comics aren't cool. Oh,
they suck. What they do now?
Who buys comics?
Let me. I can read them. Can I read some of his super chats here? Right side, thank you for the $3.99 super sticker. We appreciate it.
That's what that feels like.
And Casey Dimitrescu, thank you for the $1.49 super sticker.
What happened to you, Az? What are you doing? Abandoning us?
Go for a quick fact.
I saw a red button.
Saw the red button and it goes.
I saw a red X and I was like, I wonder what happens if I press this is. But it's like funny.
Drawn to it, you just go, oh, button.
No, it's like the sirens are calling you. And you
I was gonna say clitoris, but
there we go.
That is awesome.
God.
That is awesome.
U-Haul.
All you're gonna do is
have just split up.
A lesbicon now. We need to make it a lesbicon, so it needs to kind of have.
Yeah, it's a lesbican Decepticon. It's a lesbican.
Put Yeda Ayala's head on top of it. You're good. That's awesome.
That is fantastic, by the way. That was from John. John, thank you very much indeed, John. Oh my lordy McLord. I am sorry. I am just dripping with sweat.
Az got me this.
Ooh.
Yeah, he sent this to me. This is fucking awesome, man.
Are you because things are going real quick with the move? Are you like keeping Superman locked down then until the move?
No, I have to. I'm actually Superman is halfway put together.
Oh, okay.
Halfway put together. No, I had to. The guy gave me another week because if there's any damaged parts, I gotta send him back. So he's halfway put together in the garage. He should be done. The only thing that stopped me was my stupid Loki video, and once that's done, it'll be put together. Should be tomorrow.
God, why do you guys hate Loki so much? 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, guys. I mean, like, I don't know. It's like your boy Zach has like equally bad takes on films, but I mean, it's kind of funny, like he'll like see Star Trek Into Darkness and go, I kind of liked it. I think it's better than the original series. And you just go, Zach, comics, please. And it's fine. There's some of that stuff that's, I don't watch a bunch of Angry Joe. So, cause I'm not a video game guy, so I don't know. I don't want to be too hard on him, but 10 out of 10 sounds like a reach. I mean, even Charlie from Emergency Awesome was dialed back on it,
You'd think you always want to leave at least one point so that you have space to be like, yeah, you know what, this thing wasn't too much of a fan of this particular thing, or this could have been better. But not like just being like, no, it's perfect. Don't change a fucking thing. This
is the best show I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. It can't get any better. I have a body of work behind it to which draw upon comparisons, but no, this defeats everything I've ever seen in my life. 10 out of 10.
I would like to talk to him about Loki's character assassination. I don't know how you argue out of that.
Yeah.
Like, I think I told you guys, like, Sitch, who's another guy who runs like streams and stuff. He was like, no, it's fine because he watches all of the stuff that happened. That would change you as a person. But even he was like, the more the show went on, he was like, this isn't Loki, actually. Yeah, this is some other guy. And I was like, yeah, I don't know anybody who continues to watch that show and thinks that's Loki. Like, even the writers seem to be aware that they've flushed the old Loki. They've got their new Loki that they want for whatever.
Yeah. Somebody put up, I don't know if it was real, but they put up a picture of an action figure, a Marvel Legends action figure of Loki in his suit. And like, that's what it is now. It's Loki in a fucking suit walking around in
beige fucking
suit. And female Loki's in her costume. So that is her in power over him. Every time there's a male and a female on screen together, the female is in the position of power. She's either up higher or she has more knowledge. And he's always asking questions, or he's a subordinate. And the same goes for Owen Wilson's character, who literally gets kicked down at the end.
Yeah, and I find it infinitely fascinating that she's always she looks like a Loki type, with the outfits she has, right? She's looking all spruced up. Everything's looking great. With Loki, he spends the entire series in his drab, dirty, office suit sort of thing that's kind of damaged. And you're like, Well, I mean, of course he did. He's not like he can change his clothes, right? He's not like he can cast illusions or create things at will. And secondly, Loki's not the kind of character that likes to visually impress. He's not someone that wants to have extravagant horns and sort of clothing that's just pristine and representative of exactly how he wants to be seen. That's not really him.
No.
So I can see why he just stays in the shitty shirt throughout the whole series.
Yeah, totally.
This
Totally
is,
what you mean. Yeah. He's never been about posh or anything like that or style. And
this
the
is how many members of Shield soldiers it requires just to move him to his prison cell.
And he's allowing them to do this, by the way.
Yeah, this is all what he wants.
Letting them do this. Meanwhile, two fucking
they muscle him. Yeah, they muscle him through.
Just muscle him through, and he complains that he doesn't
leave me alone.
on him, and she has more guards on her than he has on him. And then they say, well, that's because she needs more and you don't. And he's like, you're right. I'm a fucking puss.
Do you remember he wants to be caught by the Avengers in was it Germany? I think I can't remember where exactly. And he's like, he walks out, he turns on his hyper like illusion for his suit. He shouts at the crowds and he's like, kneel before me. And then once Iron Man pops in, the illusion goes away and he's just smiling. So he's like, yeah, you got me, smiley face, wink, you got me. It's like, that's Loki, and it's just a shame.
It's a damn shame. And that scene with him and Black Widow was fucking good.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so much in there that made him a real villain, a real Loki. And I remember when I was watching Thor, we were talking about this the other night. I'm like, this is going to be the hardest movie Marvel does. Like fucking Thor, pulling off Thor. I don't know if it's going to work. I'll like it, but I doubt the normies are going to like it. And it's the way they approached it in that first movie, which made it very palatable for normies, making it kind of a sitcom in the middle. Worked. It fucking worked. And Chris Hemsworth, without his shirt on kind of worked too. I mean, sex appeal fucking does work. That's why they have the male characters fucking sexualized in every single one of the fucking movies.
That's not an issue for some reason.
It's not an issue.
It's only an issue for the women.
Well, it was for Chris Hemsworth because he's like, I want to put my shirt back on. He's tired of taking his shirt off.
Him to take it off.
It kind of sucks, by the way. I was just thinking about that scene with in Germany. You had Cap is the first one to fight him, referencing Hitler and being like, "You ain't gonna win. He didn't win either." And then they have their battle. And Cap is like partially exhausted by the time Iron Man gets there, who comes in with his speakers for AC/DC and just blasts Loki once, and then he's like, Cap, how you doing? Like, there's so much going on for the dynamics as well as just Loki being a sneaky little bastard, and it's like, I feel like that's just over now.
Yeah, when Cap starts fighting him, there's a quick look where Cap goes, oh shit, I'm probably not going to win this fight. And you just get it from a look.
Yeah.
Because they showed it to you. They didn't tell you. It's so fucking good. And
it's all being in character when he's like, kneel before me or something. He goes, not today. It just starts like keeps coming back. So that's Cap. He's never gonna stop.
Yep.
Yeah, but Loki's playing with him.
No, of course, yeah. He's not looking
Loki's
to win.
Not
He's
even
looking to
fighting
lose.
him full. He's playing with the guy. He's playing with him. He's putting his thing around and going, kneel before me. He's doing all the fucking bravado stuff. If he was fighting for real, woo. And even then, when they get back on the ship, Cap says, the guy packs a wallop. And he's not even trying. Taken out by two train conductors.
He's for me, man. Every way you can take Loki down, they did it.
Mm-hmm. Every single way. They didn't miss an opportunity in the show to fuck with him. And
it was lucky as hell that Iron Man got out. Like before whatever was, the fact that he's dead. I say that, I'm assuming you guys, I don't know if you know about this, but like I worry for both him and Steve with stuff like Falcon the Winter Soldier just shitting all over their legacies. Being
that's coming. See,
Yeah, it is.
Since Mauler, since you don't read the comics, you don't know about Riri Williams. Riri Williams is this black girl from Chicago whose father was killed in a robbery, and then several years later, her stepfather was killed in a drive-by. And her whole call to adventure is that she's black and she wants to be oppressed. I'm not joking. This was in the fucking comic book where at 8 years old, she went off on her teacher for not being racist.
Yeah.
This is the character they're bringing into the MCU. So they're going to have to find a way to bring Tony Stark back so that he can give her the seal of approval and say that she's better than him. Because there's no way they're not going to let that happen. They're going to find a way to do that so that they can make her.
They're doing the artwork.
Her teacher's like, you can do anything that you want to do and put your mind to, and she's like, no, I can't. I'm held back, and she's like, there's got to be something I can't do. So teacher's like, fine, you'll never be Tony Stark. How about that? And then she's like, ugh. I'll get you, bitch. I'll be better.
But she wanted her to say that. That was the whole thing. And she's like, you're supposed to tell me that I can't do it because I'm black. She's like, why would I do that? You can do whatever you want. And she's like, because you're racist. I'm not racist. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. You can be whatever you want to be. And she just sits there. And it's like the page is like half the page. This girl is just staring at her like she's retarded. And she's like, oh, fine. You can't be Tony Stark. Is like, gotcha. And then she decides that she wants to be Tony Stark and be better than him by stealing his armor and then rebuilding it. Because that's how you prove you're smarter than him.
Dude, they did that in Batwoman
origin as well. A villain's origin is that's how you make a villain.
And that was what Batwoman did. Episode 1, she stole Bruce's shit and then modified it all.
Yeah, that's basically what she does.
She stole Ruby Rose's shit.
Which is infinitely fucking funny. She has exactly the same story. It's just Ruby Rose is the one who gets pilfered this time.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
that was Bendis, right? Bendis wrote that.
Yep.
Bendis,
who has an adopted black daughter. So that's basically, this is his daughter. And then he went and did the same thing in DC Comics. He created Naomi, who's basically his daughter again.
They're not writing fucking stories anymore. Like,
No.
Tony Stark, man. Like that. There's a reason why he's so compelling. Because, by the way, he's so easy to hate for a lot of like crazier people on like Twitter and stuff, being that he's rich, first of all, right? But
roll out.
That's beautiful. But just the basic premise: you make a shit ton of money from designing weapons because you're a smart engineer, and then you start seeing the results, and then you're like, you know what, fuck this is really bad. Combined with the fact that you built your way out of being kidnapped and tortured for whatever, and you're just like, you want to see what happens next, and that's not even where the story ends. It's like, what happens next? Is it like he goes too far? How does he involve with other heroes trying to design the Avengers as a team? Meanwhile, like, easy comparison to Captain Marvel. What is his story again? It's like, well, so she wanted to be a pilot, right? Like, yeah, and she's like, and then an alien, unbeknownst to her, was training her. The alien. So there was a science space station, and she was going back and forth to there, and she was eventually going to show Captain Marvel that. Unfortunately, Yon-Rogg attacked the ship, and then she got blue goo sprayed on her. Now she's a Kree, and then she finds out she was actually human, and she's super powerful. It's like there's nothing in that. There's no. What's the compelling portion of that? What's the human part of that? I don't understand.
The human part is that she got spooged and didn't like it.
I find it so fucking fascinating as a comparison. Iron Man built his way out of the cave. Mm-hmm. Captain Marvel got literally splooged on by goo.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what the hell?
Tony Stark is like, I'm rich. I sell weapons. I'm a god of war. I don't care. I fuck who I want. I drink what I want. And then when he's at the arse end of his own missile and taken to the cave, suddenly he starts to realize the effect that it truly has, which is a consequence he's never even thought about before. Builds the suit, wants to defend the guy, but the guy goes and sacrifices himself because he wants to be with his family, which is already dead. Tony, and then Tony literally, when he gets back, spends the rest of his time trying to prevent Stark Industries from building weapons of mass destruction.
Even Pepper tries to stop him at first.
They all do.
Yeah, and you got like Jensen is his name, right? I think he's like incredibly important for the arc because he's talking to Tony like he's met him before, and Tony doesn't remember him because he doesn't care. And it's only through the back and forth, him having saved his life, working with him, when the people in the cave threatened to kill Jensen as a punishment for not getting the missiles ready. It's like if you watch Iron Man, it's like that's where he goes from kind of trying to find some fun in this and being, okay with it. He just goes straight face to like, I'm building this suit and I'm killing all of you. Like, this is happening. And that's what, when he dies and he says, make it all worth it. Make all of this fucking worth it. It's such a good story on its own. But like we're not getting characters anymore. We're getting these weird fucking storylines. Exactly. What the fuck is that?
We gotta get to the lesbians quick. We can't be bothered with this superhero nonsense. We gotta get to the lesbian stuff quickly.
Hey,
every woman there is a lesbian.
Quick shout out to Vince M on Twitter who said he's watching us right now with his grandma, with his Mima. Hello.
Sorry, Grandma.
Vince's grandma. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We got all the talk with tits and stuff. Well, tone it down, Gma. I'm sure she's heard the all before. So, yeah.
She's been there. She's done it all before, man.
Yeah. Do you guys remember in Captain Marvel? They gave her a power limiter, but it only worked as long as she believed it worked. What the fuck is that?
I haven't seen this film and it sounds so shit.
It's in my video. I kind of lose my head at that point because I just don't understand what the fuck they're trying to do. She talks to the great intelligence in her own brain, and she takes the limiter off her neck in that, and then it explodes in real life. It just falls off her neck because she no longer believes that it does anything. It's just, what the hell was the point?
Well, do you want to believe in something, Mauler? I'll give you something to believe in. This is Kate Bishop looking at America Chavez fly away with her lesbian girlfriend, and she says the immortal words of, I'm literally intrigued, in awe of both of them. If this is what it's like to date other women, then I applaud all the women dating women right now, because this is incredible. Motorcycle courtship, chase, check, missiles and explosions, yup. And now they're just flying together in the sky, heading to a giant heart. I swear, if they come back married, I'm going to be so jealous. Sigh. What? Always the bride's best archer, never the archer's bride.
Written by a straight woman, by the way.
What the fuck?
That was written by a straight woman.
Gabby Rivera is not.
No, that wasn't Gabby Rivera. That was the one with I think Kelly Thompson was on there with her.
Oh my god!
That was written by a straight woman, waxing poetic about not being the gay.
But not being the big gay. I had to go on Yellow Flash's channel and go through this shit. That isn't even a fucking. That isn't. How did that make it on a page?
That's a great question.
We just saw the picture of the editors. I should have answered your question right there.
Well, I was going to say, where was the fucking editor that went, okay, I see what you did, and it's dog shit.
Shit, yeah.
And you need to cut it into a third of this, and actually make sense. Now, fuck off.
They don't have editors at these companies anymore. They just, whatever they want to post, whatever they want to publish, they just do it. It gets out there. Nobody questions it. And then when it falls flat like this, they're like, well, you're just a bunch of bigots.
Yeah. Because I'm not wearing my I'm so fucking proud to be straight t-shirt on.
Yeah. Here's the situation they're in now. I'll try to streamline this so it doesn't bore the shit out of you. Diamond's gone, so the distributor, the comic distribution lanes are being fragmented, making it harder for the comic shops to get them. Comics aren't going anywhere but the comic shops. The comic shops are all pretty frustrated with Marvel and DC to the point where they have all now pretty much stopped relying on them which is, I mean, Marvel and DC carried, I would say, 2/3 of the comic shops in this country. So whether they can shift, I hope they can. Selling back issues is very expensive up front, but it can be very lucrative at the or you can try to sell manga, and it might work if you don't have a bookstore near you. That might actually work, but it's very difficult to sell manga. But it can be done. And they're relying on independent books. And honestly, these are the two better sellers in comic shops right now, right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. And one is because they fucking Keanu got involved, right? And this one is this is a decades old story that they decided to do, and fucking it's that's what's keeping them alive right now. And if Image wasn't so stupid and woke, they could probably take a good chunk of the market share right now, but they've lost it all to manga right now. That market share is not coming back, and that's why it's so important. Jeremy was talking about this in relation to parks, right? You know, Disney owns all the market share when it comes to parks, but Universal is encroaching on it, and market share isn't like dollars. It's not something you get back. Once you lose it, it's gone. It's something you can only have once. And manga and is taking over right now, and it's because all the kids are reading it, and then the party's over. So we just watch it die out from here on. And what's going to happen soon is they're just going to reprint old stories. The 4 comic shop owners I talked to said every time they reprint these old books, and even if they make them $3.99, just some guy, they'll reprint a book from the 1970s, make it $3.99, put the old ads in it, and it sells out.
Yeah. Because they're better books. I mean, they're books that people actually want to read. I had one of my friends, when Man of Steel came out, I went to see the movie that opening day, and he had gone with his family, and they were in a different theater. I didn't know they were there. So they're coming out. I can hear him talking about the film, and he's really obsessed with the anime Bleach, which is why I'm obsessed with it, is because of him. So he's going on and on about Feora. It's like Shunpo. She's moving like in Bleach. It's like Shunpo. It's Shunpo. And so I asked him, like, do you want to read the Superman comics? Because I know what they're based on. And this little 13-year-old boy looked at me. He really wanted to say a very particular thing. I was like, please. But he really wanted to say it. I'm like, okay. He has no interest. I had to talk him into reading Super Sons. He had zero interest in reading it. He reads manga. He watches anime. He'll watch the superhero films, but he won't read the comics. The ones that he will read are like older books, nothing current. Can't get him to do it. So that's an entire generation that you just squandered. None of his friends read American books. They read manga. So you lost them. You lost me, because all the stuff that I was reading, they were getting rid of. 2005, they got in DC, they went into the whole nostalgia thing. And so they got rid of all the 90s characters I grew up with, and then replaced them with the Silver Age characters they had replaced. So I was like, okay, you don't want my money. I'm going to give it to the Japanese people. Marvel Comics had a serious case of the fuck yous. Like, we'll print whatever we want. We know you're dumb enough to buy it. Well, we'll see about that. So now I'm reading that. So you have 2 whole generations that are just reading manga. That's where they go. You're not going to get them to come back unless you start making stories like that, and none of them want to do it. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to be able to fix the problem.
When are you gonna get stories like that? When you just see that picture that we saw, we ain't gonna get a fucking story close to it. Not even in the same fucking continent as it.
Well, that's because they hire people like Sana Amanat to run shit when they don't know what they're doing, and the people who do know what they're doing are too afraid to say anything because they don't want to be accused of being a bigot or whatever. So you have people, and that's the damnedest thing. You have people at Marvel who have been there since before I was born. And so they know that this is not working, and they're not saying anything. They're too afraid to open their mouths. So you're watching this shit just get stagnant.
What's Jim Lee's excuse then?
Jim Lee doesn't give a shit. Yeah, well, that's basically what it is.
He doesn't come across.
But he doesn't have to, because it doesn't matter whether the books do well. He's still going to get paid. He's not involved in that process on that level. It doesn't matter to him. I don't think like AT&T really cares that much about DC Comics beyond just the brand. That's it. That's as far as I think it's going. With Marvel, I think there's a little bit of them actually trying to make a point, because they've been doing this whole lifestyle brand nonsense. So I do think they're actually trying to poke at the fans and be like, we're changing this from what you like. But all you see that happens is all your YouTube videos get downvoted because nobody likes what the fuck you're doing. You're going to come out with the new Warriors. The damn thing was so bad that you wouldn't release it. And then with the Children of the Atom, you put the book out and then you let this dumbass write the same book 2 times in a fucking row, because that's exactly what happened. I haven't even reviewed the other issues. The first 2 issues are the same fucking book, and the second 2 issues are the same fucking book. Twice she did this, and you're just gonna let her turn this in and pretend that, oh, it's sold out. Yeah, because you printed 12 fucking issues. That's why it's sold out. You lying motherfuckers.
And you know what? It's hard to be passionate about shitty stories. And so what I mean by that is the people who actually claim to like them, right? People who thought Captain Marvel was great, they ain't talking about that in 5 years from now. No way. And if you ask them, what happened in this film that you gave 10 out of 10? They'd be like, oh, because she came to Earth. She was it was like a fish out of water story, and you really you sort of root for her because it was like a buddy cop with Samuel Jackson. It was really...
the reviews were hilarious about that because they were sitting there saying, yeah, the movie's not that good, but it's like 4 stars. What the fuck are you talking about?
Tomatoes, the Rotten Tomatoes that were positive, and they were like at best saying it was an average movie. And I don't know, the theaters that were only a quarter full, but we're called conspiracy theorists over that.
So the theaters which were sold out, which were empty.
Nobody's gonna rewatch that film ever. No. Nobody cares.
Nobody's gonna rewatch Black Widow. Nobody's gonna go back and
yeah.
And the C Plus series.
How many times have you seen Avengers now?
In the last 3 times in the last week.
Yeah, but I mean, just in general, how many?
10 times, 12 times, maybe.
And that's the thing. We run shows based on like our recall. Like that's one of the reasons why people like listening to us, because we have all this media recall and references. We could be like, oh yeah, I fucking loved that particular thing of that particular time, that episode. People in the audience be like, holy shit, yeah, they do like that. There's no way you just pick that out randomly. But the people who are like 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, a week later, they're like, oh, Loki, yeah, the show where he like time travels with Owen Wilson on crazy adventures. It's so much fun. It's like that wasn't what the show was. It's like, well, I mean, some of it.
No, because they're reading the synopsis from whichever tweet or thing that they're pretending to like, because they're not into it. So they're just contrarian. That's all they are. They're just being contrarian. We'll see. Who talks about Captain Marvel's what? How much did that do at the box office? Over $1 billion.
Over a billion, yeah.
No, it's not even referenced. It's not part of any sort of culture. It's not used upon in any way, shape, or form as a way of an additional, I don't know, add-on. I don't know. There's much better words to the MCU. It was sandwiched between the 2 biggest movies in MCU history, and that's why it did well, because people thought it was going to have some connection to Infinity War because of the ending of Infinity War, but no, they just.
It introduced the Skrulls and the fucking Kree, which are massively huge in the Marvel universe, and they're not going to bring them up again.
Dude, it made the Skrulls look like fucking morons too. Do you remember everything? I'm forgetting his name. The leader of the Skrulls, played by Mendelsohn. Ben Mendelsohn played him. I forget his name, but you find out his goal was to save his family when everything up to that point he does in the movie is only getting them killed. Like, because he keeps like scaring and Remember Captain Marvel blows up his ship at the beginning? That was the last ship he had. It had all of the remaining members of his species. He doesn't give a fuck. The next time he sees her, he's sipping from the like McDonald's cup, and he's like, "Hey."
So she murdered his people?
Well, so he captured her, and they do this thing where they want to try and give you like a flip of the story. He's like doing, quote unquote torturous things. You're like, what's happening here? And it gets recontextualized later in the film where he's like, no, I wasn't doing that. I was just trying to access your memories because you have the memory of the thing that gets me to my family. It was never about it was never vicious. But if you watch the scene, she like grabs him. She's like, what are you doing to me? And he's like, oh, aren't you like a little scared? But he's like, you don't understand what's happening. Instead of just going, please, I need your help. My family's dying. Like, I need your help. That's all he had to say. And she blows up the whole ship, and he doesn't even give a shit. Remember, it's a huge ship as well. It blows up right in Earth's atmosphere, and nobody comments on anything. There's debris falling everywhere from this alien ship. But no, the first contact we had with aliens was Thor, according to Avengers 2012. Which, oh well, I guess you're wrong, Joss. You missed Captain Marvel in '95. I'm not frustrated at all.
No.
It's just a shit show. It's unbelievable. It's such a shit show. The thing that I like about that, though, is that if you can tell when a film has had some impact, even if it's negative, because people reference parts of it. People didn't like, Batman versus Superman. They're like, why are you using that name? Why did you say Martha? Everybody knows what that's from, right? You've got the Thanos snap. What do you have from Captain Marvel? You have Mauler's reference of calling her Plank. That's what everyone knows because nobody else pays attention to this fucking movie.
I can guarantee I'll be calling her Plank in the second movie she makes, whatever it's called. The Marvels, I'm guessing.
As someone who's never seen the film, the only kind of reference I know from Captain Marvel is when the deleted scene where she steals the guy's bike and breaks his wrist or whatever.
Yeah,
well,
everyone's
people defended that
for doing it.
People defended that as righteous for their hero to do. It's fucking disappointed, man.
It destroyed Nick Fury's character. They named the Avengers after a test pilot's plane. Now, if you're a comic book fan, Annette Bening being Marvel was the greatest atrocity in the history of the MCU. Nick Fury lost his eye to a little kitty cat. And no, there's more. Oh, Ronan the Accuser looks like a bitch at the end of the fucking movie, which is
Winter Soldier got shat on by Captain Marvel. Winter Soldier, like he's like, the last time I trusted a person, I lost an eye, and you're like, oh man, there's a story there. It was a cat. It's a fucking cat.
You trusted a kitty cat, and it took your eye out.
And you know what? They did it again with Black Widow, where they take something that's kind of intense from a movie, like your ledger is dripping red, and then they have a character go, your ledger is dripping red. I'm so proud of you.
God, that fuck. Did you notice there was two similar things from Loki and Black Widow? In Black Widow, when they're in the helicopter that the two ladies decided to take to go free the Red Guardian, then they said, well, you got to go to St. Petersburg. And they're like, we don't know if we have enough gas. And they listened to the guy who didn't fly the helicopter or take it out there. He goes, oh, we got enough gas. So they can blame it on him. So in Loki, when he saves her butt, when she somehow magically, without her powers, beats the shit out of all the guards that he couldn't beat the shit out of, and then he takes the temp pad and they blip to Lamentus or whatever the fuck it was, she blames him. She calls him an idiot. She calls him stupid, although she's the one who fucking programmed the temp pad. So they found a way to blame the guy when he didn't really fucking do anything in both scenes. And I'm like, God damn, they're trying at this point. They are not missing an opportunity to elevate the women and degrade the men. And they're coming out and saying it. So it makes me much more comfortable talking about it now when they say, well, we're not going to put Tony Stark in something because we don't want him to take away from, Scarlett Johansson.
Why you wouldn't want an actual interesting character in the film.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, they said, with Black Widow, we didn't put the Tony Stark scene in because we didn't want the boys. I mean, I think you referred to them as the boys to be there. But the whole point of the film was about reconnecting with family.
It's funny that Kevin Feige said the boys in reference to the Avengers when there's lots, that's what he meant. It wasn't that there was, because he says in the thing, it's like, we wouldn't want any other Avengers supporting it when it's their own movie. We don't want the boys there. And it's like, Kevin, there's a lot of girls in your Avengers team now. You know that, right? I don't know if you forgot. Remember the Whammon scene? Like, you did a whole Whammon scene.
We had it with WandaVision as well, where they said we didn't put Doctor Strange in WandaVision because we didn't want a white man telling our character what to do.
Well,
but he's the sorcerer fucking supreme.
No, she's stronger than he is.
He's not as good as her. It was said in the last episode. Yeah. You are just arbitrarily now more powerful than a sorcerer supreme.
There was no need for them to say that, but they had to say it. They got to get it out. To be honest with you, I can't wait to watch Doctor Strange fucking cut her in half if he was allowed to. Just go boop, she's dead. It wouldn't even be hard, but
Oh, guys complain about my volume in chat. It's Streamlabs. There's now I can do about it. So you might as well just start complaining. There's nothing I can do. This is Streamlabs. This is what Streamlabs does. I'm sorry. You can still hear me. If it's too low, crank up.
You can just blame it on the heat.
You might be able to access the power options for your microphone on Windows, and it's usually not.
I've been looking into them and everything. It's just it's Streamlabs.
Hang on.
StreamYard, I should say, not Streamlabs. StreamYard.
So Marvel Phase 1 is now absolutely pointless. Going after Thanos, for one, all they had to do was sit Loki down, and he would have been crying in 10 minutes. So,
do you remember how many times Thor appeals to him before he eventually starts kind of in Ragnarok coming across? Like, that's a whole payoff in Avengers. He's like, we can stop this together. And Loki has a little hesitation, and then he stabs Thor. Stabs him. It's his brother. Like, how do you think that is the guy who's about to turn if he looks at a video of his like failures? What are you doing?
Yeah, stabs him on the top of the tower when Thor reasons with him at least, maybe even more, but at least 3 times in Avengers.
Yeah, and what we get is in Thor 2, he's like angry at Loki because of the results of him having been evil, and then Ragnarok, Thor's like, I give up. You do you. You know, we've separated at this point. It's like, I can't keep trying, and you can't keep backstabbing. Enough. And Loki's like, huh. You know, because it's not fun for him if Thor just gives up. And of course, Thor actually gets the backstab on Loki then he puts the electrical device on him.
Yeah.
When he does an illusion. My point is just that there is an arc going on. They're trying to do it slowly. Yep. Why Loki turns? They do it in an instant in the show because they want to get hero Loki, but dare I say good guy Loki? It's like whatever the fuck he is in that show.
Yeah, but you got to build to that. This is it. This is the whole thing that Marvel did. They built to all of their little stories. They built from, to Tony Stark's redemption. They built from Loki's redemption. A hero's redemption, a villain's redemption. They built all the little, nuanced pieces with their main characters. Thor, the development of Thor, how he came around, everything. And it took time. And it took how many movies? 22 movies in total to tell, whatever story they wanted to tell. Now they're just rushing. They're doing the DC thing now. They're just like, no, these characters got to be established immediately. Just immediately. So Sylvie comes along, she does nothing, and she's the best thing ever. Falcon turns into a completely different fucking character.
Yep.
Because he now needs to be a fucking victim in his own show. So they do everything that they can to turn him into a victim. They have him turn on Steve in that as well, and he fucking has a go at Steve. Steve didn't know what he was doing when he was giving the shield to a black man. Oh, go fuck yourself.
Fuck.
Guys, don't forget. Steve also forgot about Sharon Carter. They're explicit. He just forgot about her.
Just forgot.
And she suffers quite significantly, right? Because I find her frustrating as hell in the show, but it still bugs the hell out of me that they were like, yeah, for 5 years, Steve just didn't contact or care about Sharon Carter.
Yep.
Just like, oh, the girl that he was like falling for partially in Civil War that you guys just like ignored. This is the thing. It's on the Russos as well. They forgot the character. They didn't do anything with her. It's like, why? You introduce her in Winter Soldier, develop, and then you push her forward in Civil War, and then you're like, too busy for you by in Infinity War Endgame, and now this show is like, well, she's a villain now because you abandoned her. It's like, what the fuck?
She's a villain because a man scorned her.
Well, so that's the thing. A lot of people were like, don't you think she was out of character? It's like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Maybe she's got mind control stuff, or maybe she's a Skrull. Like, who knows?
They dropped it, though, didn't they? They dropped it because they were going to do the Peggy Carter ending.
Oh, no, of course. You could tell that was in post. They were like, what are we doing with Cap? And they were like, well, if we do Peggy, like, I guess we have to drop everything with Sharon. Sharon's out.
There's a very good chance she's a Skrull. They're dropping hints on stuff I figured out at the end of Loki. They're dropping hints of stuff that nobody's going to fucking catch. I think they're getting a little too happy with themselves. But they're dropping hints for the Armor Wars, for Secret Invasion. And like, unless you read the comics, just some guy just brought this up. That's another way to degrade Tony Stark is the Armor Wars, which is supposed to be his tech going in the wrong hands, but he's not around, and it's going to be Don Cheadle. So we're going to be going through Tony Stark's records and find out he made a mistake or dirty dealed somewhere. And this is one of the repercussions, and he's not dead or there to defend himself. It's going to be terrible what they're going to do to these characters.
But we had Don Cheadle at the beginning of Falcon saying, hey, Anthony Mackie, do you fancy just being a bit racist for a few episodes? It's like, yeah, cool, man.
Yeah.
Let's look at the shield that I gave up. I'm
Talking
going to have
about
a penny
the
tantrum too when it gets given to someone else.
talking about the expediency, it's like phase 1 and 2. That was just Iron Man, Thor, and Cap, and then a bit of Hulk. Like phase 1 and 2. Phase 4, we've already got a cavalcade of new characters. It's insane. And loads of our old characters are getting pushed around and
it's
changed.
a cavalcade of failed books. They're all from failed books.
You'll see what they want is they want the diversity. That's what it is. They want the diversity so that they can stop being accused of being bigots. And what they're not understanding is that it's the same thing with the comics. You can't just put Miles Morales in a Spider-Man suit and call him Spider-Man. He's not Spider-Man. That's not how that works. Y'all spent 10 years building up all these characters. You can't just arbitrarily replace them and think everybody's going to go along with it. You got to take the same amount of time. And if you're giving them somebody else's name, it's not going to work in your favor. It's just not. And I don't know why they think it will. It's obviously not going to work. That's not how it has ever worked in film. People still think Sean Connery is James Bond. How many other people have played James Bond? There's one James Bond. That's how that fucking works. So this is the dumbest thing to do. And then to try to rush it, where you're not even planning it out like you were before. You're just trying to cram it through. It's just, it's going to implode.
And the way that they have to do it is by pulling everything down to their level, because these aren't characters which have been elevated. They haven't been elevated by their source material. They haven't been elevated by the writers who have got hold of them. So now we're seeing the desecration of Loki, of Doctor Strange, of Steve Rogers, of Tony Stark, and they're being dragged down and pulled down, so that the characters that they're bringing in at the base level, because they can't get any higher, are then just going to get told we're better than them. And I think it was a Young Ripper. I saw somebody mention Young Ripper in the chat. I think it was a Young Ripper video where he was. I think it was Young Ripper that said anyway. If it's someone else, to apologize. Where he says, "You say Spider-Man, everyone says Peter Parker. Even when you're referring to the other tokenized Spider-Man, people just say Miles Morales.
Yep.
They don't refer to him as Spider-Man because he's not Spider-Man.
If you have to keep telling someone that that's their name, it's not their name. This is like that shit with the X-23 where they were flipping out a couple, like last week or so. It's like, this is Wolverine. No, if you have to keep telling me her name is Wolverine, she's not Wolverine. You shouldn't have to tell me that. I should just look at the character and know. So no, that's not her name.
Even having Wolverine there going, you goddamn right.
Yeah, you had some writer, write that nonsense. Nobody buys that bullshit.
No, it's pathetic. What's wrong with X20? I mean, what is wrong with X23 as an entity? Why don't you think it's strong enough?
They want that character to be more popular than Wolverine, and it's never going to happen.
Yeah, and they think
Wolverine is the only X-Men who could sustain his own fucking comic book. They base the entire damn movies off of him. Because he's the most interesting character in the entire lot. My favorite X-Men is Nightcrawler. You cannot make a Nightcrawler book. You can try. It's not going to go. Cy Spurrier is trying very hard with the way of X-Men. It's still not working that well. Like it's just not. He's not that interesting of a character by himself. Wolverine has that built in. X-23 is literally a clone of Wolverine, but without all of his problems. That's it. So there's nothing interesting about her. Oh, I was just made this way, but I don't have this like jacked up memory where I'm going around hurting everyone that I care about, having people come in and kill everyone I love. That's not happening. I'm just selling myself on the street and then cutting myself when I'm bored. That's it. Like compared to the actual character, you're not interesting. He has a life. He has a journey. When you find out his past, it's like, oh God. And then when you don't know whether or not that's true, whether it's just another implanted memory, that is very powerful that he can't trust what he remembers and he doesn't know what he is. Is he a man? He's been turned into this feral creature? Is that what he's really like? Is he really like Sabretooth? Or is he something else? He doesn't know. That makes him interesting. X-23 is I'm a clone, and I got a knife that comes out my toes.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
This is what it is with everyone. These characters have history. All the characters they're trying to change have history. Tony Stark has history. Bruce Banner has history. Bruce Wayne has history. Clark Kent has history. These have got decades, nearly 100 fucking years of history, some of them behind them, over 80 something years. And the people who are coming in now are thinking, oh, you know, Ta-Nehisi Coates, I can just transplant my own personal selfish ideology, and this is what this character is going to be. The writers who have come into Marvel, I'm going to push my own personal selfish ideology onto this character to try and make it more powerful because, I don't know, I see myself in them, or whatever fucking bullshit these absolutely insecure cunt waffles are thinking today, because they have no love for the characters that they're touching. They have no respect for the franchises that they're touching. These are some of the most selfish, disgusting retards I've ever fucking had the unfortunate nature. This industry, the whole comic industry, is one of the fucked up most industries I've ever fucking seen in my life. For just fucking stabbing a person in the back, doing someone over, trying to get yourself over at the cost of other people. It's fucking unreal. And we're the customers, and we're the ones who are just wanting some fucking product out of it. I don't give two fucks for your ideology, and I don't expect anyone, if I was writing a comic, to give two fucks about my ideology. As a comic book writer, I would be thinking to myself, right, I've got to now take the history of this comic. I got to take the history of this character. I want to put, a little bit of my own spin on it, but I can't do it to the degree that's going to break the character. And that's what they're doing. They are breaking them all because they want fucking toe fucking nails to come out of X-23 and it to be called Wolverine. They want a fucking 15-year-old black girl to be Iron Man and have the respect and the history and all that of Iron Man. No, it's never gonna fucking happen. Never. And you can race change and fucking sexuality change and gender change. You can swap whatever you fucking want. You will never, ever, ever change the history of that fucking character. Ever. It's cast iron. It's written. It's done. And your fucking superficial changes won't mean shit. And when it all comes tumbling down, and it's very, very close to tumbling down now, and maybe something will rise from the ashes, and maybe something will rise from the ashes from people who actually give two shits about the source materials again.
Well, they
Everything
stopped
that you've done will be gone.
They stopped that because Sean Gordon Murphy did that. And they went and they traded his ass like fucking Gandalf fighting the Balrog. As soon as they fell, they whip up there and snatched his ass right down. He bowed as quick as he possibly fucking could. And they killed everything that he was doing dead. The man is not even doing the Batman books anymore. He's done. Killed it dead because he was successful and they weren't. And they had been after him for years because he would not play their fucking game. He kept himself separated from the rest of them. He would not get into their shit. And the moment that they found a way to get at him, they got at him, and he bent the knee once, twice, 3 times. You have Magnum Passaggio claiming that he's trying to hit up. Bitch, you ain't even a woman. What the fuck are you talking about? He has a wife. He has an actual woman he loves, who he married. He is not hitting you up, asking you for favors or wanting to talk to you. He has someone to do that. But you're jealous that he has a Batman book that people like and your enemies like. So y'all go and y'all collude to destroy this man right when he gets his nice little appeal. And then y'all manage to do it, and now he's done. He's doing his indie book, and that's it. He's not doing anything else with the DC stuff. I haven't heard anything about anything else coming out of that Murphyverse stuff. It's done.
I don't think it's done.
Oh, yeah.
But the whole Mags thing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
The whole Mags thing is now. I mean, we come at things from a different angle. I don't know. Some can say, whatever you want to put it at. But when you see someone like Scott Snyder fucking rolling on his back like a puppy to somebody like Heather Antos.
Yeah,
that was unreal. Have turned around and gone, bitch, shut your fucking mouth. When she comes at him after hey, Scott, you got to fucking come out. You got to come out and you got to say your people. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
While he's
Where are
trying to
your
take care of
numbers?
his kids too. That's
he's
the
on
part.
holiday trying to take care of his kids, wife, 2 kids.
Why aren't you talking about? Why aren't you defending my honor on Twitter? Because I have shit to do. I don't have to deal with you. I'm married to you. Who are you?
Who
I don't know
the fuck are
you. They don't even work in the same fucking company. Why are you concerned about her?
And now, and that hasn't saved him because he rolled over. And what they've been doing for the last, few weeks now, they're going after him again.
Yep. Well, who's left? Who's left?
No,
they've run off everybody else.
Virtually nobody.
Else? There's no other big name that they could take down. I mean, Tom King self-deleted because he went after Jay Lee, so that was his own fault.
Yeah. Jim Lee went.
Mm-hmm.
And he got fucking bitch slap right into fucking tomorrow.
There's no other big names that they can really go after to
on the
destroy.
writing front. No, I mean, they keep going after J. Scott Campbell. J. Scott Campbell did this stupidity that he did. Scott Snyder, he cucked. Sean Gordon Murphy's out of it for now.
There would be they got Ellis.
James Tinney the fourth is bisexual every 2 weeks.
Sweet.
They got rid of Ellis, so you don't have to worry about him either.
Yeah. Ellis is gone. They got rid of his ass. Who else?
There's Hickman, but Hickman's kind of hiding. So after they took over his X-Men run and just ran his ass out, I mean that's just brilliant. I love that.
That's where you get a picture that we got that you just showed. That's when we get a picture like that.
I want to be in Jordan White's head for just 2 minutes to find out why he thought you have a top-selling book. The X-Men have been in #1 for the first time in like a decade, and you're gonna let Tini Howard and Leah Williams come in and just fuck it up. Just because somebody said on Twitter that you didn't have any women in your team, now you didn't hire these 2 people and put them on books that had nothing to do with the story that this man was telling. And now y'all done just taken over the whole fucking line and ran him off the book.
Or take Dan Jurgens and put Bendis on.
Bendis.
Take Jurgens, put him back on Superman where he fucking belongs, where he knows the character inside out, up, down, left, right. Who can fucking write Superman better in a fucking sleep than Vida Ayala could do if they clone themselves a million fucking times. This guy had everything, and he put Superman back on the map in Rebirth massively. And then they went, Bendis is coming to fuck everything up.
That's DC. We actually like Rebirth. Convergence and Rebirth was a great idea. It was a great idea. It's like, hey, let's bring back some of the shit we like. Let's make these characters back the way they were as much as we can after that garbage New 52, and it was working. So of course DC has to fuck it up. They are, that's Dan Didio, now he's gone, and now they really suck. So,
but they're doing his idea. So they did this shit with the future state.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, it was such a success. Okay, well, any event that's done like the way that they did it, where there's nothing else competing with
the
it.
books.
Right. It's like, obviously he's going to do well.
Yeah. You stop the other books from coming out.
Right. Like, come on.
These books were just selling.
Yeah,
but you stopped the other ones.
But they
were going to buy. So what do you expect them to fucking buy?
You stopped the other ones. It doesn't matter because they were selling. You see, we fixed the glitch. We fixed the glitch. So
if we just stop giving them what they want and then start selling what we want to sell them, they're going to just have
the
to
only
buy
thing.
it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is 4D chess, folks. We never even thought about this before.
Fucking, they're dumb. And so now they're being outsold by a 25 to 30-year-old turtle story and a book that doesn't even know how to spell the word berserk.
That's because
they can hide behind the numbers too. That's the other thing, is that you don't have any accurate numbers anymore.
No.
So you have no idea what they're actually shipping.
Comic-Con, because Diamond. I noticed that. I went to the numbers and I'm like, oh, there's no numbers anymore. They
And
just
even their
They
numbers
were putting
so-
guesstimates on there though.
Yeah,
Like he was
because
saying
they're
like
shipped.
10,000 to 15,000. Like you don't have an actual number.
they
He's
took that
just
down now. Now
Yeah.
it's just they just rank it now.
But
So, yeah.
remember, this was their excuse as to why they could treat customers, us, like shit. Because they were saying, you're not our customer. It's the comic book shop that's our customer. Because they were the ones who were getting lumbered with all the books. So we can talk to you like shit all we want, because you're not our customers. The comic book shops are.
Therefore, you know what? This is why you shouldn't listen to fucking comic book artists or writers about anything, because they are the retards. They are fucking retards. They have been in their room too long drawing their little doodles, and they didn't like go out and actually meet people or work for. You know, old comic artists like went to war and fucking did 40-hour a week jobs and shit. And writers used to do that too. Writers used to go on fishing trips and safaris in fucking Africa. Now they just sit at home and fuck around on Twitter all day with no fucking experience. And they write, all they do is adapt their fucking Twitter timelines. That's why it's shit.
Well, Tim Seeley said that the industry is doing well because there was this thing that came out a couple of weeks ago that said that there were all these books that were being sold. And it doesn't matter that all the books that are being sold are coming from Japan and they're Dogman and being written by Raina Tegelmauer, so that at least 2/3 of the books that are actually selling are not anything this dumbass works on. No, he said they're doing fine. So what difference does it make?
Ads, share
We
this.
could all go home then.
Share this if you can. Let's look up the word. Let's just go to periodicals. Period. He said period. Oops.
Oh my god, that's like the best word ever. It's so powerful and strong.
All right, so
I'm gonna move on before the end of the stream.
so periodicals are the floppy books.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian is closing my own shop, and the reason he's closing my old shop is he basically says they're not financially viable anymore. So the comic book, okay, this is just to break this down for the normie. The comic book is no longer viable in the comic book industry.
Damn.
That's what he said.
Could you imagine having a weed store and be like, I can't sell weed. Nobody wants to buy. That's what it's for. You like your Foot Locker. And nobody with feet comes in here anymore. I don't know what to do. It's just pathetic.
It's like so sad.
It's pathetic. I mean, it's sad that the store would have to close because there are so many talented creators out there, and they're not being given a chance to create anything. The industry is actually working against them to try to stop them from getting any kind of traction, and they're producing work that nobody wants to buy. And this was before the lockdown, but I love how these people were saying that everything's fine. Last year at this time, they were all losing their fucking minds because they hadn't worked in like 4 months. So they're sitting here, it's never been stronger. But this is the same time period where you were over here panicking online on Twitter, because someone told you put your pencils down. Like, how does that work? This is what happens. Now you have a store that should have no business closing, with as many people as there are in this country and as many people who like this type of stuff. You have these billion-dollar films, and you can't even sell the fucking comic books.
Was it Cecil? Sorry, go on.
I probably would still have dug in and fought hard for it, except for one thing. I have lost a great deal of faith in the business of comic books. He's saying, and many of the people in charge of shepherding it.
Oh, that is some clever. Did he have a lawyer write that? Did Nick Mercator help him? Try to make sure he didn't get in trouble with the Twitterati and the mean girls running the comic book industry.
For one,
it's only a matter of time anyway, just some guy, so it doesn't matter.
The comic book industry has always been afraid of that word comic book. They've always tried graphic novel, sequential art. It's a fucking comic book. It's not a periodical. It's a comic book. Just call it a fucking comic book. It's okay to call it a comic book. So they've always been like that. And now their industry can't be supported by the one thing they're known for. And That's why they're dying. So Brian, he basically said, I could keep the store open. It's just not worth the effort because
That's
the comic
a damn
book
shame.
sell. Yep. So
That
there
is
you
a
go.
damn shame. I mean, it really should not be that bad
comic book.
when it's written by Marvel.
When it's a periodical.
I mean, come on. I mean, we shouldn't be at this point. This is just, it's absolute insanity. Here's what I would suggest. Hire me. And I will do this for free. I will do this on my free time. Just let me come in and reshape it. Hire any one of us. We know what we're talking about. We're interested in this stuff. We're invested. That's what you need. You need people who actually care. You need a gym shooter who actually cares.
Ooh.
And then you would actually be able to create something that people would want to or if you don't want to hire anybody who's on the wrong side, go over to Japan and hire one of them, because they will fix all this shit real quick and they will make much better comics than you're making. And that shit will sell. Because the Deadpool comic over there, that's just some silly slapstick comedy comic, is outselling the current Deadpool comic by
industry
5 times. It's ridiculous. And nobody's ever read the fucking thing. That's the insanity. Nobody here even reads this book. They don't even know it exists. And it's still outselling the American book.
Didn't One Punch Man outsell the industry? Not just any other comic book.
You're thinking Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer. One title trounced the next top 5 manga. If you combined all of them, it trounced them, and it trounced the entire comic book industry, the entire American comic book industry. One title. That's how popular that is. It's insane.
It's insane.
And we're not going to see anything like that anytime soon if they keep doing this.
And a couple of days ago, of course, One Piece tops 490 million in circulation worldwide.
Yeah, so it's more than Batman. It's the most published book ever, most published comic ever now, most issues, and it's only been around for 20 years. Batman's been around for like 85 or 80 years.
80.
So it's trounced it that much. That tells you the power of good storytelling.
Yep.
Yeah, good storytelling and people coming back and back and back and back and back. But hey, you could always turn Bruce Wayne into a fucking cock.
Me needs to cry, not be in his costume. Just have him follow around Batgirl and ask a lot of questions, be left in the dark and cry.
And whine about his lost money, because that's what they did to him.
Yeah.
He's not a billionaire. He's a millionaire now, and he's sad. And he gets taken down a peg by everybody. Like, well, you still have lots of money.
But they took his money away from him because they were mad at him. Like they had a vendetta against a fucking fictional character.
Yes.
Well, it's not fair because he's got billions. Because he's got billions, you can do it. That's the point of him.
That was never, like, no one is reading Batman. No one is watching a Batman film to see Batman flaunt his cash. You want to see him detect and then beat the shit out of people. That's it. That's why you are there.
Yeah, you want to see the gadgets. You want to see the detective work. You want to see the fucking brutally kicking the shit out of people. That's what you're there for.
Like, if you've played any of the Arkham games, or you're like, I wonder how much this gadget costs. Like, you never did that. Like, I want the fucking ice thing so I can freeze them and then beat the shit out of them. That's it.
Yeah, I need the grapple gun so I can grab the thing so I can swing over to the bit.
This costs like $5,000. No one cares.
It's like, off. Gonna read some super chats to calm down.
Yeah.
Null Void with a $5 says, God, I love you guys. It's good to see you again. Thank you for keeping culture alive. Butter Biscuit 92 with a $5 says, love your Yu-Gi-Oh jokes with the heart of the card references in your videos. I crack up every time. I'm gonna start using it for these shows. Well, that's my new thing now. Whenever Marvel do something, I go, what? Because they did a fucking believed in the heart of the cards. Because it's just all bullshit. It's just fucking bullshit. Alex Lee with a $5 So when does the Welshman get added to the opening credits? Happy to see Mauler on for another week. There's no pressure with Mauler. He's just, if he wants to come along, he can come along, you know? But if he's busy, he's busy.
Like hanging out here and there. No obligations or anything. I was, like I said, I just woke up when you started. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I guess I could hang out.
That's just like, you fancy talking about Marvel? Yeah, I'll fancy talking about Marvel.
Yeah, can't shut me up.
Yeah, I know we had so much comic talk as well, and you just like...
Well, see, that gives me time to recharge between bouts of raging against MCU, so it's all good. That's like switching between me and just some guy's specialities. Like comics, movies. The point is, Marvel sucks.
Yep.
Yes. And they're going to suck a lot more very soon.
I'm out of supplies. I hate being out of supplies for real BBC.
But Gary, you're going to have to watch something because I can't watch this What If business.
Oh, yeah, I'll be covering it because I love that comic book series. I just can't be asked for a Killmonger to turn up and show Tony Stark that he's white and horrible. I can't be asked. And then T'Challa's going to be Peter, like he's going to be a guardian of the galaxy, and it looks like an after-school special, right? I'd like to explore. Well, come on, kid, let's go explore the universe together.
Is Peter going to bring his new boyfriend now that he's suddenly just become bisexual out of nowhere?
Maybe.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, they turned Star-Lord bisexual.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other
not
Peter
Parker.
Parker.
No. They want to. They're desperately trying to. Or just kill him. They want to do that as well.
They need his money. They wouldn't kill him.
They're doing it in the comic because they need to try to get some more interest in it. So they're going to kill him off in the comic and then bring him back.
Damn.
That is cool.
Bisexual Star-Lord. Yeah, I'm straight.
I got my fucking big old nuts dangling 2 inches from your head, darling.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they ever do kill those characters, they resurrect them.
Yeah, that just ruins the other thing too of like death has no meaning.
Yeah, death has no meaning.
Like the X-Men, because they just resurrect them every time. They're all plant people now.
Well, they just cracked the multiverse. Like, what are we gonna? How do you why can't? And they've already got time travel to solve all their problems. I don't know if they're going to address that. By the way, Endgame was like, yeah, we've still got it. We still know how it works. And so we could still grab all those stones to defeat anything, like Galactus, for example. It's like, are they going to address that?
Well, I have a feeling that's going to be their sort of get out of jail free card. If they run it into the ground too badly, they'll just use that to try to like reset it.
Damn. But don't you think it's a little bit more important that in Loki, now that everything's in complete disrepair and everyone can jump into all these different multiverses, etc., and there's just hundreds of Infinity Stones in desks.
Yeah, that is
being used as paperweights. Isn't that funny?
That's so funny.
Just take all the fucking Infinity Stones and fuck everything up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jeez.
In fact, he should have pocketed one of them when he saw them, and then he knows that when he takes it into it, because they work in alternate dimensions. So
yeah, he's too busy.
Take it into a timeline. You've got a teleporter right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to fit in some time for some crying.
I'm not even clear on how the teleport worked for that, by the way. It like when it sent him to the Gobi Desert, it didn't seem like it was on purpose. He was like falling and being like, ah.
Yeah, why I mean, yeah, none of that.
Was it intentional? Like, could he control it? I guess not.
It was just to be, let's be funny. Let's take him somewhere where he won't know the language, and then we could just immediately start cucking him, like, which is what they did.
Let's start the disillusion of Loki from second number 1. God damn.
Junior picked this one. This is the one he wanted to read.
Oh, good boy. Good boy. Roger H with a 2 Canadian super sticker of a thumbs up. Thank you, Roger. Birchie V with a $2. As you remind me of Pinhead from Puppet Master. Wow.
Wow.
I have such pleasures to show. Grand Wazoo 42 with a €1 phallic. What? Man of War 665, Neighbor of the Beast with a $6.65 super chat. Where can I get me some of that sweet, sweet UK freedom? Well, I've been tasting it for 2 days now. Yay. God damn, he's Mike Mignola.
Yeah. This is one of his first appearances. So.
And Angel Rin again with a 89 with a $5. Mauler, as someone who loves Superman and hates Snyder DC and loves Buffy, you make me happy fangirl. Super
correct take
is the right answer.
Isn't that laugh from Mauler? That was good. Wow. Most evil laugh I've ever heard you do.
Super Nate with a $5. Hi guys.
Hi.
A new 2.5-minute trailer for Titans season 3 came out last week. Interested in your thoughts or maybe a reaction? Much love, fellas. Well, we'll see how they do Death in the Family, I guess. It's gonna be quick because we see Red Hood in it in the same series. So
yeah, that's gonna be interesting. And Jeff Johns is writing this one, right? There's no Akiva Goldsman, right? Is that what I heard?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to check. If that's the case, then this better be fucking good.
I know Jeff Johns is so immensely popular within the Snyder Cut fandom. He won Person of the Year recently.
He won Best Friend to Ray. Whit grabbed it is with a $50 super chat. 3 of my favorites, because just some guy had he would have been 4. He would have
Who's
been 4.
fourth? Oh no.
Hail 3 of my favorites. Hail to Az, Mauler, and just some guy. Just joking. Joking.
I knew it.
Az Gary, patriarch of the Nerdist, and the longest longoid.
Longitude of the
longitude. Yeah. Tox Fox with a £2. I live in London. Been spending my days at the pool. Oh, nice.
There's a pool in London. Is it like at a YMCA?
There's a big hot tub, and all the thoughts are jumping in together to swim.
All the thoughts are jumping in together. It's like a Gundam paradise.
Thoughtception. Yeah, no, that would kill him. That would take him over the edge. Taker 610 with a $5. Gary got recommended an old video of yours. When I celebrated 1K subs, I see a clear positive correlation before subs and beard length. Coincidence?
Probably not. That's
I've been recommended a lot of your older stuff and just some guys' older stuff. I even commented on one of just some guys' older video, like 3-year-old videos, the other day as well. Andre Medelsky with a 50 checks. Hail guys, nice Tuesday to you. By the way, Gary and Mauler, have you heard Az's new song Battery? It's that Battery is only for Subnautica Sundays. It doesn't get sung.
Is it like a Metallica cover or
no? It's a Stevie Winwood cover. But instead of Valerie, it's batteries, because I have to use my batteries. And so when I get to use my batteries, I get to sing my battery song.
Okay.
So you gotta tune into Subnautica Sunday for the the battery. Okay.
I like it.
Steve Rogers with a $20 super chat. Skull to the 3 vanguards of culture. War. To the 3 vanguards of the culture. War. Asmol and Gary, keep up the fight. It's just like war.
War.
Only one of you may live. 2 of you must fall.
Skull.
Lady Grazemaster with a $10. How you doing?
She a Graze Master now?
A Graze Master.
Grazing? How dare you?
She's the master of the Graze.
Graze.
Like Gandalf.
Yes.
I feel like I'm watching the holy trinity of YouTube. Speaking of Marvel, Az sent an inverse article to your Insta the 10 best MCU films ranked by Rotten Tomato. 1 and 2 are, well, you'll see. Oh, I bet Captain Marvel's one of them.
And Black Widow, prisoner of the fucking moment. Go ahead.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Come on. Rotten Tomato videos.
Battery.
I haven't done one in a long time.
Battery.
Uh-oh.
Right, I've got to fuck off inverse, you piece of shit.
Inverse sucks. Fucking garbage tier. The garbage tier. They take garbage tier and then like lower it to fucking sewage tier.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah.
So they're the Mary Sue?
They are, yes.
Hey-o.
They're the
So
Mary.
here we go, folks. Number 10, Spider-Man Homecoming.
Ian Mauler gonna fight over this one. I think that's ranked way too high.
Well, this is based off Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay.
Something. Okay. Number 9, Captain America Civil War, 89%.
Too low.
Hey.
Number 8, Avengers Endgame, 90%.
No.
No.
Not in the top 10.
Number 7, Iron Man, 91%.
It's in the top 4 easily.
Number 6, The Avengers,
Wrong.
91%.
Top 4.
Number 5, Avengers Infinity War, 91%.
5 is fair for Infinity War.
Yeah.
What? Infinity War's amazing. 4, Guardians of the Galaxy, 92%.
1, 2, or 3. It needs to be 1, 2, or 3.
3, Captain America, The Winter Soldier, 92%.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
2, Black Widow.
Oh, there it is.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. You knew it. You know, go on. Do the number 1. You know what it is.
What's number 1?
You know it.
Dope
You
B.
know it. You know it.
Hold on, I destroyed my sound system for a second there. It's all come back though. Number 1. Oh, Spider-Man Far From Home.
Wow. I mean, at least it's not Captain Marvel.
The only answer I've got, at least it's not Captain Marvel.
I've only seen this movie once, and when I walked out of it, and Nerdrotic Jr. was more pissed than I was at this movie.
I've seen it twice. It plays out like a poor man's National Lampoon's Vacation, European Vacation. I think that's the kind of vibe that we're wanting to go for.
It's post the blip. It makes no sense. Their entire class got blipped.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's dumb.
Well, yeah, all of the people who matter in his life got blips. Like, that's pretty coincidental.
Yeah, because they needed the films.
Mysterio costume looks great. I'll give him that. It looked dope. Did they do a 1/6 scale of Mysterio?
Yeah, it's coming out soon. It's coming out very soon.
Well, they did one of Hela, and I didn't know that. And like, I didn't like Hela in Ragnarok, but I love her in the comic book, so I'm torn.
Zendaya Skywalker.
Zendaya Skywalker.
What's your name? Zendaya.
I don't
Zendaya
get
what?
the Zendaya thing.
Skywalker.
Somebody explain the Zendaya thing to me, like why she's popular.
No idea.
Is she a singer? I never even knew.
She was a singer and a model.
And
And I only know that because I watched Project Runway and she was on there one time.
Okay, gotcha.
That is literally the only reason I know who this girl is, because otherwise I could not be bothered. She's cute. I would not kick her out my bed at all. However, I have no patience for the nonsense. So
Got no patience for that side. Me neither, man. No.
You can stay in my bed, but no nonsense.
See, and
no nonsense.
No nonsense. The Uber Geek with a £5. I always disliked Harry Potter. Okay.
All
but
right.
lately I've been watching them. How bad are things that I'm watching something I don't like just because it's not woke?
I don't hate Harry Potter. I like Harry Potter.
I'm
seeing all
indifferent
the
to Harry
British
Potter.
actors in there, seeing them all do their thing. I was like, oh, this is neat. Remember when David Tennant showed up in the third one?
Yeah.
He was
Well,
doing
he
he was
a
licking his
bad
lips
guy.
all the time.
Yep. Right before he joined Doctor Who. And he was like, hey, that guy from Harry Potter is going to be in Doctor Who. That's the way it was.
Rupert Patterson with a £5. If you have time, please discuss why it's time for Doctor Who to die. Oh, I'll save a lot of time for you because it's Jodie Whittaker. Bye. From today's The Guardian. I'll probably do a video about that. I'll look into it, maybe do a video about that.
So they wrote an article about why it's time for them.
No, I thought it was an article about like they want to turn it into movie franchises or some shit like that.
Oh,
No.
fuck off. It wouldn't work.
What's the name of the article?
Time for Doctor Who to die, or why it's time for Doctor Who to die.
Oh yeah. Oh dude. God damn.
I guess so.
Holy shit. Well, thank you for catching up to everything we've said. Didn't I do a video called Just Cancel Doctor Who like a year ago? Yeah, I did. So let's yeah. Great.
Out of curiosity, by the way, who for each of you is your like pick for like who you would put as Doctor Who, your favorite? Obviously, you'd be worried about the writing still, but let's just say dream pick for playing Doctor Who in a perfect world.
You mean who hasn't been Doctor Who yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that's a goodie.
I got to get their names right. So there's two that I picked. Aidan Turner, as you know, your typical white British, good-looking doctor with some fucking hot companion running around, and I could never pronounce his name, but the guy from 12 Years a Slave and the bad guy from Serenity.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
Chick Forge effigy.
Yeah, I think he would be a fucking great doctor.
He's I like him a lot as an actor.
He's super charismatic.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He would be a brilliant doctor.
But he's got such great range as well, though. That's the beauty of him. His range is
Too big.
superb.
He's too big to get. But I did a podcast before my channel got big, picking my fight. He was my top pick to be the doctor.
That's a good pick. That's a great pick. I would say I would like it to be Sandy Toksvik. Joke. Okay, that fell
I don't know who
flat.
that is.
No,
I don't
nobody
know
knows
who
who
that is.
Sandy
Hang on.
Toksvik is. Okay.
Sandy Toksvik.
Sandy Toksvik.
Oh yeah, a British Danish writer.
Yeah.
She looks like a man. She could probably pull it off. She looks like a man, baby.
I would like Stephen Fry to be the next Doctor.
He's too old.
He's too old. If he was he's too ugly too. I mean, guy is ugly. I mean, he's nice. He's charming.
Wow.
Well,
Boy.
we can get the season. It doesn't have to be as action packed. Doesn't have to be as action packed. Well, because I was going to say, I'm not sure if this is still the case, but one of Jay's top picks was Charles Dance.
Oh, that's a goodie.
That's a master pick.
Yeah, that's a good master. Yeah.
That's a master pick. But Charles Dance could do both. Charles Dance is the fucking man. Straight up.
I think the idea was to try and have a slightly different Doctor than we've seen before in terms of like he could be much more reserved and maybe even a little bit colder.
They tried that though, with Capaldi. They did.
I loved it. I
thought he wasn't he more well. So one of the things that I got told, because I haven't seen that era, was like there's like this joke where he's like failing to understand a social cue where everyone's upset and he's like having fun explaining the science where someone has just died and he has to be told by Jenna Coleman that he's like not speaking properly and he should be more giving. I'm suggesting like Charles Dance would never have a moment like that where someone's like, oh, this is how you talk. You'd be. You know where I just want Tywin back. Like, give me.
Jenna Coleman does introduce herself as his carer, and he says, "Yeah, she's my carer, so I don't have to."
Carer. That was actually kind of funny. No, Charles Dance is the modern day Christopher Lee. Now, I think. Like he should be casting fucking everything and just play Tywin Lannister every fucking time. Like I'd be fine with it.
Somebody did. We've had in the chat. We got some big hitters. We got some Benedict Cumberbatch. We got Martin Sheen, and there's a new series of
Martin Sheen. I think you mean Michael Sheen.
Of Good Omens. They've now making a season 2.
Yeah.
Of Good Omens. So that's going to come back.
Oh my god!
Of course, the obligatory Henry Cavill.
Yeah, I just saw a picture of Ghost World with a very young Scarlett Johansson popped. God damn. That's how long ago. Actually, that's a good movie too. Ghost World's a good movie.
Well, Lost in Translation, I think she's 19 in Lost in Translation, man.
Yeah.
I love that film. That's a great film.
Someone suggested Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Charlie Sheen.
I'm the doctor.
I'm HIV positive Charlie Sheen would take the role.
It's very hard
I'm
going
winning.
across space and time.
Mark
Charlie
Strong.
Sheen is-
I like Mark Strong as a choice.
Get in the TARDIS.
Get in the TARDIS.
Now.
Now. Anthony Stewart Head. I like that. I like Anthony Stewart Head as a
Stewart
choice.
Head should have been the Doctor fucking 20 years ago. Could not agree more.
There you go. Anthony Stewart Head, and then Charles Dance as the Master, and we'll get a writer who gives a shit.
Yeah, Patrick Stewart. He can go around to every timeline apologizing for being white.
Anthony Stewart Head versus Charles Dance would make all the fucking money.
Ooh,
Give me a fucking.
I like
about it.
Peter Dinklage. I think that would be a brilliant decision.
That was I proposed that as the first American Doctor. I said Peter Dinklage would be fucking awesome. People laughed at me. Just some guy. They laughed.
Ben Shapiro. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Could you get to the TARDIS right away, please? That is not a spinning hat. It's a yarmulke.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good. Richard Ayoade.
That was good. That was a good pronunciation.
Thank you. From
Richard Ayoade and Benedict Cumberbatch seem to me like too obvious almost. I'm always like, I don't know.
It's like,
Benedict Cumberbatch seems very obvious.
Aidan Turner is like on the nose, obvious, but all the bitches would fucking watch Doctor Who. It would
Logan Paul.
Logan Paul. Dude, shut up. Logan Paul is one of those things where, like, if you start getting like your head filled up with like being a influencer or creator, you just remember he's like the biggest, you know. Yeah.
Logan fucking Paul. He'd just be in the TARDIS taking fucking coke.
Someone said CGI Peter Cushing.
Hey,
Better than what we have now.
Peter Cushing's been Doctor Who. He's already been Doctor Who. He's been Doctor.
But
So no.
has CGI Peter Cushing been Doctor Who? I don't think so.
CGI Peter Cushing though.
Bad Clone Wars CGI.
Oh,
The Cushing would be better.
Matt Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen would be fucking great.
Again, you wouldn't want someone writing it who's gonna fuck around. You'd want like
Chris Scott. Resuscitate my
What money
career.
have they got for me?
Hey, you know what though? He's like kind of perfect for it. That's the kind of actor you get for Doctor. You get somebody who's like a character actor or somebody on the downside that you can pick back up again, who would be willing to take the job.
Dude, by the time he'd be done with that, he'd actually be on drugs, trying to get that women out of the system.
Yeah.
Well,
He just turns up an alcoholic, a raging alcoholic.
Wasn't he the lizard in TASM, Amazing Spider-Man?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you can maybe do it.
I like think of him as in Perry. Perry. Oh, who's
Perry
it?
Tran as a
No, something in Perry. Kevin and Perry Go Large.
Go large.
Yeah.
What's going on? Large?
Are they Kevin Perry British? I can't remember.
Yeah,
like a British thing. I mean,
yeah.
Like Americans don't know much about.
Harry Enfield.
Yeah.
Well, the Doctor can't be American. Like nobody involved can be American.
Roasting.
That actual character as the Doctor, though. They say, "Oh, the Doctor is unfortunately can't regenerate at the moment, so Rose Tico is just going to take over a bit."
Remember Babu Frick as the Doctor?
Oh,
Baba Yana.
I feel like most people don't remember who Babu Frick is. Tiny little lady.
Oh,
Mauler.
I got a phone mess choice here.
Oh, shit.
The person on the phone says, "I would love Richard E. Grant."
Yeah,
well, he's
as
already been the Doctor.
He's been an audio Doctor.
Yeah,
a web.
But he hasn't been a.
They did a web series, so he was an animated Doctor. Yeah.
But he was playing one of the doctors, though, wasn't he? He was playing.
He was. I don't know if have they done Big Finish. He's been on Big Finish, I think. I can't. But he's definitely. He was there was a web series they did to the Doctor before the revival, and Richard D. Grant was the Doctor.
Yeah, and he's another actor who could probably be the Master as well.
Yeah, he
could be a good Master.
Well, he was in he played the Great Intelligence, kind of a version of the Great Intelligence. So off subject, how many people have asked you to review Gunpowder Milkshake?
Oh, I've heard that's really bad.
I just got like my fucking 25th email.
Oh, have you? Oh, I've heard it's really bad.
What is it?
It's a Netflix
feminist
thing.
John Wick is the best way to put it.
Oh dear.
But it's got Karen Gillan, and I love Karen Gillan.
And one of my feminist friends, she said it was shit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's all and it's got Lena fucking Cersei Lannister.
Lena
Headey, yeah. Who I like too. Like her a lot.
So are we gonna watch it then? I mean, not now, but are we gonna watch it? And
I'm fucking. I get 25 emails on something, I watch it.
There you go, just some guy. I'm back on the cancer.
Back on the
Enjoy.
Back on the cancer.
I avoid this look. I have not recovered from Rise of Skywalker.
Oh my god.
A friend took out a favor to get me to go see that movie. I'm still pissed at him. So I am not. Have I what?
Have you talked to him since?
Oh yeah. This is the one who flipped out over Man of Steel and wanted to say a certain word.
Oh.
So it's like, okay, you want me to go say I'm not doing a damn thing for you for a long time because I know I'm gonna hate this fucking movie. And when I got out the movie, he was just standing there looking like a fool because he had 12 other people come with us and everybody hated the fucking film. Like we told him. Now you happy? You happy? You want to go to McDonald's now and get something?
I think I can fight. I can take this cancer because I am taking the big hits. I didn't take Captain Marvel and I didn't take Rise of the Skywalkers. So I think
like chemotherapy doses.
Yeah, I think it's giving me
to switch out. It's like, okay, you're next. That's how I see Star Trek. I'm like, it's my time off. It's time for you guys to suffer.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near that one either. After I saw that sheer fucking hubris, I'm like, nope. Dude, I'm not even doing it.
I think I'm definitely gonna just leave Picard season 2 to carry.
I gotta finish.
Don't leave him alone. He might like keel over after that. What's gonna happen?
Lower Decks came out, I think. Didn't Lower Decks came out?
Yeah, I watched the first.
I think Robert Minder Burnett was like just his head's exploding over how bad it is. It's like, why is it this bad?
And that's apparently the best one. I am not fucking touching that. No,
I watched one episode and 8 minutes before I was ready to throw my PC out the window.
Yeah. I got good fucking views on my reviews, and I still didn't want to do it. I'm like, no, there's sanity is more important. You know,
yeah,
it just is.
Yeah, same with my Equalizer. I did all right on my Equalizer reviews.
Yeah,
I even get people asking me to do the Equalizer, and I'm just like,
I tried. I couldn't get through 10 minutes.
I will die.
I did the Clarice one too. I tried Clarice. 5 minutes on that one. I'm like, fuck this. No.
Wait, Clarice, like from Hannibal? Clarice?
Yeah, did a TV show, but without Hannibal Lecter, and they couldn't even mention him due to rights.
What the fuck is the point? What is the point?
Because the whammon, they need the whammon to be the whammon and the whammon and the whammon.
The whammon
did. So they just replaced him with another Hannibal Lecter. They found another serial killer was just like him.
Yeah, okay.
Was it a whammon?
No,
of course not.
Well, I don't know. I didn't get that far. I got 5 minutes in. I went, this is Kurtzman, and I want to stick a drill at my nose right now. Stop.
Total Recall, apart from pulling something out, you're just fucking drilling in.
Yeah.
Take a 6. I hope that at least compensates you. Take a 610 with a $2. Kang didn't let George finish Winds of Winter. Oh my god, true. Digby Strawbridge with a $15 super chat. No message, but a $15 super chat. Digby, thank you.
Thank you, Digby.
God Crazy Fangirl 17 with a £5. Hi again. Since I love your SJW voices so much, would you be so kind as to rant at me in said voices about the following phrase? Respect the law. No, they don't, but I don't have any respect for the law.
They don't.
They don't respect the law.
But since it's supposed
that's
to be,
my next video. I checked the Tolkien Society, their website, to see if they put the live stream up.
Oh, yeah.
And no, they bitched out.
they bitched out. I knew they would.
bitched out. So they recorded it. They streamed it for their little fans on Zoom, but they didn't put it on their YouTube channel. They didn't live stream it like they said they would. But they did update the page to include descriptions of some of the papers. And yeah, they're if you thought they were bad, it's much worse.
I want to know what Tolkien had to say about trans, lesbian, disabled.
No, it was anatonormativity, cisgendered anatonormativity. Check this out.
Yeah.
Share
I
this.
wanna
That's the one.
I want to see
That's the
Aragorn
one.
fight the lesbicons.
Oh my god, I would buy that.
It's real.
Oh,
Like, it's real. That's
it's real?
It's a Gundam.
Oh no way.
It says Mondo, so yeah, I'm guessing it's real. I could be wrong.
I would buy that.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. I don't. Oh, is it real? It's not. I don't think it's real.
Now, let me check here. Let me do. Okay, looks like Mondo News
Oh, hold on.
team turned the Wolverine in bed meme into a toy for San Diego Comic-Con. I hereby demand that they had a towel surprise Wolverine in production by the end of the year. So yeah.
Yeah, it's on the Mondo. It's meant to be on the Mondo shop.com for $200.
Oh, dude.
But if you go to the link on IGN, it says 404 not found.
okay. So it's probably got, well, if it's a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive and they're doing Comic-Con from home, right? But I thought San Diego was live later this year. I thought they were, the con was in November, but we're going to be locked down by then. So it's not happening.
I need that in my life.
I know, right?
You just put
as
so
you
many different pictures.
make me spend so much money. I can't do these shows with you and Robert. My bank account is like, do you want to buy a computer? Do you want to buy apps? Do you want gear? Oh no, just buy some toys that you don't need.
Toys. Yeah, that you just look at. Buy some
I'm over here
toys.
looking at Gundams and how much money would it take for me to be able to buy all the parts that I need? Can I drill a hole in my wall so I can get an airbrush system so I won't inhale all this vaporized paint? And I'm trying to figure this shit out and like it's not gonna work.
Well, I got sent a picture today, which made me shit my pants. I
just got a wife who threatens to fucking leave me if I buy anything.
Here we go. I'm just going to show this.
Just kidding.
Just kidding, darling. So they sent me this, and I've ordered this from Jazz Inc., the Batwing, the 1 in 6 Batwing. This, by the way, is a 1 in 12 Batwing. The
How
1 in 6
big?
will be
Oh,
twice.
You can't even fit in your house, dude.
I don't know what to do.
I had a chance to get the fucking Millennium Falcon from FAO Schwartz, the one they used to have over their escalator.
Ooh.
It was huge, and I turned it down because it was too fucking big.
No.
Am I going to carry this thing around with me?
Put it on your roof.
Well, I mean,
I just said I'm going to have to just get a new house. I'm just going to have to get a new house.
you're going to have to move to America and move to Texas. That's just what you need to do.
Just put me in a
You need to move to Texas, right?
You're already used to the heat.
Texas.
Like you're already sweating like madness now.
I know.
It'll be
you
the same.
There's an awesome invention we have in America called the air conditioner that works.
I've got to do this.
Okay. Is that what we're bagging and boarding right now?
Yes. I'm using my board to do the woggle.
See the beard blowing in the wind right there?
I know. It's majestic.
I gotta turn up my fan.
Used to be that you used to be your beard in the wind. Coco Crazy Fangirl again with a two-parter for 2 lots of £5 as well. Part 1. P.S. How dare you, as? Oh my God. Everybody knows that spitters are quitters. I love my female audience. I will never recover from such a horrible insult. You need to do better.
I think as you have a higher percentage than I do, actually.
I got 8%, dude.
Oh shit, that's way higher than mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't checked in a while. I'll check that.
Part 2, it might even be 9. I'll check later. It pisses me off to know how much this potential was wasted in fake Who. Almost like they knew he was better than any of the cast combined. I imagine Tom Hiddleston. Tom Hiddleston is a great actor with a ton of personality and charisma.
I am way up. 6.6% female audience. Oh yes, ladies.
Is it as good as 8?
No, fucking that is a huge jump up. It might be because I don't know, Friday Night Tights or something.
Friday Night Tights. Have you heard of that show, guys?
I have. I think I've been on it once or twice.
Really good show.
Yeah.
Oh man, my female audience is 6.5%. I gotta do better.
Do better.
You gotta do better.
93.5% men. Disgusting.
Oh, yucky.
You know what I do like though?
I have 8.5.
Damn.
It used to be 10. I lost some women.
I've gone down. It was 8-ish. I think it's 7.9. I think it's now 7.4.
So that means that the black guy has the bigger one.
Yeah.
It is the BBC.
It's such a stereotype.
I like that 1.4% of my audience is over 65 years old. That's neat.
2.7% of mine is.
2.6% is 65 and over. What's
18 and over? 99.3%.
Yeah, 25 to 34 is my highest percentage is 29.5, and then 35 to 44 is 28. 44 to 54 is 19.8. 55 to 64 is 6.6. 13 to 17.9. I don't want any of you little fuckers watching my show.
Yeah.
I have 4% of them watching me, so you'll learn some nice words. Yes.
Yeah. Whoops. They're learning the words. They
already know them. It's okay.
Are we all the same on is United States the biggest demo and then it's United Kingdom under that, or is it different for you guys?
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Canada's third.
Canada.
What's your U.S. percentage there, Mauler? And all of you guys.
My U.S. percentage is 37.2.
Oh, wow.
I have 55.9.
Right. Super chats. Big D with a $5 Canadian. Try working in a jail. Self-entitled, self-absorbed people. I wouldn't want to work in a jail. I used to live near a jail once, which had like the people that killed the guy that killed the 2 girls, in the bath. Ooh, what was he called? I forget what he's called. Mauler, can you remember?
Oh, which episode are you talking about? Sorry,
the one that took the two little girls that were wearing the Man United t-shirts, killed them.
Oh, I'm not sure if I know about
that. He was in that prison. Firebear with a put this way, never getting out of that. Firebear with a $10. Love this show. Enjoy listening to both of you. Recently deleted all my political and tech-focused podcasts. Just can't handle the shit anymore. Keep up the good work. Good. That's actually a really positive thing to do. Black Tiger 001 with a 5 Canadian. Started watching Babylon 5 2 weeks ago and trying to catch up. Just finished season 4 last night. What are you guys at? I'm season 3, episode 17.
Season
no.
5,
Ian
episode
Huntley.
11.
That's what it was.
I've
Season
seen it
4.
all because I'm better than all of you.
You are.
Yeah.
Season 4, episode 3.
Oh wow! I'm going to catch up though because now finished. Person of interest. I can get into it. Shane O'Reilly with a €1 fiddy ice creme for Gally, and Shane O'Reilly with a €1 fiddy phallic. Zorg. Black Tiger 001 with a 5 Canadian Murder Fuck Kill round 46 EFAP edition.
Oh, God.
EFAP movie star in it, face on the billboard, back roll it, The Last Jedi, The Marvels, and The Room. Happy hunting.
Wait, so what's
I
the
have
question?
no idea what he just said then.
So what is the Mary Fuck Kill?
EFAP edition, EFAP movie,
Right.
EFAP movie, the star in it.
Star in
I
it.
think it means bankroll it. Okay.
Bankroll.
Okay, I think the 3 choices are EFAP movie number 1, or star in the film number 2, and bankroll it number 3. I don't know. The Last Jedi, The Marvels, and The Room.
So star in the room, of course.
Okay, yeah.
But actually, no way. I don't want to bankroll the other two.
Yeah, the room would be cheap. The room would be really cheap.
Maybe
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe bankroll the room because you wouldn't want to get in there yourself. It's Tommy Wiseau's dream. It's
Yeah,
his,
it's
you got to let him.
vehicle.
Yeah, it's okay. Which means we've got to star in the Marvels or TLJ.
Yeah.
Uh,
I want to star in the Marvels because I'm white, so I'll be killed pretty quickly.
if you're lucky. You might be the main villain. Which, by the way, I think we mentioned this before, but I find it infinitely hilarious that so they had to write a sexist bad guy, right, for Black Widow.
Mhm.
But there's never really anything in the film that gives that away, more so than he's just a bad guy. And so they give him that one line where he's like, "There are too many women in the world.
Yeah.
The most disposable
They're a
Yeah.
natural resource. We have too many."
resource. Most disposable woman resource on the planet is the girls.
I've
Girls.
never more so been given the impression that someone is trying to write a sexist character, but they don't actually know what sexism actually is. Like they,
Because they just have to fake it all the time.
yeah, because they're like, you just go around life hating women and thinking there's too many of them, right? You'd be like,
As a misanthropist, I just don't understand what sexism is. Can someone explain?
All those disposable women, and just let's forget about all the men who died in wars, all the bodies that.
no, man. He said behind every great man, that I have a Black Widow in waiting. So yeah.
Well, and remember in the Avengers, what Hawkeye says to Black Widow. He says, "You're a spy. Why are you involved in all this stuff? And you're not
You're not a soldier."
instrument," which they made her in fucking Black Widow, which was contradictory.
Yeah, they made her so fucking blunt she could bounce off fucking walls and live.
Yep.
A little bit confused. We just burned it all down to the ground, Black Tiger. We just burned them all. Samwise the Brave with a $5. Gary, please describe a personal comic book collection that you would respect. Number of issues, keys, and eras. This is way too in-depth, Samwise. What should the collection include? Nice broad stroke, Gary.
What you like, over 1,000, I would consider a respectable collection, and just collect what you like. It's got a good mix of bronze, sure, but it just depends. I always tell, collect what you like, and ultimately something that you like will be worth something someday.
What if
You,
I had 1,000 of the same comic?
if it's Amazing Fantasy 15, you're a rich man.
Yeah, you're a very rich man.
Just have a room for it, and I bring you in. I'm like, this is my collection. I imagine I'd be like, oh my god, can I have one?
Yeah, can I have a couple? Just take a couple, dude. Sorry.
I have a long box full of Demon #1
Oh,
by Jack.
Etrigan.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Well, other thing, like, I don't know, it's probably not a question you should answer, but I mean, if you guys were to sell everything you've collected, could you like buy a mansion? Like, what's happening there? I don't know.
I don't want a mansion. I just want a decent house. You know.
God, I don't know. I used to.
Maybe a more interesting question. Sorry, is that what's the most rarest thing you guys have got?
I got Amazing Fantasy 15. That's pretty rare. I got a Batman #1 too.
What? I
have nothing of value.
It's
So.
Comic 621. I don't know. Was that £3.50? I don't know. I think the most expensive comic I've got is probably the Jock cover from Black Mirror. Well, Black Window. Is it Black Mirror? Black Window. Scott Snyder's first run on tech. I think that's worth about 150. I got some Alan Hughes covers for Catwoman. They're worth, 100 something.
I told you Batman #1. I got it 10 years ago at Long Beach Comic Con. The guy did not believe that I was going to buy it. I was in shorts and stuff, and I walked up, and the guy wanted 10 grand for it. And I talked to my wife. We had just gotten married, and she I said, "Hey, I will never find one this cheap. This is it. Like, it's in good shape." The guy wants 10 grand in cash. I say we do it. It's every penny I have right now, but it'll be worth it in the long run. She said, "Yeah, do it." So I did it. It took me, and the guy wouldn't talk to me at first, and he kind of blew me off. And it took another comic shop owner to come up and go, "No, this guy's fucking serious. He wants to buy your Batman #1. Talk to him right now." I wasn't being.
Wait, I just Googled it. So that's a rare boy.
Yeah. What condition would you put it in? 3.0 for 2.0?
3.0, 2.5 territory.
Okay. Damn. So that's still probably nowadays
G minus
40, 50 grand.
G plus. Yeah.
Jeez.
It's slab now.
I would buy a 3.0 Batman #1 for 10 grand right now.
I haven't looked at it in years. It's in my safe.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, that shit you have to do special stuff to keep it preserved, right? Or
I got it slabbed right after I bought it, and then it used to be in a safe deposit box for a long time, and I haven't looked at it. It's with my uber valuable ones that I thankfully never brought to, because I brought most of my stuff to the store to sell, so I cycled it out, and there's only even my collection now isn't anything like it was when I had the store. I had runs of fucking everything, but I eventually I gotta break this thing down to a reasonable level because it's taking up too much room. So I'm gonna keep what I like and sell the other stuff, which I did. And there's a bunch of stuff I regret selling. I had this John Byrne original piece of art with that he made for me in trade. I got to talk to him too. He's a famous comic artist. I gave him a Sideshow thing 1-in-1 head in exchange for a Batman and Spider-Man with Black Cat and Catwoman on a double date on top of a building, and he drew me the fucking best. It wasn't just a commission piece. It was this is going into Marvel comic piece. And I ended up selling that for Coke. So I did a lot of stupid shit too. Okay.
I know. Hey, we've all done.
I think Batman #1's graded. I can't remember. It's 2.5, I think. And which would put it at a good plus, and it's worth a lot of fucking money. Yeah. And it's going to go to my kids.
Yeah, nice. Makes sense. Did you guys ever see the because it reminds me, the Radioactive Man was the Simpsons version of Batman.
Yes.
And there was an episode where they get Radioactive Man #1, and they can only afford it if the three of them put their money together. And then when they read it, they have to take it out of the packaging with a tweezers and move each page very slowly so as to not damage it and stuff. And it's funny because I can see people being like, "Oh my god, that's so nerdy," but it's well, if it's worth 50 grand, you really want to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, your fingers have oils, and those oils will disintegrate the pages. So if you want to touch something like that Batman #1 for that Gary's got, I'd be wearing gloves. I probably would be using some sort of tweezers tool to turn. Absolutely.
When I graded comics, I wore my surgical gloves. I had my black light out because you got a black light to come because there's a lot of restoration going on right now and ink touching up, and you got to watch. I mean, like a lot of the comics now are quote unquote counterfeit or restored, which is, what they did is they took a cover and fused it onto another one, which there's all kinds of crazy shit they can do. So you got to watch out for that. That's why I don't love CGC, but they're a necessary evil. They're a grading company. They grade cars, and they're legit. Like they're absolutely legit. But they have one office is in Florida, and you got to send your books there for months and wait for months for them to send your $10,000 book back. It's like that's tough.
You shit yourself. You're never gonna see
you
it again.
shit yourself for a long time. Yeah.
I told the story the other week, last week before, where I went to that comic book convention and a guy had a Batman #3 up, and I just said, "Is there any chance I could just look at it? Hold it?" And he just went, "Yeah." And he, not the comic, obviously the casing, because it was in a case, like a big thick plastic case. So he just took it down and just let me hold it and just go, "Wow!" And then it's such a cool, nice thing to do, So I bought a couple of things from your shop.
Is there like a first comic book of any kind, like the original, like one that maybe kicked off the industry, sort of thing, or anything like that?
That would be probably no. There isn't. I mean, short answer. There's Yellow Boy, which was an early comic book, and they often go to that as an example of like how the industry started. It was very, very racist, but comics started. It's hard to say.
Yeah,
there was comic strips, and they collected them into comic books. But then there was Penny Dreadfuls, and
Penny Dreadfuls, yeah.
And there's a lot of different answers for that. So, but no, there isn't. I would say, Superman, Action Comics is the one that kicked it off.
Is that like one of the most valuable ones that Action Comics won? Or
Action Comics is it went for $1 million the first time 10 years ago. There was under 100 left on the planet.
Wow.
I don't know what it's going for now. Let's see. #1.
And of course, DC Comics Mauler is called
3
DC because of Detective Comics.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I've always known that calling it DC Comics is kind of a Detective Comics. Isn't that like, it's like, huh? But it's just that's how people know it now, because Marvel Comics, DC Comics, I think people just see it that way. But interestingly, right, because I've been watching a bit of Grand Tour recently. I don't know if any of you have seen any of it. Top Gear, Grand Tour.
Yes, great.
Stuff, yeah. So they were talking about there was this like car that sells for like $1 million because of what it was in the 50s or whatever, and the company that made it created like an extra 100 in the modern day just to sell for that much, because they sell for more than modern cars do. And I was curious if there was any kind of push to do that in the comic industry, to create the older ones again.
They do reprints, but they're not
yeah.
worth anything because they're reprints.
So I'm assuming there's something about those old, like, how do you prove that your comic isn't a reprint? Is there like definitive sort of stuff on them?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's copyright. There's a timestamp. Age of paper. I mean, could somebody counterfeit an Action Comics? It would be awfully hard, because there's specific paper that they used, and you'd have to make it smell a certain way. I just don't. I'm sure maybe they can do it. Action Comics #1 goes for $3.25 million now.
Jeez.
And I believe there is under 100 left, maybe less, on the planet. I'm guessing yes, more modern comics, you could absolutely, if you put enough time and effort into it, you could reprint and make them look old and counterfeit the shit out of them. But like, comic collectors are pretty good at picking that stuff out. They'll like, well, there's a certain stamp, like the UPC codes and all that stuff.
Yeah, man, and if you're going to pay millions, then I think you're going to inspect it first. There probably has to be like a whole thing with like you have a surveyor, you know, for like houses, but with comics, and they have to give it an inspection, make sure it passes all the tests.
Yeah, you'd hire an authenticator, and yeah.
But could somebody take like the first appearance of Harley Quinn, which is relatively new, and fake it? Maybe you'd have to
make it look old. Yeah, that's not that hard to make it look old, but I think some of the current paper stock it's not really made to do
you
that.
Want a mint, a near mint. Well, because what is that? That's the Batman Adventures 12, is it?
Yeah.
Batman Adventures 12, I think it is. Maybe 14.
Or
maybe 13. It's 12, 13, or 14 anyway. You could probably pick one of those up for $1,000 near mint.
It's I mean, the collector value is all based on it's a very specific number of people who are willing to pay for stuff outside of what's called a key issue. So Action Comics 1, Detective 27, Batman #1, fucking Amazing Fantasy 15, and blah, blah. Those are key. Like first appearance of the major issues are key issues. Outside of that, it's all what a very small specific group of people are willing to pay for it. That's why it's going to be weird. Like Golden Age comics, old Captain America from the 40s, those are worth tons of money, but who's going to buy them soon? Because you're aging out, and people who read those as a kid, the nostalgia factor is gone. They're already too old. They're dead. They're dying. What do you do? So it remains valuable, but nobody's there to buy it. And the number of people who are willing to buy it grows smaller and smaller every day. It's weird.
Interesting, though.
Az is looking at that stuff. Don't go down that rabbit hole. It is like
he's thinking about like I can
do
sell a
you want me to be totally honest with you?
Always.
I'm looking at portable air conditioners.
You are? There you go. You could sell your hot toy collection is formidable. As you could sell all that and get a couple key issues probably.
I do have Invincible #1. Actually, I've got Invincible #1.
Yeah, hang on to that because that one should having a popular series helps. Plus, it's a quality series that ended. That's rare. That's a rare thing. In time, it will go up in value. Will it be like a Superman or Batman? No, but it'll go up in value. Surprisingly enough, people want Spawn now, and Spawn was like everywhere, and it's not worth a ton of money. It's just
no, you can pick Spawn up pretty cheap.
Oh, I did.
I was actually surprised. I went down that road a couple of days ago, looking at some Spawn #1s, and they were. I was really surprised at how cheap they were.
I was getting these for a couple bucks, so
yeah, nice.
Yeah, I was going to bag and board these for baby boy. I love these books, man. These are great.
See, Gary, you need to become like a super duper millionaire and make a museum. It has to happen.
That'd be lovely. Be a millionaire, Gary, and make a museum for
the studio in Texas is going to look pretty dope.
I bet it's going to look.
You're going to have like a staircase, red carpeted, and like you have to pull the curtains, and it's the Batman #1 with like lights.
You pull the thing, and the curtains open up
with guards standing in.
And like it looks real, but then when Nicolas Cage tries to steal it, it turns out it's a copy. It's not the actual one. You still got that in the safe.
Oh my god! If Nicolas Cage broke into my house to steal my comics, I'm almost let him. It's like, can I just
watch?
Yeah.
Could you gotta steal the Batman #1?
Could you play Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider stealing my fucking in my house? Here, I could have him steal my because I've got Ghost Rider's first appearance in my spinner rack in there. It's in the second shelf right there. Ghost Rider's favorite. I love Ghost Rider. He's just never had a great story.
You need to have like a fire pit in the museum place, and they're like, "What's this for?" And you're like, "The new comics." You just toss them in. Keeps the place warm.
Yeah.
Oh,
just a furnace.
When Richard and Cecil used to put comics in a shredder, and your boy Zach would just throw them across the room and rip them. And even shitty comics, I could never do that. I hated strip covering my comics. I made my employees do it. It was just the thing. I can't rip a comic book, even if it's fucking garbage. Well, I can now because it's garbage, but before I couldn't. It was too hard for me to.
It's amazing how easy it is.
Trading. Oh, it's very easy now. You can.
Something changed and it just became really easy.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I got a video of me barbecuing Star Trek Discovery Season 1 on Blu-ray.
Nice.
Yeah, got a lot of shit for that.
I want to watch that video.
I'll find it.
It's on my hungry.
People do the thing where they're like, oh yeah, you're showing him by purchasing it and then destroying it. And it's just like, I mean, he's already purchased it. Now he's destroying it.
Somebody gave me a super chat to specifically buy it and barbecue it. So I was just following what I was asked
Following orders.
Yep.
Following orders, champ. I bought myself a little portable AC unit for my desk that should hopefully
get that
not make me fall. Hey,
did you have to sell a hot toy to get it?
No, it was that would no. I'd rather keep all the hot toys and melt.
I like the idea that one day you order like a pizza, but you don't pay online. You're paying in cash, but then you lose your wallet, and you're like, "Do you want a Batman?"
Yeah. Do you want a Lando Calrissian?
Okay. Would you like a Captain Marvel?
We ain't buying no Captain Marvels.
He's pulling the pizza away from you, like, no. You're like, okay, bad, Jesus.
Yeah. How dare you, sir? How dare you? No, bring me back that delicious cheesy goodness. Adam Wolford with a $5 says, "Hey, Az, I have a Warcraft question. Oh my God. Isn't the Lich King's crown unbreakable? And how did that dark elf was able to break it, I imagine? Hey, Mauler and Gary and just some guy. Well, the helmet, contains the spirit of what's-majiging, and it shouldn't be able to be destroyed, but Sylvanas out of nowhere got undeterminable powers that were never quantified in any way, shape, or form, and so her character got fucking pathetic. And then Blizzard went, "Stop being sexist, you sexists." And then a lot of people went, "Fuck off, Blizzard, you fucking cunts. What about China that you..." Anyway, going slightly off topic. No, she shouldn't have been able to touch it. She shouldn't have been able to rip it apart at all. But maybe that's why this expansion is falling apart, just like the last few expansions are. So there you go. Where do we get to? Alex Lee with a $5. I know people who are looking to the first chapter or two before buying a manga. It absolutely leads to sales. I think it can. But it's got to be the people have got to have the. When I say the right mentality, if you're just gonna nick, if you're just gonna pirate, you're gonna pirate. You ain't gonna buy anything. But if you're like, I want to try before I buy, want to see what it's like. I can understand that. I can legit understand that. You're not going to get them all, but you might get some, and that's some that you would never have had. Nerdy Go creates with a $5. Hot Toys shift their focus from Star Wars sequel figures to prequels. They even knew Star Wars wasn't financially worth it. The sequel trilogy Hot Toys don't sell. Not even the fucking Troopers. They don't sell. And so they're literally just making prequel and Mandalorian figures for Star Wars Hot Toys. That's it.
So basically only the stuff people like.
Yeah. They can't, it's a company. They ain't throwing money away. There's no virtue signal for them. They put out some Raylos. They put out some Troopers. Took a while for them to sell, and still plenty of shit. And we've got it on good authority from Hot Toys as well. From the horse's mouth that they've got no plans for additional sequel stuff. None.
Wow.
Miguel Olmo with a $5. Have you guys read Archie versus the Predator comic? It's bloody gory. See, the Predator murdered the F out of Archie and his friends. Have a good one. Okay. The Uber Geek with a £5. Just some guy and Mauler. Being on a real BBC is like a teaser. I want more. Friday Night Tights. Brown Cajun with a $2. As his money for an ice popsicle, you look hot. Oh, thank you. I am.
No.
I ain't gonna bullshit any of you guys, okay? As soon as this stream's over, I'm fucking ordering in a massive fucking bowl of ice cream with extra fucking cold and a slush. Purely because the slush is just gonna have a shit ton of ice in it. And I'm just gonna sit here at the desk and I'm just gonna get sugared off my tits, but I'm gonna be cold on the inside, and that's gonna make me very happy.
Sugared off my tits.
Sugared off my tits.
I just like the idea. They're like, what flavor drink do you want? You're like, cold.
Yeah. I would like a cold, please. Yeah, but what flavor? Cold.
Freezing cold.
I will suck ice out of a Pepsi can right now.
Wow. That's commitment right there.
Yeah, it is.
Kevin Ian Common with a $2. To echo another chatter, you are my new MCU. Oh my god. That's beautiful. Adam Wooford again with a $10 this time. Was there a guy that said after he saw the show he was on, said, I don't remember anything on screen, found they shot new scenes after shooting was finished, found out they threw half of it out. They were cancelled by UPN and then got picked up by TNT and renewed for the 5th and final season and made all the TV movies and started on Crusade. He's talking about, obviously, Babylon 5.
They were on UPN? I don't remember that. Really?
As a Brit.
Huh.
They're on Channel 4 over here, I think.
I don't remember that.
I'll do a stream. I'll do a stream eating a slushie, people. I'll do that. I'll just fucking suck that slushie on stream.
I can't. I wonder if I took the video down. Me burning Star Trek.
I do want to. I'm not kidding. I do want to watch that. Just another neglected Babylon 5 fan with a £5. Babylon 5 season 5 is not great because it was designed for 2 reasons: bring Babylon 5 to a conclusion and setting up the failed spin-off series. So it's all over the place.
Yeah, I've heard about that because there's a lot more Babylon 5 content outside of the initial series, but like nobody talks about that stuff really. Being like, you should go see it. It's more so just, yeah, that exists.
Dude,
I know they did like books and comics, and I think there's some movies, but I have no intention of watching or reading any of those.
I've literally received letters from people telling us what to watch and in what order. I'm not even joking. Literally handwritten letters telling us what to watch and in what order that we should watch.
Yes.
That's commitment.
That it. Oh, there you go. There's and I got mine. Boosh up there. That box set.
Probably helps.
Right next to my Captain Marvel special edition. Do you like my Batman and Superman, by the way?
I do. Got this.
They'd look great in your office, Gary. Might send them to you.
Put him on.
Batman looks ready.
He looks ready to go.
He does look ready. Superman looks like he's tucked.
Are they metal, by the way? Those?
No, the canvas.
Canvas. They made Marvel ones too.
They're great. I bought them for £1 each in a charity shop.
£1? What? Damn.
£1 each in a charity shop.
Hang on to them. Be worth millions one day.
I think they're beautiful. They need somewhere beautiful to be, though, because they are beautiful.
They need love. Why haven't you moved them further to the camera? What are you doing, Az? Hiding them?
We just
Never
want to see Batman's legs. He really works.
Yeah, because that's sexy.
Well, sexy.
Beautiful.
007 Southpaw with a $5. Heyo, gang! Any of you guys play the World War II game Enlisted on PlayStation 5/Xbox? I really am enjoying it and just wondered what you guys think of it. No.
No, yeah, I haven't played that. Nope.
No, Soz. Gary's fucking not. He can't even get out the door in fucking Witcher 3.
No, I can't. But you want to see my cute dogs?
I do.
Yeah, they're all drinking.
Oh.
There's big fat Parker, and there's little Maris, and there's old man Gomez.
Are they at San Francisco? Or are they
driving down right now?
Nice.
Yeah, I get to see.
You
all
excited to see doggos then?
Man, I haven't seen all three of them in a long time.
Oh, they're gonna be all over you. They're gonna be like sniffing the shit, going, "That's Daddy! That's fucking Daddy!"
If they remember me, we'll see.
Oh, they'll remember the smell. Smell. All smells with doggos. Tox Fox with the £5. When Jean sent newly gay Bobby back in time, does that retcon the whole X-Men history? Does that make him straight again?
Making Iceman gay retcons pretty much all of his history, which is the X-Men history. I mean, I don't even count that. Like, that shit is gone. It's all dead.
Excuse me, Gary. X-People.
X-People? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Persons. Is it you, just some guy that says how these people, or it's either you or your boy Zach or Ripper, it's one of you. They say, you know, they do these sexuality changes, and yet in all the history of these characters, never once in their head canon have they ever led to any thought about that way of inclination whatsoever.
No, that's the thing with comic.
He's gone.
Yeah. When you read a comic book,
you killed him.
Half of it is the character thinking. That's the thought bubble.
Yes.
So you know what's in their head all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they did that recent Captain America bullshit thing where he's like, I don't believe in the American dream because the
American dream is dead.
The American dream is like so like poopy.
The American dream is gay.
He's a big gay boy. It's actually a little bit trans and bi as well.
And Iceman didn't have a single thought about a man until Jean Grey appropriated his brain.
Yes.
But that's after Disney took over. See, Marvel Comics, I was reading it, you know, they did a Secret Wars, which brought in some of the Ultimate characters, and that was pretty much where my brain checked out. I'm like, this is dumb. They said they would never do this, and they're obviously doing it. They're doing it to bring in Miles Morales, and just some guy brought it up earlier. You don't see him as Spider-Man. You call him Miles Morales. That's what he's known for. He's just known by his name. And that's, by the way, Tom Holland will be the last Peter Parker Spider-Man, folks. Be prepared for that. And I fully expect for them to adapt because I mean, it's Ultimate Spidey, so they're going to adapt the death of Spider-Man. And Peter Parker's going to die, and Miles Morales will take over for him in the MCU or Sony, whatever version they decide to do.
How long do you reckon he's got?
3 years.
Probably 2 more films.
2 more films, yeah. 3 years.
Well, yeah, when his contract runs out.
Well, see, the problem with that, though, is that they would have built up a fan base for that character. So if you kill him off and you replace him, the way that they would probably do it, where they would just kill him off and replace him, they're not going to get people to stick around for Miles Morales. They keep overplaying their hand, and they think that this BLM shit is going to last that long. People are already tired of it. So by the time they even get around to doing it, it's going to be too late.
Yep.
It does sound a little bit dramatic, but I mean, we've got it now. For Black Widow is probably the most overt example of them having done it already. The character is killed, and she's replaced by the new one that they want to push. I think that's the most overt one we've got so far. Loki, of course, is still alive. As soon as he dies and Sylvie takes over as that portion of whatever, is like that would be another example.
They did it with the Falcon.
Oh yeah, well, see, so Cap isn't dead yet. Like they don't know what they're doing with Cap yet. At least that's the idea, right? They don't know what they're doing with Steve Rogers specifically. So I think they'd want to claim he's dead, but I don't think they're allowed to yet. But yes, they've definitely, he's been knocked out and Falcon's replaced him. And yeah, I think we're going to get a lot more of that. Everyone's getting replaced. Iron Man is going to get... Nobody's going to fucking like Iron Man getting replaced by Ironheart. That's not going to work.
Brie Larson was supposed to be Robert Downey Jr. She was put, like, for some reason... I know. And it didn't work.
Why are you laughing? She's very charismatic.
She is the only blonde woman ever to make an exercise video and make people fucking bored.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Captain Marvel 2 was supposed to be called Captain Marvel 2 at the investors meeting. That's what they introduced it as, and they changed the fucking title to make it more woke. I mean, it was going to be intersectional, but they want to make it woke now.
Oh, that's another one. Hawkeye will probably be killed, and Kate Bishop will replace him. So that's another one.
Yep. America Chavez is going to be in Doctor Strange, so she's probably going to cuck him hard.
Sure.
I'm waiting for them to bring in a female Doctor Strange type, like a girl who he trains. Well, I don't even know if he'll be able to train him. Maybe she'll teach herself the magic. But there's no... Because in the Sorcerer set, we've got him and Wong, right?
Yep.
So they're probably going to try and introduce at least one female in
Wanda?
the... Well, no, she's... So the Doctor Strange type of people, so with the sling ring and the history with the Sorcerer Supreme, all those people, I figured they're going to have to bring in a few more characters in Doctor Strange.
Just
one of them,
girlfriend from the film.
Oh, that's Rachel McAdams, right? Is she coming back or is she out?
I don't know, but they'll probably just get her and make her the bestest ever.
They could totally do that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, she falls through a portal and gets like, she's like, I need to use the sling ring now, and then she can, and it's like, there you go.
They're just pulling names now. They can. There's any amount of female characters they can pull and just make that person the Sorceress Supreme, or give it to Wanda or whatever. Like at this point, there's Clea.
I really like. Oh man, I would shake their hand if they had Doctor Strange not only beat the fuck out of her, but trap her in like a prison and be like, we have to deal with this creature. She's. But instead, we're going to get her defeating Strange, sparing Strange, and then saying she has to find her kids, and then she will, and then they will become, what is it, the Young Avengers, right?
Yep.
Well, if they did that though, they have to find a way to work in the X-Men, because that's tied closely to the X-Men stuff.
Oh, they don't care about that.
So I'm assuming you guys know, but you know the guy that David Harbour broke the hand of in Black Widow? He's apparently a mutant.
Oh,
he's supposed to be. I forget the name, but he's like a bear guy. And if you check the Wikipedia and stuff, it says.
I thought they just meant he was a homosexual.
But he's apparently a mutant. He's supposed to be some like he's a part of some team. But I was so confused. I was like, wait, what do you mean he's a mutant? It's like they haven't done mutants yet. And it's like apparently they had in there, obviously.
Ursa Major. Well,
that's the one, yeah.
How in the hell was that? Did they call him by name or something like that?
Oh, there's literally fucking nothing that.
No,
I don't even know how people
they just said the bear over there.
They just said that extra is Ursa Major now. Off.
No, they went bear because it was just some huge burly guy.
Nah, it's setting up the mutants coming into the. How are they? Oh god, everything gets retconned. They're gonna be like the mutants have been around the whole time.
That's gonna be dumb.
But they didn't choose to do anything. It reminds me of so many like they keep doing it. They can't resist because the Eternals is going to be one of the most funniest ones. It's like, we are here to protect Earth. It's like, where the fuck were you the whole time? They're gonna be like, we were busy.
We were busy with Captain Marvel doing other things.
Yeah. Oh, that was so painful in Endgame. Do you guys remember that when Don Cheadle calls her out, like, where the fuck were you? And then she's like, it's not all about you. And he's like, oh, true. And it's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
I like that when Rocker went, where have you been? Having another haircut?
Yeah. Dude, it was some of the most like cringy overt shit when it came out in the trailers where Thor walks up to Captain Marvel and he's like, I like this one. It's literally like when they wrote it, they were
Why?
like, we have to get one of the established characters to say that Captain Marvel's cool, okay? It doesn't have to be a reason. You just have to get them to do it. I'm surprised we didn't have Cap and Iron Man both nod and be like, yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, can I like her next?
I know. I like her. I hate it when they.
Well, remember, she personally saved Peter Parker as well. She's got and she personally saved Iron Man. She shouldn't have been in the fucking movie.
No, she took down a fucking ship the first time she flew in, and that was kind of it right there. And it
that was lame. I don't know if you guys have seen the meme version, but the community in EFAP changed it to the Dawn. He comes in on his bike and he smashes the shit out of that ship.
That is awesome.
That's the way it should have been.
Yeah.
It should have been Adam fucking Warlock, but never mind.
Toots or something goes, hey, sweetie pie, and smacks her on the ass. The Dawn for the save.
Yeah.
Hop up, we gotta save the world.
Let's go. Get these dames out of the way. Why y'all grouped up in this all vagina scene right here? Slide through in his bike.
Yeah.
That scene. I mean, I don't think that scene's aged well. I don't think it was fucking aged well when it was in the film. But that scene is going to age so fucking badly, I think.
Yeah, when you look in a decade from now and you're showing your kids some superhero movies, I feel like they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? Why?
Yeah.
She's got help. Is all the good? What's going on? What is this about?
I was watching Endgame in Las Vegas after the Star Trek convention. It was like the night before we were leaving. We're just chilling in there with my kid, and he didn't even want to finish the movie. He's like, I've seen this already, and I know where it's like, whoa. So they're losing the kids already, and now they're losing the hardcore fans. It's just some guys, right? They think their farts fucking smell great to them. They've got all the hubris in the world, and they think they've got all the capital they want to do all this shit. And it's because Captain Marvel made $1 billion, and they think it made $1 billion because of the messaging in it, not because.
No!
Shouldn't they just go and talk to Disney and find out how well they think they're really doing? Because Disney thought they were doing well with Star Wars, and they can't sell any of their fucking books. They can't sell any of those High Republic books, and nobody's even talking about them.
The evidence is the fact that we've not Star Wars films have stopped for a bit now. We would have had another 4 by now or some shit if it was going well. We know it's obvious. They have to be like, oh shit, we need to redo this. What are we doing? This is fucked. We're not making anywhere near as much money as we should be. Everyone hates this shit. We got to refocus. Got to redo it.
But we
Mandalorian.
When they released Solo so quick.
That was where
when
it
The
went
Last
wrong.
Jedi bombed. Why would you release another movie months after that? Normally you would release them at the end of the year. That was what they said they were going to do, and you're rushing it out. Why? Because they were trying to recoup
the ship.
What? Because I don't know if you guys are as cynical as EFAP is, but you guys know the Obi-Wan Kenobi show's coming, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's going to be about Princess Leia now for some fucking reason.
Well, so this is the thing. I'm dreading that show. I feel like it's going to ruin things even more again, because his time on Tatooine is kind of don't touch it. We can all think what it may have been, but now they're going to tell us he's going on these crazy fucking adventures all over space. Fucking Darth Vader's going to be in it, from what I gather.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand how much I do not want them to portray Darth Vader at this point? It's please don't show him.
Yeah, but the news coming out now, it's gonna be to do with Leia, and it's no.
And why are you calling it Obi-Wan Kenobi? Why is it called Kenobi if it's about Leia?
Yeah. Shouldn't it be called Senator Amidala and then have them, No.
Well, they call it Organa, right? That's what it would be called. That's how the naming conventions these days.
Organa. Sorry, I'm Amidalaing. I'm Amidalaing when it should be Organaing.
Yeah. Yeah, and Obi-Wan will say hello there at some point, and then people will share that on Twitter and say
hello
it's
there.
the greatest content that they've ever made in Disney, and they finally did this, that, and the other.
Oh, Star Wars is saved, Mauler.
Oh no!
A character.
We've got Cassian Andor coming.
Nobody cares about that.
That could possibly give a shit.
No, you know what they are going to do? They're going to put Baby Yoda in it. That's what they're going to do, because he's 50 years old. He can actually be in it.
He's going to smuggle Luke and Baby Yoda, and then Luke's going to get left on the planet in episode 1. And so it's just going to be him and Baby Yoda, and then the music's just going to turn into the Mandalorian music. and he's gonna go, "Hey, look, I found the Mandalorian helmet. I'm just gonna wear it for the rest of the series."
Tell the Star Wars fans, how well did it work out for Star Trek to have all of your iconic characters recast? Didn't work fucking very well. Kind of worked for one movie, didn't work after that. Only Carrie Fisher is fucking Princess Leia. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Princess Leia. You can't. What you're getting is not your character, a character not that character you didn't ask for as a little girl in a show you didn't ask for her to be in. Star Wars is saved.
Guarantee, by the way, the fucking finale for the Kenobi series, something huge, cliffhangery and key jangly will happen.
Oh God.
He'll probably be Leia's the true savior of the Force. It was her the entire time. And she's gonna like pull a Star Destroyer out of the fucking sky like I did it better. And then Rey's gonna pop up out of nowhere like, bitch, please.
She's gonna pull a Star Destroyer down and use it as a vibrator.
No, she'll get 2 Star Destroyers together and it'll look like 2 giant testicles and she'll kick them Mary Poppins style.
Well, with the reaction to the end of Mandalorian season 2, even if it doesn't make sense, what if Obi-Wan is he's about to die, he's facing great odds, and then in comes Luke, slices a bunch of robots, saves him, and you'll be like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. It won't matter because Luke will be from a different multiverse, and he'll tell Obi-Wan to look out because reasons. Goodbye, Obi-Wan.
Verses are so hot right now, Mauler.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
And he'll be like, who are you? And he'll be like, you created me, Obi-Wan, and I have saved you in return. It's like poetry.
I am not.
They'll probably just
father.
commit to the to making Luke the villain. That's probably what they'll do. Is they'll turn him into the new Vader, and they'll just make him the worst character humanly possible.
What's the news on the show for Luke? Wasn't there a show for him coming out as well in production?
I don't know if
Like
it's
a
going to
I
happen.
don't think so.
I have a pitch. I have a pitch for Disney Star Wars. They should just remake
Die.
Star Wars, but do like Black Star Wars, and then do Latinx Star Wars, and then Asian Star Wars. They can go through all the
Gay
races.
Star Wars. I want gay Star Wars.
Gay war.
Yeah, just do that till the end of time.
Because this is the thing, I would have thought that after the reaction to the end of Mandalorian season 2, that they might actually be like, maybe don't fuck with Luke. After TLJ and this, we've seen the results, we've seen the fans' reactions. Maybe we don't make him a hobo.
No, the hubris that they have is too much. They can't help themselves. They're like, they loved everything that we did, so we're gonna do whatever we want, and it'll be awesome. They're giving that, Harvey Weinstein's butt buddy her fucking show, and it's all about her.
Leslie Headland.
Former Harvey Weinstein assistant Leslie Headland. Yes.
Yeah. Accomplice is the correct word.
Accomplice, good word. Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, they saw she's getting her show, and from what I understand, it's basically she's writing herself as a character.
Self-insert. Oh God.
Yeah.
What did Quarter Black say about her? I don't want to. Do we want to repeat that here?
Do it.
Too ugly to assault. Quarter Black's words, not mine. Although I did repeat them. That's terrible.
Fear of FEMA with a $5 says, here's some money to help us beat the heat. Ladies, I suggest an ice bucket to wear in your head like Marlon Brando on Island of Dr. Moreau. Hell yeah, that'd be great. Nabor 605 with a $5 says, Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered the same problem with most seasons being written as intended to be. The series finale each year had to be rewritten. Gonzalo Begale with a 150 UEs. That's the good crossover, Gary. DC War Devil was awful. I think it means the Spawn one.
Yeah.
Daz Pooch with a $10. Babylon 5 has had lots of bad luck. Sinclair's acted left over severe mental illness. Yeah. Talia's acted left for bigger roles, and rather than recast them, he rewrote the arcs for new characters, Sheridan and Lita.
On the
I
Spawn,
he fitted in well.
on the Spawn Batman at the time, people thought the reverse. They thought the War Devil one was better. I forgot who drew that. I can't
Klaus
remember.
Janson, was it?
Was it? It might have been the DC one because they had a DC Image one.
There's Klaus Janson.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's got a sentimental.
So for the Babylon 5 thing, so they did replace Talia with Lita. That was what they basically did. Is that how they took everything that they were going to do with Talia and just put it with Lita?
And according to the Wikipedia that I read, they had planned, like, if characters left, they had plans for them. So there was an out written in for each character if they left. God, a lot of people have died from Babylon 5. Like half the cast is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. It's just kind of weird that was the case because the character arcs are so different, but the way that they end with Talia's character, you're like, yeah, you set up a lot of stuff, and I want to see what happens, but they don't return to the character because she's gone. So
and
it's weird.
Is that when she gets she realizes she's been brain nuked?
Yeah, and
yeah.
Say the keyword.
But you never get any resolution to any of the stuff that was set up, like in season 1 with her and that dude, her former lover.
Well, no, because she's a completely different person now.
But you would think that with what happened there, that there would be some fallout with like Bester or something like that. There'd be some mention of it. There's nothing of it. There's like one little casual mention where he messes with Garibaldi, but there's no other mention of her. There's no other mention of like them ascending or anything like that, as far as I know. So it's just that little segment of
people
story
saying
arc.
spoilers. People in the chat, that's spoilers.
Oh, it's a freaking 30-year-old show.
30-year-old show, but you can't spoil it for us. That goes the other way around. Yeah.
I like
we
how
can spoil it for you, but you can't spoil it for us.
The guy who played Garibaldi turned into like this hardcore libertarian radio host.
No way.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I was going and listening to some of his old stuff. It was pretty good, actually.
Ooh. He died, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a
heart
attack. Yeah, he had a heart attack.
Garibaldi?
Yeah.
I thought Garibaldi was still alive.
No.
He died in 2006.
Jakar passed away.
Like
he passed away a while ago. Delin passed away. I think
Jakar died in about 2004-ish or something.
Yeah.
Man, they really are all dying. What the fuck?
The doctor died from a heart condition.
Heart condition. Yeah.
Michael O'Hare died in 2012. And
he died in 2016. What the fuck?
Yeah, it sucks.
Stop fucking dying.
Yeah, it's rude.
I didn't realize how old they all were, though. The guy who plays Lanier, I didn't realize he was from Lost in Space. He was a kid from Lost in Space.
No way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I had to remind myself the show came on in the 90s, so yeah, that makes sense. They
got Animal House.
In his 30s.
Yeah, it's got an eclectic cast. I like it. Bill Murray's in Space Command, Mark Zickery's Space Command.
Well, you know who continuously surprises me that's still alive, and I'm glad they're still alive, but Clint Eastwood, he's just still going, still making stuff too.
Oh,
yeah.
He's the man of mans. That guy is alpha of the alphas.
Well, we need to stop studying him.
They tried to cancel him because he made a film about a neighbor who's bigoted towards his neighbors. And they're just like, it was racist. That's the fucking film, you dumb binge. Was about his intolerance and his ability to become tolerant. What? Fucking, I could have said a really funny joke 20 years ago, but I can't do it now.
I was introduced to Clint Eastwood through the most random movie, Any Which Way But Loose.
Same.
I didn't watch any westerns. I thought just like this comedy guy who fought when I was a kid. I'm like,
any which way but loose, any which way you can, any which way you can. Any which way but loose, you serve me.
How that movie starts out. He pulls into a bar and gets into a fucking fight with somebody.
Right turn, Clyde.
Yep. Damn good movie.
Bit of a random question, and I hope it doesn't take too long for an answer. I'm just very curious. You know, all this comic knowledge I've been getting today, but for the three of you, if you could only pick one, which is the best written single comic?
For me, it's it is the death of Elektra, Daredevil 181. If I got to pick a comic that like blew me away as a kid, like throughout my entire life, I was like stunned when I read that, and it was just fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Can it be like one shots as well, or has it got to be a floppy?
No, it could be whatever.
Okay.
I know Mauler asked the question, but I just made the rules.
Sorry,
okay. You'll know how to make the rules better than I would.
There's got to be a single issue, right? Not like an entire series.
What about miniseries, though?
I'm gunning for a single issue. I want to not
okay.
all the way down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I mean, there are some which come to mind, but there are some like personal favorites of mine, which, you know, I don't necessarily think they're the best written, but I really, really like. Oh man. Poor. I'm gonna say.
Tough.
Yeah, I mean, as a one shot, you could say something like The Killing Joke, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think of like a floppy.
You'd almost have to go like with whatever had the biggest impact on you.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this God, there's like kind of so much. To me personally, I mean, you know, you could say Batman 404, Year One, Part One. I think but there was man, I think I'm gonna the biggest impact on me, I'm gonna say, I think is it 428? I'm gonna say I think it's 428. Batman 428. Jason Todd's Death in Death in the Family.
Good one.
I would have to concur with that.
Jim Aparo. I mean,
I would have to concur with that, because that was something that was really, really impressive. I had never seen anything like that. I knew what it was, but I had never read it. But if I have to go with the all-time issue of any comic, American or Japanese, because I read both, I would have to say it would be, I believe it's chapter 399 or 400 of Naruto, where it reveals who just so I won't spoil it for something that happened a decade ago, who the fake Madara is, because the writer and the artist Masashi Kishimoto manages to take what he had done with the entire series with the main character in like 30 volumes and condenses it down to 17 pages, and it works to tell an entire character's life story visually in 17 pages without a single word of dialogue. Absolutely impressive. Master storytelling.
Well.
There you go, Mauler.
3 difficult picks.
I'm
not going to say which is the worst, because I know that'll be hard for you guys to choose. This.
What's Vita Ayala written lately? That would be the one.
Yeah, what's the worst? Just pick up a comic from the new comic rack and read. And there you go. There's the worst.
Although I would have to say she's still a better writer than Kwanzaa Sajefo. Fake Holiday takes the top spot for the worst writer I've read to write a comic book in the last 10 years. Just unbelievably bad at doing it. Even when Mark Waid helping him, still terrible writer.
Here's a little something. Batman 428, Robin Alive cover by Mike DiCarlo.
Oh, that was the alternate cover in case they won that way.
They saved him, yeah.
My 50 cents to have Robin die. I admit it. I did.
You were Why did you hate Jason Todd?
Yeah, you were doing drugs, man. I can forgive.
I was doing drugs. I'm looking up a panel here. I talk about this. We were talking about Straczynski, Spider-Man Back in Black, where he puts his black costume on for the first time because hit goes wrong and by Kingpin, and he shoots Aunt May, and then Kingpin ends up in I think a prison, and Spider-Man beats the living shit out of Kingpin, and for the first time like goes on and go, I hold back. I'm a hero. See, I don't want to hurt anybody. I hold back, but I just want to let you know I can kill you whenever I want. And he's all, I'll tell you exactly how it's going to go. I'm going to cut off your I'm going to hit you like here, cut off your respiratory system, and you'll be dead in 2 seconds. And Kingpin's just bleeding, and Spider-Man's just like little Peter Parker's holding him up, and he's just reminding him like, yeah, I'm a superhero. I'm more powerful than you, and I don't go kill people because I'm a fucking hero. But if Aunt May dies, I'm going to kill you. And this is how easy it is for me to kill you, Mr. Kingpin. It was a fucking badass scene written by Michael J. Straczynski. Loved it. Right before he did some of the worst fucking Spider-Man writing of all time with One More Day. But,
I have heard about that from so many different people in so many different ways. My understanding is that he makes a deal with Mephisto to bring back Aunt May at the sacrifice of, is it Mary Jane or something like that? Or the wedding they had or something?
Yeah, so for Aunt May to live, he had to sacrifice his love for Mary Jane. They forget about it. It gets erased. Everybody hated it. Every single person in my shop hated it. And I heard it was coming out, and I tried to defend Straczynski. I'm like, guys, let's wait till we read it. And they're like, nope, fuck this. Cancel my Spider-Man subscription. I lost half my Spider-Man customers in one day.
Jesus.
One day.
All because Joe Quesada was getting divorced.
Yeah.
That's apparently why that all went down. Is that having marriage issues.
And he's all, marriage is dumb. What a fucking punk.
Joe Quesada a punk? No.
Well, he did that with Wolverine. Like Wolverine, all the characters in the Marvel Universe are not allowed to smoke because his father died of lung cancer.
Oh, so, Wolverine smokes pole.
So he had that removed. It's like, wait, I thought you were telling us that comic books aren't for little kids. So grown people smoke, and Wolverine has a healing factor. So what the fuck is the problem?
It doesn't bother him at all. Exactly. Wolverine was such a fucking badass character that they fucked up again. God damn it. There's an issue. I talk about this a lot, but Derek Robertson drew it where he's fighting the Punisher, and it's a Garth Ennis, and they it's so brutal. Like the Punisher drives a fucking tractor. Wolverine's down to like a skeleton going, it's so fucking funny. It's so good. Oh God. Like Quesada started out a great reign. He started something great with Marvel, and I don't know, it went to his head with all the movies, all this shit. And then it went so south so quick.
Gentlemen, you have all been so polite and kind. I got to interject and ask the question myself. We've now been going for 5 hours 10 minutes.
I have to go.
If you need to go, guys,
and
have lives to lead.
It is still alive in the next room. Stuff like that. But I do.
Yes, so do I. Thanks for having me on, though. It was nice to talk to everybody. Nice to talk to you, Mauler.
Yeah, man. Nice to meet you.
Well, great having you. So I'll start with just some guy. You got anything you'd like to plug to the audience, mate?
Yes, I'm going to be having a video come out later today talking about the Tolkien Society's seminars that they refused to show to the public, but they did post the descriptions about the papers that they had there. So I'll talk about those and you can enjoy.
Anything else?
No, that's it. For the moment.
Mauler.
I do a bunch of streams where I complain about everything. Also, I do videos where I complain about everything. If you're interested, give them a little look-see. Otherwise, you'll probably see me popping up on Az and Gary's channel here and there, annoying them with my comic questions.
No, they've been good questions. They've been interesting questions.
Yeah. Just why are you such a nitpicker, Mauler?
Why are you such a large not picker? I don't know what the opposite is.
Yeah. A large.
G'day.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm finishing up my Loki review. It's currently clocked in at 12 minutes, 9 seconds, and I still have 2 or more episodes to talk about. So it'll probably be 18 minutes long, I'm guessing. And then I've got to look over that Tolkien shit. So,
oh yeah,
yay!
I'm looking.
People are already like getting hype for that era where we're all going to be watching that fucking show and talking about it. Jeez,
I heard so this year, like later this year, we get like the pilot. They're going to do like a 2-hour thing.
Oh,
I will ask the audience because we've been chatting so much, and I'm so far behind. But I'll ask the audience. And I will adhere to the audience's answer on this. Do you want us to call it here? And I'll do a super chat clear up or whatever they want to call it tomorrow and get that out for you. Or do you want me to stay on and read all the super chats and hang out with you guys for a bit longer? So I'll let the chat decide. But thank you, Gary. Thank you, Just Some Guy. Thank you, Mauler, for your time. I gotta say, honest to God, this fucking 5.5. Where did it go? He just kind of went boom, gone, bye, see ya. I know. Holy cow, man! We could go
on. It's so terrible. This is such hard work. Look, he's sweating, the poor guy.
I've been sweating since minute 1 of this stream.
Audience has been fantastic. Love you.
Yeah.
They're telling you to call it.
Have you guys seen what Memology put out on the July 17th? These panels for a Batman comic, I guess. Sorry, Iron Man comic, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I've only just seen these. I've devoted my entire life to helping people. I'm Iron Man. You mean you've given yourself more power than you already had? You enjoy more legal leeway than most people on Earth, and you answer to no one? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like you're another white guy with a god complex. Man.
Yeah. Modern comics.
He's a great. I'd love to read this.
That's his comic, by the way, and that's Alley Cat. She ends up raping him, I think 2 episodes later.
Hellcat, yeah. Patsy Walker used to be a cool she used to be a cool character, and now she's you can say it.
Just another bitch. Just another cunt.
There you go. Thank you.
Just another Marvel female cunt.
Actually, I was thinking about having you record just saying the C word. Insert it in a couple of videos, because when somebody British says it, it's fine.
It's part of the culture.
There you go.
The chat seems to say call it and come back and do the supers. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll call it. I'm coming back tomorrow, folks, anyway, because tomorrow I've got the Hot Toy stream with Robert Meyer Burnett. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go probably live at 6 p.m. and I'll do the Super Chat Square Up live so we can still interact between 6 and hopefully finish around about 7:30. Just get a drink, and then I'll be back on at 8 o'clock for What Toys with Robert Meyer Burnett. Guys, thank you so much indeed for your time. I've loved this episode of the Real BBC. I thought there's some great conversation.
Catch that, guys?
That
He's
went
saying
on.
that
Yeah.
like he doesn't love the other episodes. Damn.
Yeah.
There's always one shit stirrer, isn't there? Always. It has to be Mauler. So I will be back tomorrow with some more stuff. You take care, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.